on location of your emergency.
Breaking news out of North Idaho. Moscow police are investigating a homicide on King Road.
Is she breathing?
No.
So 5'10", all black. Could you see what color his eyebrows were or anything like that?
No, I don't remember what his eyes look like either.
Officers discovered the bodies of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Maddie Mogen, and Kaylee Goncalves, but no weapon has been located at this time.
Arrested. That's 28-year-old Bryan Kohberger in custody today.
The Kohberger allegedly stalked one of the victims. That's false.
We do not have evidence that the defendant had direct contact with 1122 or with residents of 1122, but we can put his phone in that area. There are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related occupants.
Everything is alleged. Well, hello. Here we are again. I cannot believe one of the most important lives that we have gone over with direct live debunking of the damn situation in its height of importance. Freaking deleted. If you know anything about my life, that should not shock you. It really shouldn't. Par for the course. Par for the course. So we are going to be going over Cyray's ridiculous interview all over again.
Cy, it's nice to see you, Steve. Thank you for being here as always. And I know Olivia's going to join us in a little bit. She's dealing with the baby. But I wanted to continue this conversation from the time you just had on News Nation. And I know, Steve, that you wanted an opportunity, you and Olivia wanted an opportunity to be able to talk to Cy about some of the information that he has since he was a defense witness for Bryan Kohberger. I just wanted to ask one question before I throw it over to Steve, though, and it kind of plays off some of what you said on News Nation, Cy. You talked about Bryan Kohberger potentially being at the house before. Can you elaborate on that a little more? I mean, are you able to, and I know it's not exact, but are you able to say whether he was actually inside the house?
Yeah, so I'm gonna be a little bit more responsive on these questions and drag it out a little bit. So if I'm going on and on, stop me.
Yeah, you can do that on this. We have unlimited time. So
see, yeah, they would have had unlimited time without your camera, by the way.
Feel free.
Thankfully.
Yeah.
Yeah, and 100%, like, I'll make myself available to the family, by the way, 24/7. Like, if you guys have follow-up questions going forward, by all means. When I heard that you guys wanted to have this conversation, I actually, it meant a lot to me, and I was like, oh, finally, I can talk to the victim's family, because I've spent my entire career advocating for victims' families.
Oh, finally. Oh, my God. You could have reached out to them anytime you wanted to. Mr. Morals and obligations and all the other bullshits, you could have
done a lot of stuff with parents of murdered children, and this is a very hard place that it started out trying to be at, and I really appreciate you guys reaching out. And anytime you have questions, I'll give you my direct number. By all means, feel free. You guys can hit me up anytime.
Thank you.
But what I want to cover on that piece is, when we start looking at the house itself, there's a couple different things we can look at. AT&T has a very specific report, and it's called LOCDBOR. I know it sounds like a silly word. It's LOCDBOR, LOCDBOR. It's Location Database of Record. This will include estimated latitude and longitudes, and they range from 25 meters out to 3,000, 30,000 meters, so they can get very big. Historically, there's accuracy issues with this report. So if you just take all the data and you throw it on the map and you think that's accurate, you're going to have a lot of problems. A really good example in this case is there's a time when Bryan goes up to Seattle, and one of his LOCDBOR hits shows him in New Orleans. So that gives you an...
Now, he said this on the custody queens, but he never said whose phone it was. He just said a phone in this case. So now he just said Bryan's phone. Bryan's freaking phone pinged him all the way in freaking New Orleans while he was in Seattle, Washington. And for the record, the VPN doesn't have anything to do with the damn tower that your cell phone connects to. So no, it going to New Orleans doesn't have anything to do with the VPN. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Idea of the accuracy issues. There's two factors, and like I said, I'm going to pile on a lot of data for you guys. The next thing that comes into play is the actual handset, the phone itself. iPhone actually restricts a lot of third-party apps and even the mobile carrier to some points of getting precise location data, which a lot of people don't realize. If I try to ping a phone, that phone ping can actually be screwed up by Apple itself to, instead of getting this nice, neat little GPS, I get this 5,000 meter GPS range, and you can be anywhere in that 5,000 meters. Samsung, on the other hand, is a very chatty phone. It's preloaded with all kinds of silly apps and ridiculous monitoring. If anybody's ever had a Samsung, when you first power that thing up, like there's 100 apps on that thing.
Yeah, we talked about
It's good
this
for
too.
law enforcement because when we get a phone that's a Samsung phone, it's typically very chatty on the network. We're going to see a lot more connectivity. Samsung's also unique that if I do certain things with certain apps that require location data, such as GPS or navigation, that accuracy from the 3,000 or the 5,000 meter ranges come down to 25 meters. And in this particular case, if you look at those precise measurements, there's probably 5 that land directly on what would be the living room of the house. Like the latitude, longitude is the physical house itself. And you know, if you put the house back on the map and you map those, the hits are inside the house. Now,
I'm going to let you keep explaining. I just want to make sure I understand correctly. So, because I haven't heard this before. So you're saying based on the data you saw, the latitude, longitude for Bryan Kohberger's Samsung was in the living room?
The AT&T derived latitude, longitude from the AT&T's network that it
Before this continues, I just want to show, and we're going to go back to this quite a bit, but while he's running his mouth, I want y'all to pay attention to what he states here in his report. On page 15 of the full report from the filing that has his little resume boo-boo at the bottom, okay? I want you to pay very much attention to this right here. Okay. He has all the information, same information he's talking about now. All right. Per Cyray's signed affidavit as an expert witness in cell phone analysis and geolocation in the Idaho v. Kohberger case before the plea in January of 2025, this was filed. The statement here says, I am unable to locate any period of time between June 23rd, 2022 and November 13th, 2022, where Mr. Kohberger's mobile device is in the same specific area as any of the deceased mobile devices. I am unable to identify any patterns that would be consistent with Mr. Kohberger frequenting locations also frequented by the deceased. It is my opinion that the geolocation data I have been provided as of the writing of this report does not provide any evidence of association between Mr. Kohberger and any of the decedents and or Mr. Kohberger or the decedent's residents. So it's amazing. That's what I'm saying. I don't get it. And yeah, there's been people telling me to go watch Pav's video, but I'm just going to tell you now that I'm not going to. And not because of anything that I've ever said before. I'm just not going to. There is nothing that's going to change my opinion based off of what I've already heard from this man myself, Cyray, okay? This has nothing to do with anything else other than I'm only going to judge this man off of what he is saying and what he has previously said. And it's not just about there might be reasonings for this and reasonings for that, okay? That's cool if people want to think that. I don't care about what other people's opinions are. They can have them. That's fine. I don't know why they feel that way, so I can't argue it, is my point here, okay? I can't argue it. I don't want to argue it. I don't. This man is out here adamantly claiming that Kohberger was inside of that house. This man is adamantly claiming that Maddie and Kohberger's phones were together in an area and they moved together. He is adamantly claiming that Bryan Kohberger is a serial killer and that he would have continued to kill after this and he would have kept going. It's not, oh, he's trying He adamantly is telling people that he believes Kohberger is a guilty psychopathic serial killer who would have continued to keep on going until he was finally caught. As the defense expert in this case, but this is what the man was going to say if this would have gone to trial. I am not going to change my opinion. I mean, it's all an opinion at the end of the day because we don't know what the hell's going on, all right? This has nothing to do with anything other than I only want to judge what is happening based off of what we know is physically happening. And in my eyes, what I see is a man coming out here and making severely oppositional statements than what he said before that hold fuck tons of weight. You are coming out here and telling the world by how many hundreds of thousands now at this point that you believe Bryan Kohberger is a psychopathic, murderous serial killer, and these were just the first. He would have kept going. This went further than location data. This went further than anything else. This went further. I don't know what this man's issue is, but whatever happened between the plea and now, the way he's reacting to especially anything you mentioned about Turvey and a cleanup and everything else, he gets personally perturbed about. His nostrils start flaring. He gets all kinds of frustrated. It's odd. I don't understand how you can say this in a sworn affidavit and then come out and say all the crazy shit you're saying right now and expecting no backlash. I also don't understand how the guilters can talk all of this shit about Cyree and now be like, oh my God, this is like amazing. Kohberger was right there in the living room, blah, 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 blah. Someone said in a comment, that shows they can be open-minded because they're willing to change their opinion of somebody as long as it fits their narrative. And it's not even about the narrative because here comes Turvey giving us information that makes everything else more questionable. The hair and the hand and all the chain of custody stuff, but we're still asking questions and we're still asking for proof and receipts. It doesn't matter who it's coming from. We're not just going to take what they're freaking telling us and running with it without having anything to back it up. We get yelled at and accused of that shit all the time. And there's not very many of us that actually do that. But those small amounts of people are the ones that get all of the attention when it comes to the people that are looking into this case. The ones that are here looking at this stuff, we get called all kind of crazy ass names right along with the rest of them. But they are now just, oh my God, Cyree is a hero. I can't believe he came out. Where's his map? Why can't he show us his work? He doesn't, he's got it in here. Apparently he showed the custody queens before his interview with them. There's no way he's not showing the Goncalveses. There's no way he didn't freaking show Bryan Inton. Why can't we see it? We had to pull up Google Maps and try to map out what he was telling us in this damn interview while he's saying, well, if they go back and do it, if they go back and map it, if they go back and do all this work, you said you did it. Why can't you show us what you're doing all of this about? I want to see what you produce. Show me your work. Isn't that the whole thing that we've been complaining about with the FBI? They didn't show any of their work for anything, and they deleted most of their work product, like physically actually destroyed the shit. Cyree's out here doing what the FBI did. And again, the same thing that we question with now knowing that Dylan did not freaking call Bethany, that Bethany called Dylan, and we're like, okay, well, what the hell would the story have been? Because she wasn't calling nobody. She wasn't doing shit until Bethany called her. Same concept here. How would this have gone? This right here is too much. He would have taken that stand and he would have said all of this right here. He would not have come out here and said, I can put Kohberger in the living room 5 times. He would have came out here and said, it's my opinion that the geolocation data have been provided as of the writing of this report, which, by the way, again, he was never given any other information past this. He never said he was. He never said he did. He never said he got anything else. Whatever he did when he wrote this report is where he's getting all of this from. And whatever he did when he wrote this report, he said in his initial interview with custody queens that the prosecution, the state, had his information. They saw his report. They saw his work. That was all I needed to know. This is out. Why can't you show your work product for it? Because you're claiming that this report proves all the shit that you're claiming. But you just said you can put him in the living room 5 times. You were going to take the stand for the trial in 2025, and you were going to say, it's my opinion that there's no association between any of these things. He's never been in the same location as them. You were going to say all of this. The plea deal happened, and suddenly you're tripping balls. You're writing books, you're trying to do classes, but you're still being kind of quiet, which was interesting. Then Turvey starts talking. And now all of a sudden, now you want to say something too. And you hate Turvey. Like, you hate Turvey, which is crazy. It's obvious. Because you are, like, so mad when anybody mentions him. At least Turvey's pissed me off plenty of times, but at least he stayed consistent. His testimony is the exact same that he's come out here telling us. You're the only one coming out here flipping your shit. How are we the bad guys for asking you why you're coming out here telling us the opposite thing that you've been telling us for the past 3 years? 3 years. It's a long time to be lied to. Remember, he came into this case a month before the house was torn down. He came in November 2023. We're almost in August of 2026. He's been lying to us for almost 3 years. None of that's cute. That tells me right there that every time he's ever testified, it can't be trusted to be true. Every time. Because he wouldn't have said none of this on the stand. He wouldn't have said none of this shit. It's so funny how people are just okay with having no conscience whatsoever. Like, that's wild. Wild. Okay.
Estimates a location, it lands in the house. And it's a 25-meter range. So, we're talking.
Yeah, let's talk about that too for like 30 seconds, I promise. He mentions this in this interview, how after the plea, he called the FBI and was like, hey, there was a lot of issues in that cast report. I'd be willing to come and retrain your people so that this doesn't happen again. And the FBI never called him back. Well, maybe because you didn't have the integrity to bother beforehand. You could have stopped, and I don't care what the state laws are. I really don't. I'm so over what the laws are. I'm so sick and tired of the laws. Nobody actually follows the damn laws. Everybody always ends up doing something different. There's always some freaking loophole somewhere. And if the criminals don't give a shit, then, I mean, like, this is so stupid. They're literally allowing it for the IGG, okay? So no one can sit there and tell me, oh, he couldn't have just quit. He couldn't have just quit working for the defense and went and worked for the prosecution. He couldn't have just quit working for the defense and come out and told the truth. Hell yeah, he could have at any time he wanted to, broski. What were they going to do to him? What were they going to do? He's already out here showing his ass. What were they going to do? He could have came out here and been honest at any point in time. Instead, he came out here and he did interviews with certain people and reveled in all that for a little while and went to Crime Con and, had a little bit going on because his name was already like a little bit tarnished. But everybody like has their own opinion. So it wasn't like a big deal. But now I want to go back and look at everything because it's not that he's out here saying whatever. It's that this is not what he was saying the whole time. This is he's flip-flopping. This is now you're not trustworthy. So we don't know if he was lying before or if he's lying now. All we know is that one or the other is a lie. One or the other is a lie. And to be out here also saying like the weird shit about Anne and Bryan, very inappropriate insinuations about their relationship. There's nothing, there is no role he could be playing in here that would make that even slightly appropriate to insinuate to the public like that. Okay, let's be for real. Let's be so serious. All right. Let's
75 feet, so it could be anywhere in the house on any floor. It could technically be outside the house. It could be on the property, but it's showing in the immediate area. My personal opinion is when I look at those and I map what's happening before and after, and I'm looking at all the other evidence, I think these are accurate locations. And, and to Steve's point earlier, this is why court, I think, is so critical for this case. That's an argument to be had in front of the jury where the defense would come in and say, hey, you can't reliably say this. And the prosecution would say, here's why.
Thank you for the 5 gifted
When
memberships.
done right, I feel that they're reliable.
So when you say accurate locations, you mean you believe, with based on your expertise, that he was inside the house on previous occasions?
So I'll qualify a handful of things tonight. And again, Steve, any questions that later?
No, I do know that he does the deflection thing all the time. It's constant.
Your expertise that he was inside the house on previous occasions?
So I'll qualify a handful of things tonight. And again, Steve, any questions that later on, by all means, hit me up. I'm more than happy to pour over anything you want to. One of the things the defense did with me early on in this case is they got outside of the geolocation data and they said, hey, as a former homicide cop, as a homicide sergeant, as a supervisor that supervises these type of investigations, we're interested in anything you can find. And they poured tons of data over. Why that's important.
But I will also say, when it comes to the data that was poured over, there was a lot missing. He did not have Ethan's information in his analysis, nor Bethany Funk's, nor Jack Ducour's. He also had Molly McMichael's information, but it came from the FBI. They created the files. They were stored by the FBI, and he has copies of them. But he said that all he did was see what kind of file it was and what the general information was, but he never actually analyzed the phone data itself. So Jack Ducour, Bethany frickin' Funk, Ethan, all right? Ethan and Jack Ducour were not in his analysis for this report. That's crazy as hell.
Two is it's not just the phone stuff. There's a lot of stuff inside the crime scene and things that I reviewed in the crime scene. I 100% believe that the offender, who is Bryan Kohberger, like there's no alternative theory in my head at this point. He's been in the house before. I think there's absolutely no doubt he was familiar with the basic layout of the house. I'm not saying he was intimately familiar with the entire house, but he had a working knowledge of the house. That house is laid out very weird. I've been through the house. The path that was taken, what we see is what occurred in that house, him coming and going from the neighborhood. There's prior knowledge. There's no doubt in my mind that there's prior knowledge. So that also helps support some of it.
Remember how bad he did this? Remember how bad he did this on the custody queens? Let me get through these real quick, guys. I don't want y'all to feel like I've forgotten and they're just going to sit there. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Ample Spark, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for the 5, Lori. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you guys. Welcome, B. I saw your comments. Welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, K. Schmitz. Thank you for all the little gem thingies, guys. I like that they show us that they're there. I just wish that we could see like the full little like symbols, because I know that like they're little like emoji little things, right? Like little actual photos. Thanks for the 4.99 wit. I mean, Sai says later on that he stole cars as a cop to put trackers on them. He is crooked just from that. No shit. And then you guys put a 1 in the chat if you remember the shit Steve said about the dude with the cigar being left from the guy who came and robbed his house, and he like became some sort of like vigilante DNA thief and started just uploading it into some freaking program that he started as a multi-mazillionaire. And he has people just going around and swabbing people's freaking DNA and just uploading it all willy-nilly to some random ass freaking program that he sells to the police. He's literally like you know how like your information's out there on the internet with the data brokers and all the crazy shit like that? It's like that. And they're selling these programs full of DNA samples from high crime areas to the cops. I'm sorry. Where's the internal freaking investigation, bro? And he, like, I don't know if there's a case. I don't know if anybody ever found a case that he was talking about, but we tried to find a case where there was a robbery of like a really rich guy of a safe that was stolen, and the cigar was left, and they got DNA off the end of the cigar. And there was a lot of stories about robberies and other things that were solved with like cigars, but it was all the police. And there was nothing about some sort of foundation being started or anything like that. I think the closest one was like a 97-year-old World War veteran that had their house broken into, and then the guy that did it, he had, you know, left a cigar, some sort of cigar at the scene, and they got his DNA that way. But there's no news that I could find. Well, I guess if it was black market DNA thievery, I guess it wouldn't be just in a Google search, but that's crazy. So that's either for real, like that's actually really happening, and there are people that are hired to work for whatever company this is, and they just go around and they just swipe shit in high crime areas and then put DNA profiles randomly into these things and sell them to the cops like a call list. Or Steve's lying. It's one of the two. It's one of the two. But that's crazy. That's towards the end. That was really wild.
One thing I want to kind of circle back to, Bryan, and Steve, you'll find this in my report. And it took me weeks to get the defense to allow me to put this in my report. They didn't want me to put it in there. There are third-party databases that collect what is called MAID ID, so mobile advertiser ID. And you guys have all experienced this where you've searched for, I don't know, a pair of shoes. You've Googled a new pair of shoes you think you wanted. And then 2 days later, you're surfing the internet and some ads are popping up for those shoes. That's based on your mobile advertising.
No, I will also say the report that he keeps referencing, because he says my report's out there. Like it's in the report. Like he keeps mentioning the report. I tried to find where he's talking about the MAID stuff and I couldn't find it the first time around. So I'm going to look for it again because I feel like we did read something about that, but I couldn't find it the first time. So if it doesn't look like I'm paying attention, it's because I'm trying to find it in the report.
ID. It's a unique number, but there's third-party databases that collect that. And typically when they're collecting that type of information, it gets a latitude, longitude stamp with a timestamp. So we can actually see. Law enforcement can access those databases. You have to have a search warrant. There's a process to go through. In my report, what you'll find is it's towards the very end of it. I actually lay out that, hey, there's more than reasonable suspicion here to believe that this phone has been inside the residence or very close to the residence on these dates. Typical.
So let me, okay, well, that's not anything that we see on this one, at least not yet. And I showed this the last time, so I'll show it this time to show he only actually, and I'll preface it like this. I'm only saying it like this because he keeps mentioning the damn report. So I'm going back to his own report when I'm talking about this. If this is written somewhere else, then he shouldn't be referencing a report and we only have got one and it's not the right one if that's what he's going to try to use later, okay? I'm going based off the information that we have out right now, which is what he should be giving because his whole thing has been, I don't know what's out yet. I don't know what's out yet. He doesn't want to overstep and say something that's not out yet. But then he keeps talking. And he keeps talking about this damn report. So we're just going to, go based off of that. The only time that he says that it looks like that he might have been anywhere near like the university area was one time out of all of the FBI cast slides that he looked at. And mind you, again, when the FBI did their cast report, it was so wrong, according to Cyray, that 90% of it was removed from draft to final. That once he sent in his information, they removed like shit tons of information from it. And then the final was like 30 something pages. There was like nothing to it. Okay. What's being reviewed by Cyray and Slovinsky, and Slovinsky is the original cell phone analyst. That's not a word. Cell phone analyst that was hired by the defense. He saw some wonky shit. Got a hold of Cyray. Now here comes Cyray. The reports show that they are looking at the draft and the final. So this wasn't information that was coming in the middle of them reviewing the cast draft and not seeing the full thing. And then, there's another report from after. The draft and the final were reviewed for both of their reports. So they had all of the info. They had everything. Again, it's not like he has come out and said, oh, there was new information given to me since I wrote that report. He's never once said that. He's never, ever once said that. But all the way down, he goes through every single one of these in the FBI report. And in every single one of them, there's no evidence the device is anywhere near it. Now, sometimes the device goes to northeast Moscow. There's a lot of hiking areas up there, mountainous areas up there. We know from not only what we've heard previously about Kohberger, but also from his selfies and other purchases on his Amazon account that we have learned about. This is like a lifestyle thing for him. He hikes all the time. Hiking was even part of the conversation with one of the girls at the pool. And the DJ at the pool ran back into Bryan Kohberger on a hiking trail. Kohberger is a hiker. It's very well a thing, okay? So when you think of the northeast part of that, that's the first thing that comes to mind when it comes to him being in that section, is all of that kind of stuff. But in every single of these other ones, and even in those, when he's saying that he's in the northeastern part of Moscow, he never says that he's in the area of King Road. No evidence, no evidence, no evidence, no evidence, no evidence for all of these timestamps. Balance was wrong. All these things are wrong. The only time he ever says that he might be anywhere near the University of Idaho is right here on 11/7. And what it says is general area of the University of Idaho campus, or east or south. So which one was it? Even then, he's not being very specific. He's still not being very specific. Based on my analysis of the time period provided in this portion by Special Agent Balance's report, which we also saw the date range of the information for what he stated up top too, I can find no evidence of Mr. Kohberger's mobile device being at or near the crime scene repeatedly or for any duration that is inconsistent with being in a pattern of driving. Moreover, Mr. Kohberger's AT&T records do clearly show a pattern of driving late at night. Cannot put him anywhere near the crime scene during any of these times. This is insane that he's coming out here and saying the stuff he's saying now. Like, we don't have something that we can go back to check and be like, but hold on, you just said this. And it was bad enough that when he went on Custody Queens, he was already flip-flopping his original testimony from his report. But now that he's done these interviews, he's even flip-flopping and changing information from the Custody Queens interview from 2 weeks ago to now. So he's not even keeping his bullshit consistent. That tells me that it's bullshit, because the story it's not even the same, and it's been 2 interviews. That's a huge red flag.
Criminal investigation, we would go look at these third-party databases, pull all the mobile advertiser ID data from those dates. Forget the 13th. His phone is off. We're never going to get his phone in or near the house on the 13th, and that's where all the focus was. But if we go back to pattern of life and we pull these other dates leading up to the crime, I feel incredibly confident that they're going to get precise GPS. Now I'm talking 3 meters, so now we're talking less than 10 feet.
When he just said that through all of those dates, from June whatever to November 13th, none of that existed. That's what his report just said.
At, around, and very close to the house on most different occasions. The idea that I put this in my report and said, this is the kind of follow-up I would expect to have, and nobody ever, I fully expected, as soon as I dropped that report that January, that by February, March, we were going to see this.
That January, that proves again, the report that we are freaking reading, where he is saying the opposite, is the report that he keeps referencing while he's talking all this shit. There ain't no way we the Delulu ones, bro. There ain't no way we're the Delulu ones here.
Discovery on the snooping unit. They didn't even look at it. They didn't even bother with it. It's incredible.
If they looked at it, they wouldn't have understood it. We heard that in court when they were talking about a JSON file and how you can edit it, and how like that was some kind of weird anomaly. It's like, that's what the file's for. That's what you use it for. I mean, it was very confusing to the audience, but the lack of knowledge inside that courtroom at certain times was very frustrating to me. And I mean, I wouldn't hire my own people. I would. Shadow Dragon, I've said it multiple times. They have OS lint. They were like, Steve, the same emails they're using in this court case are the same emails we're tracking back to your children. But we're not doing it for free. They weren't like a Cyray. They're like, I think there was a 30K. Don't quote me on that, but I that's what my mind wants to tell me. It was like 30.
Now, again, when he was at Crime Talk, and he was inebriated and talking to Scott with Crime Talk, he said this was being held ransom by Shadow Dragon for $10,000 is what he actually said. So let me pull this up so I can play that real quick.
He would.
Let me pull this transcript. And I'll let this play 30 seconds back.
Inside that courtroom at certain times was very frustrating to me. And I mean, I wouldn't hire my own people. I would. Shadow Dragon, I've said it multiple times. They have OS lint. They were like, Steve, the same emails they're using in this court case are the same emails we're tracking back to your children.
Okay. This was on May 31st, 2026. We reacted to this the same day because there was some real wild shit said in this video. And this is where they start talking about the Shadow Dragon situation right here.
I would have made this decision. No, they went to the ends of the earth. They had what, 3-4 attorneys on the team, all the experts. Money was not an object. The court said, if you need more money to get this done, we're going to do it.
There wasn't money on our side. I literally talked to the Shadow Dragon. And he's like, Steve, I had the connection, but he is not getting my report unless he pays for it, and he refused to pay me.
Which Shadow Dragon kind of sucked. He wanted $10,000 for it.
And then the Cellbrite people are like, we tried to get him to pay and he wouldn't pay us, so we just did it for free.
He never paid
Well,
us.
good on Celebrate.
Yeah, but two people saying the same thing.
Yeah, the Shadow Dragon guy is like, you know what? Screw that guy. That kind of pisses me off. Like, he literally had information that could blow this case out of the water and was like,
what guy though? See, they never mention what guy they're talking about. I'm assuming that they mean Bill Thompson wouldn't pay Shadow Dragon's fee. But if Bill Thompson is not going to pay the fee, then they didn't sign an agreement to do the work, which means they wouldn't have gotten any official paperwork. They wouldn't have gotten any official information to do their report from. Am I making sense? Am I making sense? Because this isn't just Steve now. This is both of them saying this. She's jumping in on this conversation too. Oh, they were wasted, bro. My God, they were wasted. That's why I said this attorney is a piece of shit. Because as much as I don't like the Goncalveses, this is so ridiculously disrespectful to allow the parents of these, victims that you swore that you give a shit about to sit there and run their mouth on some crazy shit whenever you know that they're intoxicated. He used their vulnerability for clicks. That's what he did. This dude's a loser. Be for real. Be for real. So if he's saying that he has all these connections and he can prove all these things, but he's saying that the guy wouldn't pay him, in my mind, that means that the sensitive information that would have been needing to be signed for with a contract and an agreement was not given to Shadow Dragon. So what information was Shadow Dragon apparently working off of? Because they didn't get paid for whatever they did. So it must not have been official information, and it must not have been anything worth a shit if it wasn't worth paying for. That's why I said they're responsible for so much bullshit that came out, because they were taking a bunch of unofficial shit that they were finding on their own that could have been created from literally any freaking where. And they were giving it to people to go and run and do research on. And then incorrect information, illegitimate information is going to give you illegitimate answers. This whole thing is the shadiest of the shady, okay? Listen to this one more time.
that kind of pisses me off. Like, he literally had
saying the same
the
thing.
Shadow Dragon guy is like, you know what? Screw that guy. That kind of pisses me off. Like, he literally
object. The court said I had ineffective claims made against. He would never work for me again. I assure you of that.
Right.
Listen, I've seen a lot of attorneys. I've seen ineffective
That's what I'm
claims.
saying.
I've had
There's no
ineffective
way.
claims made against me, and none's ever stuck. That's what they.
That's what I mean. There's no way that they would have gotten any official information from the state unless there was a contract with a payment already agreed to. And if the payment's already agreed to, then the information would have been sent over. It's like whenever you hire a lawyer, there's like a retainer, there's like a fee, there's like it's a scale. Like they have all this. This is what they do for a living. And then Celebrite just went ahead and did it for free. Does Celebrite know that Shadow Dragon is holding information ransom? No, probably not, because it's information from the Goncalveses and not information from official sources. You know, that's the big problem.
They go off to prison. They try to come up with something. My attorney did. I would have made this decision. No, they went to the ends of the earth. They had 3-4 attorneys on the team, all the experts. Money was not an object. The court said, if you need more money to get this done, we're going to do it.
There wasn't money on our side. I literally talked to the Shadow Dragon. He's like, Steve, I had the connection, but he is not getting my report unless he pays for it, and he refused to pay me.
Which Shadow Dragon kind of stuff. He wanted $10,000 for it.
And then the Celebrite people like, we tried to get him to pay, and he wouldn't pay us.
But this Shadow Dragon program is the Garrett Discovery guy that came out and talked 3 years ago. Remember that report? There's videos we did on it. We did a bunch of stuff about that report. That's that guy. So we know his face, we know his company, we've seen his LinkedIn, we know his connections, and this is now the story out here is that he's ransoming information for thousands of dollars.
So we just did it for free.
Well, good on Celebrate.
Yeah, but two people saying the same thing.
Yeah, the Shadow Dragon guy is like, you know what? Screw that guy. That kind of pisses me off. Like, he literally had information that could blow this case out of the water and was like, I'm not going to give it.
Volunteering could make it to where every case is going to run into that outfit. The prosecutor had a
do the right
duty.
thing.
He could have just went to us and said, go privately fund it. We could have gotten it done. He's just not he's not a lead prosecutor.
We could have gotten it done. See what I mean? He just told Cyree he hired the guy himself. See what I mean? See what I mean? Steve can't even keep his own bullshit straight. And then he's out here just running his mouth everywhere. My God.
Inside that courtroom at certain times was very frustrating to me. And I mean, I wouldn't hire my own people. I would Shadow Dragon. I've said it multiple times. They have OS lint. They were like, Steve, the same emails they're using in this court case are the same emails we're tracking back to your children. But we're not doing it for free. They weren't like a Cyree. They're like, I think there was a 30K. Don't quote me on that, but I that's what my mind wants to tell me. It was like 30K. And they said, we're not giving it up on a case this big. We keep doing, because we're highly in demand. We're not going to take a case this big and not get stiffed with the payment. We're not making that our message, but
we're not going to make it our message that we are an honest company who's doing good work for the right reasons. We're going to hold your information ransom for $10,000 to $30,000. And then when you come out here and accuse us of holding information, we're not going to make a statement. I'm going to pull up their website. Hold on. This is their website. It's data collection. They have a YouTube. Weird. Ew, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Eek. Eek. All right, let me go back and share this. I'm going to go find my videos that we did on the Garrett Discovery, and I'll drop the link in the thing so that if y'all haven't seen that, y'all can go and watch that, because that's what this is. Shadow Dragon is the Garrett report. And the whole like funding thing is also crazy as hell to me, because remember, they got like, I don't want to say that over the entire course of this case, they've probably gotten like $300,000 from donations. The GoFundMes themselves were well over $200 and something thousand. Plus we know that they've been donated Venmos and gifts and all kinds of stuff. They could have paid that. The original reason for that damn GoFundMe was a private investigator. So if this could have been funded itself and it was legitimate information, then they could have funded it. They chose not to. Or what the hell's the actual story here? Did that guy really have no actual information because Steve fed him a bunch of bullshit to work off of that he found himself? Which is also super crazy because in the Netflix documentary, Olivia is talking about how when they found out Bryan's name, they went on social media and started looking all over the place. And you know what she did not say? You know what she didn't say? That they found him on any of the girls' social media. That they found him in their messages or found him liking comments or liking photos or any bullshit like that. Steve sure tries to act as if they ran over there and saw all kinds of crap, found all kinds of connections. Olivia never said a thing. State already said that doesn't exist. There's nothing on the devices. Crazy. Absolutely insane.
Literally said, we can literally tell you that he's been connected to these people through his fingerprint of his emails and the things that he was doing online. It's a whole science that they have out there and touch points, and they put it all together. He was very confident, and
And you're telling me that the state had experts that they hired, and including people from the FBI and including all these other agencies that came in and looked at all this stuff, and they didn't see any of these things your special hired but holding for ransom guy actually saw? What?
he said they're refusing to give me any money. They want to do it for free. And to that point, the Cellbrite, the Barnharts ended up didn't have to do it, but they did it for free, just like Cyber. So there was these decisions being made, not over the right decision. It was, I don't know what it was, but evidence was being missed in a case that the world was watching, and we can do better. We can learn from our mistakes, and we can do better, and that's why we're here right now.
And you know, Steve, if you think about it, let's push that price up to $50K.
Or not.
When you look at the amount of money that was spent on this investigation and bang for the buck,
actually, you know what? I'm glad he actually mentioned that. All the money in this case, and look how many people did their shit for free. Like, there's a lot of, like, you know, did it for free, we worked pro bono, blah, 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 blah in this case, which is weird.
$50K is probably the best that you're going to spend on this case, because it's going to show that I think those concrete connections. I do have a question. I think you guys might be interested in this. Those concrete
connections?
I believe that the girls went to the A&W. There's a little A&W and a little.
I know exactly. Yeah, right down the street.
I think this was a pretty routine thing that they hit on a regular basis. And I'm really curious to some of the background there. But one thing that I've always said is missing, and it's really bothered me. Has anybody ever approached you guys on what's called VICAP? Have you ever heard that word VICAP? Or it's basically a history of the victims to everything of where they shop. If they order pizza, where they order pizza. Has anybody ever approached you in this investigation to try to?
Closest we got to they were scared once I hired a lawyer. They just stopped talking to me, and
they stopped talking to Steve about 2 weeks after the investigation started because he didn't want to listen. He didn't want to cooperate. He wanted to come out and give out a bunch of information to the public that the public didn't need because they were trying to keep certain things quiet for whatever they thought they were doing in the investigation, which we know at that point, who freaking knows what the hell is actually going on. Just look where we ended up anyway. This is not true. They were refusing to be interviewed before they ever hired Shannon Gray. Shannon Gray said at a hearing in Latell County in front of Judge, his first hearing in front of Judge, that exact thing, that it's not his fault that his clients had not been interviewed and had not gone in for interviews. They had been refusing to be interviewed since before he became their attorney. So that was an issue even before Bryan Kohberger's arrest, them actually being interviewed and talked to get any sort of victimology on Kaylee whatsoever. They talked to a bunch of friends, and you know what those reports said for those friends? That Kaylee's relationship with her family was strained. That Kaylee had to do everything on her own, that she never got any help from anyone. So when they constantly talk about how independent that she was, yeah, she's independent because y'all didn't give her a choice but to be. And we don't have anything that proves otherwise because they refused to be interviewed deeply. So he also just lied, which is so crazy because those hearings are out there. And he just did an interview with Christy on this thing called Strangers Conversation a few weeks ago, where they just talked about this and said that they were straight up refusing to speak to the police. You know what? Instead of running my mouth, I'm just going to pull it up. I'm just going to go pull that part up where he said that he just straight up refused. Straight up refused. Is it Stranger's Conversation? Yeah. Hold on.
Fill me in on what's going on with the Idaho killer case.
Where did it go? Wait, is this the right one? Did they get... What is happening? Is this the wrong channel? Let me just type that part in. Hold on. Why can I now not find it? There it is.
Welcome to the Stranger Conversation.
This is their Strangers Conversation podcast. Yeah, give me the actual YouTube channel this shit came from. Okay.
Welcome to the Stranger Conversations podcast, where we explore the lives and lessons around us.
This interview has been out on this channel for a month almost, July 5th, 2026. This channel has 75 subscribers. And the interview only got 1,500 views. Like, that's wild. Okay, let me pull the transcript. Oh, God, what did Chris Whitcomb have to say now? Interesting. I don't even want to know because he's just going to piss me off. Okay, hold on. Let me pull up where they're talking about not being interviewed. Okay, hold on. Let me share this now.
I'm assuming. Yeah, it was watermarked, was all protected. Another thing that we've never given out on this whole dissemination order that I'll give it to you because it came to my mind at this time. Our lawyer, they wanted to interview us differently once the gag order was in. They wanted to interview us deeply. And my lawyer is like, well, Steve, if they do that, then the chances of you being included in the gag order are pretty much going to be triggered. You're not going to be able to keep talking. You're not going to be able to advocate for your child. You're just...
When the reality is they were already refusing to be interviewed, and Shannon Gray had to stand up and tell Judge in Latah County, they were already not talking to the police. They were already not being interviewed. Y'all were already not telling them anything. And this was whenever the Goncalves family was fighting the gag order. That's when that happened. So I don't know why they're not really being all that honest and they're trying to put all this on it. I don't know if what he's saying is even true, which I highly doubt. You going in and just talking to the police about your child would stop you from being able to advocate for your kid. Like, what exactly did you think? What were you going to say? Like, what about them interviewing you about your family and to try to get information about Kaylee? Do you think would have turned you into some witness that would have made you not be able to talk at all? That's wild. That doesn't make no damn sense.
Said they'll answer questions, but to the point of they're not going to be witnesses because they didn't want the gag order to fall over. I told my lawyer, I want the ability to speak on behalf of my child. If anything comes to the point where they're going to put a gag on me, then they can't talk to me. And I had nothing to hide. It was just you're not going to control me like an asset. I'm going to speak on my daughter's behalf, or I'm going to jail, one or the other. So, yeah, we never got there. We got to the passwords. We got to usernames. They hit Olivia.
Okay. So now this is where they're going to start talking about the phone some more. She's going to say some weird shit about two-factor authentication that I really still do not understand when it comes to how she's describing it.
If anything comes to the point where they're going to put a gag on me, then they can't talk to me. And I had nothing to hide. It was just, you're not going to control me like an asset. I'm going to speak on my daughter's behalf, or I'm going to jail, one or the other. So,
but then he wanted to complain about why they were never telling him anything. That's exactly why they weren't telling him anything. Because every single time they did, or he got any little bit of information, he ran in front of a camera because he couldn't help himself.
Yeah, we never got there. We got to the passwords. We got to usernames. They hit Olivia up. Olivia got into the cloud ID. Like, Olivia hacked. It's fake. Like, we know the passwords.
I knew my sister's password on her Apple device, but it was 2-factor.
But you didn't. The report about this literally states the Goncalveses gave them 2 different codes for Kaylee's phone and none of them worked. And in the interview that Accomplished Date put out today from Jack Jacor, they were asking Jack for Kaylee's debit card PIN code because they thought maybe it might be the PIN code for her phone because they couldn't get into the phones. So how did you have her passcode for her Apple device, but the cops still can't get into it, and the 2 codes you gave them didn't work? Make sense.
Olivia hacked.
Oh, and this hacked thing is I logged into my mom's account type deal.
It's fake. Like, we know the passwords.
I knew my sister's password on her Apple device, but it was 2-factor authentication. So it would send a code to her device, and they wouldn't. And still to this day, they've not handed over her phone because they.
So is that actually the Apple account? Because you logged into your mom's phone plan to get the text messages and the phone calls, according to what you said. So is this you actually logging into her actual Apple ID and it needing to send a PIN code to her phone that is off and not being able to get on the network? So they cannot let a phone that's in evidence get on the network because somebody could change something could update, and they could lose information. Does it honestly matter too much in this case? I don't know really, but 8 hours that phone was on the network, and we already know that there was a situation. Was it LinkedIn or Indeed? See that? I think I said this the other day. One of them, it's either one. Dylan was on one that morning, and then one of them for Kaylee, there's issues that Olivia showed and talked about with Chronicles of Olivia from like right after the crimes, right after everything took place. So somebody was already going into their information. Somebody was already going into their information, into Kaylee's information and messing with stuff. So then they've also said previously in other interviews that they have like family passwords that they share. But the 2 PIN codes that they gave to the cops for Kaylee's phone were wrong.
Password on her Apple device, but it was 2-factor authentication. So it would send a code to her device, and they wouldn't. And still to this day, they've not handed over her phone because they say that they can't get into it. But regarding VICAP, and I apologize if I got that wrong. No, we've never ever heard that. We've never been familiar with that at all.
Because your dad,
you would remember, it's about almost 300 questions, and it's a deep dive in any information. And this has nothing to do with the gag order. There's no reason they wouldn't do that. The reason
I'm glad he said that. This has nothing to do with the gag order. So Steve coming out and being like, no, you're not going to make me an asset. I'm not going to be put under the gag order for you to talk to me about my kid. At least Iray's like, yeah, no, that wouldn't have shit to do with shit. But nice try.
Can't get into it. But regarding VICAP, and I apologize if I got that wrong. No, we've never ever heard that. We've never been familiar with that at all.
you would remember it's about almost 300 questions, and it's a deep dive in any information. And this has nothing to do with the gag order. There's no reason they wouldn't do that. The reason I'm asking is there's certain things that would come out in their normal pattern. Like, hey, if they ran to the convenience store, what convenience store would they run to? Is it kind of if they met friends or everybody was going, was there a place that they would converge? And this, we're getting back into the reliability of the GPS. So I don't want to get too far out of breath saying I know this happened, but.
And just in case you don't know, I thought it was maybe Olivia's, because that's what a lot of people were saying, but it turns out I think it's Christy talking in the background of Steve's video that you're hearing. She's on the phone or maybe doing an interview with somebody else. I don't know what she's doing, but you can hear her in the background.
There are multiple times that the device, Kohberger's device, is in the area of the house, and then it moves to the parking lot of that A&W root beer. At the same time, multiple residents of the house go to the A&W root beer. So there's times where I can actually see and that to me, that's what we call a collision. It's one thing to have devices in a general area, but when we see the two devices track together to a point and then track back, that's incredibly telling. So,
So the map right here shows, I need to pick this over here separate. Hold on. This A&W is actually closer to where we believe Ethan's apartment was. So here's King Road right here. The A&W is right here. And some people are like, okay, well, he's vegan. Why would he go to A&W? Because, people got to be smartasses. For one, the A&W is connected to a gas station. I pretty much know everyone has a gas station or some sort of convenience store that they frequent more often than others. So for them to have left their house and came down to the A&W gas station for really anything wouldn't be a big deal. There's beer in there. There's vapes in there. There's cigarettes in there. There's food right next door. There's gas for whenever they're going somewhere, whatever. Okay. Everybody usually has and see how they also did this, which is so crazy because we know that they did this to King Road. Like everything is so freaking old. But then they did that here. And that's just wild. It's all screwed up. But it's interesting that he's trying to say that he can say that Kohberger's phone puts him in the area of the house at the same time that some of the victims are at the house. And then at the same time, they are then driving down the road and going towards the A&W gas station at the same time. And then collectively at the same time, going back to King Road. So everyone's hanging out here. Everyone's hanging out here, and everyone gets in what I'm going to assume with the way that he's describing it. He wants us to believe it's two separate cars driving down Taylor Avenue and then coming down to the A&W into the parking lot right here. The problem I have with that is, again, not only in his damn report is this what he is claiming, okay? Between June 22nd, 2022 and November 13th, 2022, where Mr. Kohberger's mobile device, he's unable to locate. Okay, let me read the whole sentence. I am unable to locate any period of time between June 23rd, 2022 and November 13th, 2022, where Mr. Kohberger's mobile device is in the same specific area as any of the deceased mobile devices. But then he goes and says what he just said. No association with Mr. Kohberger and any of the decedents or the residents. But he just connected them both. He just said he's at the house at the same time. They both collectively go to the gas station and then go back at the same time. Where's the footage? If this happened so many times, because he just said that this happened several times. If this happened so many times, where's the footage of them being at the gas station? I'm sure they have to have it, right? If he's going to try to say that it happened so many times. Where is it?
Yeah, that nobody kind of, they met friends or everybody was going, was there a place that they would converge? and we're getting back into the reliability of the GPS. So I don't want to get too far out of breath saying I know this happened, but there are multiple times that the device, Kohberger's device, is in the area of the house, and then it moves to the parking lot of that A&W root beer. At the same time, multiple residents of the house go to the A&W root beer. So there's times where I can actually see and that to me, that's what we call a collision. It's one thing to have devices in a general area, but when we see the two devices track together to a point and then track back, that's incredibly telling. So, the idea that nobody has come back to you guys and said, hey, let's talk.
Now, I will say this. For those who want to say that this is real, let's put it this way. I don't know why the state would want to hide any connection between Kohberger and the victims if there was one. That's number one. But number two is that nothing in this case makes any sense. And if the reason that maybe Bryan and somebody in that house might have a connection, if there is one, maybe it would do more harm to the university and the reputations of certain other people, places, things, societies, than the truth is worth. That's possible. It's possible. We don't know what the hell's going on here. But we also know there's been a lot of rumors about certain things. And I in no way am saying that he relapsed, because there's no proof of that whatsoever. But some people could theorize, if this was going on beforehand and then they're trying to say, oh, suddenly he just stopped going to Moscow. Dealer spot. Some people are questioning if that's a possibility because of the stuff with Xana. What we've been hearing about what goes on in her room, what her room is known for. We know that Olivia came out, Miss on the screen right here, in one of her very first interviews and said it's a party house. We've heard the stories. This is not something that is just being made up. It's literally coming from hours and hours and hours and hours of interviews and reading documents and listening to what people are saying about this area and what was happening. A lot of people also think that there's a big reason why the 8-hour delay could be because they were trying to figure out where to put certain things in or out of the house, most likely out, before cops showed up. Because of what could have been held in that house. There's a lot of people with those theories. I didn't really want to entertain that kind of stuff, but you don't know what the hell was going on. We just know what we've seen on social media when it comes to everyone. We only know what we've seen on social media. We only know what we're being told by the police. And so far, it seems like everything that we were told is a lie. So you have to, in a way, start questioning pretty much all the things, okay? And again, I'm not saying that he did. There's no proof that he has ever relapsed since he got clean or anything. And weed is legal where he is at in Washington, right? Like that's where Floyd's is. So it wouldn't be for that. That'd be dumb. But I don't know. That's the only other reason I can maybe think is maybe there's a connection there that would be worse. And it would also hold a lot of weight to why we ended up where we are in a plea, because in trial, that kind of information would probably come out if it has anything to do with anything. So then we still have to question, okay, what would have been the story if we would have went to trial? Would the state have still said all the things that they're claiming? Or would we hear more stuff like this? You know, he was over there 5 times picking up whatever and he would drive to the gas station and pull money out the ATM. We don't freaking know. But now people are questioning this stuff. So that's a scenario, because there's not one to me that points to him being all murdery. That's just not the case. Could there be another reason? Could there be a reason why there could be a connection and they're hiding it? That's the only one I can think of. And him having a sort of connection like that would also kind of explain some sort of transfer trace situation that they don't want to really explain in any other way. But those are just possibilities. We don't know what the hell is happening. And that's why this PCR thing needs to eventually domino into, we need to go to trial. Kohberger is not trying to just willy-nilly get out of prison. He is saying, bring back the freaking death penalty, bring it the F on, let's go to court. This was bullshit. I was lied to. I was threatened. This is insane. Let's get this started. Let's get where we were. And that's really smart. Because it's further proof. It's been proven now. It's been brought out in court. Nobody can question it anymore. You've heard everything. All the cards are out on the table. That's what needs to happen. That's what needs to happen. For sure.
About the A&W or some of the other friends is it's just mind-blowing. So I can't agree with you enough. It needs to be changed. That's why I took this case. Is I'm hoping in any pain and trauma that I've caused you guys, I can't apologize. And my sincerest respect and condolence on this thing. I couldn't imagine being
in his apology here and his apology at the end, he doesn't look at the camera. He looks away the entire time and rolls his eyes halfway as he's talking. He does not mean this apology at all. This is so not sincere.
Let's talk about the
watch
A&W
this one
or some of the other
and watch
friends
the later one.
It's just mind-blowing. So I can't agree with you enough. It needs to be changed. That's why I took this case. Is I'm hoping in any pain and trauma that I've caused you guys, I can't apologize. And my sincerest respect and condolence on this thing. I couldn't imagine being in your guys' situation.
He's very much
So
disingenuous.
now it obviously coming full circle back. But at the same time, when I first looked at this case, my initial thought was this can never be the standard investigation that we see on cases. This can.
Actually, his initial thought was he came into this case already thinking Kohberger was guilty, while demanding that anybody trying to talk to him about this case has to have an open mind to Kohberger being guilty, or he wasn't going to have the conversation. But he came into this as biased as you possibly could be. Doesn't want to talk about fog lights, doesn't give a shit about like anything else. Will talk about all of the problems and complain about all of the problems. Will literally state in his report that this is the most chaotic investigation he's ever been a part of. And then this is still what's happening. This is the weirdest shit. Like I said, he's going through a midlife crisis. And as was proven in the last live, I'm so mad that that's gone. Oh my God. Oh my God. I just remembered that that's gone. Somebody emailed me and was like, you remember what you said about a little red Corvette if he's having a midlife crisis? And he actually does have a little red Corvette. And it was his like border photo on Facebook from like 2024, which is after he took this case. And I was like, oh shit. Oh man, that sucks. That's gone.
Never be acceptable. Brian and I were talking before you guys jumped on. After the plea deal, I actually, and against the defense, Ann was incredibly upset with me for doing this. But I've created a 1 day debrief that I've been going around the country for free, providing to law enforcement. And for you guys, hopefully this helps a little bit. We've had an incredible response from law enforcement.
And notice how he prefaced with, and Ann is so pissed at me for this. Sure.
Going around the country for free, providing to law enforcement. And for you guys, hopefully this helps a little bit. We've had an incredible response from law enforcement. The service you guys got on this case, the average law enforcement agency is appalled by. Since November, when I started teaching this course, we've had 300 agencies throughout the United States attended. So it's resonating. We're getting a lot of endorsement of, yes, we need to change these things. But it's really interesting to look at that, just how much fell through the cracks in this case.
So I have a quick question, and I hope that it comes across the right way. So my question is separating the murders and the burglary from the stalking.
This is so weird right here.
And as we know, the state never picked up stalking charges, but the FBI currently still has an active investigation.
That was new. What do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, I'm glad you actually said something. So you're going to see a lot of Olivia's chest in this. She has on, I don't know what the hell, this white shirt thing. And then her inside shirt is like a spaghetti strap, like a tank type shirt, but it's like lace. So it's got no structure. And I don't think she's got a bra on. And so you're going to see like a lot of cleavage lines and like her bare chest right here a lot as she moves around. I don't know what the hell made her think this was a good idea, but you could see quite a bit of it. You could see quite a bit of it when the damn thing is full screen. I didn't notice that until we were live and like watching some of it, and her hair kind of like moved out the way. And I was like, God damn, what did you do that for? Why would you come on camera talking to this man and this other man on live TV with your shirt like that? That's freaking wild. Yeah, it's yeah.
And as we know, the state never picked up stalking charges, but the FBI currently still has an active investigation.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell
Do
she's talking
you
about.
think that some of those things were not picked up by the state because of this separation, or do you think that
yeah, and her dad. That's the, see, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, no shit. That's the worst freaking part, honestly. Yeah, something happens here and there's like a cut, and then they come back and she's got a green shirt on that's like completely covered. And I was kind of like, why is there a cut right there? I didn't notice any other cuts. That people said they saw a couple other cuts. I didn't see any other cuts. That's the first one that I noticed. But I bet you that's why. I bet you it's because there was a malfunction and her shirt opened too much and they had to cut. That's probably exactly what happened.
this would have been something that would not have driven a charge or would not have been evidence of a charge that they were not actively pursuing?
Yeah, this FBI thing is new.
I am guessing. This is my opinion of it, things that I've seen. I'm happy sharing this opinion to whoever, but there's a lot that needs to be filled in for it to land where I say 100% this is what's happening. I'm about 90%
You can't
here.
just answer the question.
They back themselves into a corner, into a no-win situation, because the problem the FBI has with stalking right now is they cannot prove stalking in the work product that they do. It'll never hold up in court. In fact, I don't think a federal prosecutor would even take the case. So that's why we haven't seen the FBI proceed with that. Does the FBI have information right now, or potentially the ability to go get information to prove that case? 100%. But their problem that
Can
they
you
have—
tell me what that would be?
well, it'd be that mobile advertiser ID. It would be mapping all of the AT&T records and looking at the pattern of life of Bryan over 6 months, where we see these routine travel patterns. We can see where he's going, what he's doing, how long he's stagnating there.
The same 6 months where he says in his report, and I'm not going to share it. I'm just going to read it because I've shared it already. I am unable to locate any period of time between June 23rd, 2022 and November 13th, 2022, where Mr. Kohberger's mobile device is in the same specific area as any of the deceased mobile devices. I am unable to identify any patterns that would be consistent with Mr. Kohberger frequenting locations also frequented by the deceased. No connections between Mr. Kohberger and the decedents or the decedent's residence. The exact verbiage used by the state is the exact verbiage that's used in, well, not the exact, but pretty freaking close. Like actually freaking almost perfect to each other. The state and Syray, Thompson and Syray, literally both said the same thing. So he's saying this shit while his report in January that he just talked about says the opposite. The one that was filed to the court under oath says the opposite.
But their problem that
Can
they
you
have—
tell me what that would be?
well, it'd be that mobile advertiser ID. It would be mapping all of the AT&T records and looking at the pattern of life of Bryan over 6 months, where we see these routine travel patterns. We can see where he's going, what he's doing, how long he's stagnating there. Understanding pattern of life is everything for this case. The problem the FBI—
Huh? Oh, like on the thing? Yeah, but he still shouldn't be flip-flopping what he has to say. His testimony is his testimony is his testimony is his testimony. Yeah, and now BK and Bryan out of nowhere. Now Bryan and Maddie literally out of nowhere. Out of freaking nowhere.
has is to make that stalking case, they're going to have to disclose or discover new evidence that never came out from the state of Idaho. And now you have these competing cases where you have a case that allegedly went through the entire process of discovery and never produced the evidence that's needed. And now for a federal case to all of a sudden say, oh, by the way, here's this other evidence. They've painted themselves into a corner that they can't explain.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I feel like there's two discoveries because I've actually heard almost everything that you've said already. That he was in that house, even waited in certain locations for like extended periods of time, no movement.
Celebrite didn't find anything.
This wasn't the only house that he stalked. There was like a loop that he was following, and there was a couple other places that he basically stood still for a certain amount of time. Just telltale signs that this person wasn't shopping, you know, and they cross-correlated to bank records and the ATMs and all that stuff. They had some stuff, the basic old school investigations they had down, but the
basic old school investigations where they cross-examined transactions and video surveillance from stores and all that other shit. The only thing it ever came close to was that Bethany Funk and Bryan Kohberger went to the same Target in Moscow on the same day, but hours apart, and that was it. They weren't probably even thinking about the store at the exact same time, much less at the store at the exact same time. Like, that's another crazy thing, is that months after Ray's report was submitted, we then had the motions in limine, where we had these ginormous ass lists of video camera footage and transaction histories in different stores, receipts for certain things. And the majority of all of that the state was going to submit all got removed too. It either was blank, it had information in a folder for, let's just say, Target, but it was actually Ross's information, but Ross's information was completely blank. There were stores that literally were just blank, like they didn't even have any proof that anybody even went to those stores. They had like purchases from Murphy from the PetSmart and stuff like that too, just like random. And stuff that really didn't hold a lot of value. And just, side note, the craziest part about the self-authentication record fight was the DoorDash stuff. Because they told us that they didn't have Xana's records. They only had Ethan's records, but yet they produced us that very first receipt that showed the address and the geolocation that showed it was the backslider. That was where it was supposed to be, wherever the geolocation is for the house is like the backslider area. Not technically where it got dropped off. That's just like the geolocation for the address itself. But then Moscow police releases via FOIA the DoorDash information, and holy shit, it's Xana's receipt. Well, y'all just told us in court before the plea that you didn't have Xana's receipts, that you only had Ethan's account information. So where did this come from? Because that's not what you just told us. And if you only had Ethan's again, how did you give us this original receipt in the courtroom? There's 1,000 questions about that. Then you need to go even further and remember Ethan's phone was on the floor next to Xana. Xana's phone was on the bed next to Ethan in all the crime scene photos. So what's all that shit about? And we still don't know when Ethan and Xana even got home. Now, again, Ray doesn't have Ethan's records, but he has Xana's records. He sure does. And even with Xana's records, he still can't tell us when they got home. All we know is that from Judge Hippler at 2:15, when the DoorDash is ordered, it's not ordered from inside the house. They don't tell us where she was, but it wasn't ordered inside the house. Not knowing where Xana and Ethan were is the reason why we went after the 11/12 footage, which we're still trying to go after because there's no audio in very important pieces, but we know that it exists. We just have to do all the hunting for them, apparently. This case is stressful, bro. This case is stressful.
Was almost like they outsourced it to the FBI, and then when the FBI were like, we're not so sure that our discovery is your discovery or our investigation is your investigation, that there was these huge gaps in it. And when they went to go to make a case, it wasn't so clear. So as a father, I'm like, I'll fill in the gaps if I can, especially when it comes to technology.
But you're giving them false information that's not verified. And that's
it was an eye opener. It was so frustrating to sit there with a guy who looks like Santa Claus, who has his consciousness, his short-term memory on a piece of paper, and has no clue about technology, never will. And there's 4 lives in the bounce. It's just scary.
I couldn't agree with you more. And, this is a big problem with the FBI. The FBI has a habit of coming in on these cases. And where the problem happens is the FBI has access to things they can't get into court properly. They can't lay the foundation the way that state courts require, but they still proceed. The IGG, I will tell you, the investigative genetic genealogy on this case is overlooked at how impactful it was. As soon as they made the decision to go with investigative genetic genealogy, this case was doomed from an ethical perspective because they had to go outside of policy, they had to hide things. And now once they got the hit, you can see it clear as day. The rest of the investigation is how do we hide the IGG? Because we don't ever want to talk about the way that for me as an old school investigator that drives me crazy is Bryan Kohberger's vehicle and his name are setting in a report that entire time. All they had to do is follow up and get a sample of his DNA. If they would have done.
So we talked about this earlier when we went over the Netflix documentary, because they talk about the termination letter that Kohberger has dated for December 19th. Now, December 19th is also the date that Moscow PD got the call from the FBI saying, we've got a name. Bryan Christopher Kohberger is the guy that you need to start looking into. According to Payne, when the call came in on the 19th, they were not told that it was from the knife sheath DNA results. They were just told a name from the FBI. And then the next day, they all got together and they watched the genealogy presentation on like a team meeting. Chief Jenkins from the WSU department over in Pullman, he's worked for both departments. He came out and did interviews and stated that while Bryan's car was seen on the 29th, and while previous to that, it was queried in the computer because they were looking up vehicles that were similar and in, their system, they did pull up Bryan's car. But on 11/27, Brett Payne from MPD sent out emails to several different police departments, including Pullman and WSU, telling them the make and model of the vehicle they were looking for. And Bryan's car did not fall in the year range for what they were looking for. So Chief Jenkins has said 1,500 times, and this was something that we've also knew beforehand. This was mentioned in court, that the 11/29 situation was never turned in. So I don't know why he says this anyway, because this isn't just coming from Chief Jenkins. This was mentioned in the courtroom on record. We watched it happen. We heard it. We know that there's correspondence, not just in email about how this tip wasn't turned in. We saw this, but we didn't turn it in, and this is the reason it didn't fall under whatever. It's not going to be in a report anywhere if it wasn't sent in. It was looked up. Yeah, they saw it. Okay, cool. It's in the history in the WSU computers that it popped up during a search. But what report would have been written up if it wasn't sent in? That doesn't make any logical sense. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. So I don't know where he's getting this from. We know what we were told. We know that we've been questioning a lot of this stuff for a long time. And he is now somebody who's claiming to have seen information, coming out here and saying stuff opposite than what was already said in the courtroom. Like, Ann Taylor talked about this. So are you coming out here now and saying that Ann Taylor just lied in court? That the officers in the emails that are talking about this situation are lying in the emails? Because we also have Brett Payne's instant messages that just got released over on Connor's channel. And he's speaking to several different people in several different departments and asking them all kinds of questions for like several different dates. And then we get to 12/19. And while he's asking about a Hyundai Elantra early on the morning, it comes back to people that don't have K as a last initial. It's like vowels, okay? E's and O's and R's and shit. Okay, I know R's not a vowel, but you know what I mean. E's and O's. Like, it's not Kohberger's. And then later on in the day is when Brett Payne starts to try to get a hold of somebody over there that's in charge to talk to them about the phone call they just got with Bryan's name. What report, Cyray? See, he said this over at the Custody Queens. And I don't know what he's talking about. And yeah, there's probably reasons why they would maybe want to hide a car that matches the description being over there, because we know they were just dealing with a sex scandal right whenever all this stuff started. The previous sex scandal that caused a bunch of problems for them just ended. So WSU themselves also had reasons to maybe not be so honest about things. But the truth of all of it, for what the public knows now, let me preface it like that. For what the public knows now, WSU never turned the information in because it didn't fall into the criteria. That's been said by the chief of police. It's been said in court by Ann Taylor. It's been showed in documents. It's been showed in emails. It's prefaced and insinuated in the conversations that we're looking at in the instant messages. What are you talking about, Cyree? What report? This is not something he can just come out here and say and not expect a little bit of pushback, because there's 7 different pieces of evidence that say otherwise. What report? Produce it, please.
On that, and stop trying to rely or over rely on this technology of the IgG produced. I think this is a completely different case, but they crossed the line with IgG. They knew they crossed the line, and everything we see after that is nothing more than smokescreen trying to hide what actually happened to identify him.
I'll go a step further and be careful with this. I wish my lawyer was here. The IgG was done in a scripted fashion of it works. We know how it does. They told me, the people that I've been around said, if we get it tossed out, it led to the dad. It never led to BK. And that's by design. It never goes to him. It goes to his father in the trash, established the law, and then we got a warrant and we got the cheek swab. We got it down. IgG is not going to ever be in court because it's a tip, and this is established.
Now, this is also crazy because we've heard this the whole time. It's a tip, it's a tip, it's a tip. It's not. The FBI guy who worked this case, Ed Jacobson, he's not the IgG department for the feds, okay? But he worked this case. He worked the scene. He helped with canvas. He helped this case. He worked in this case. He's like one of the few ex-feds that actually have worked the cases that they talk about. He spoke in the Amazon Prime one. He might have spoken in the Dateline one. I don't know for sure. But he did speak in the Sundance one, and he spoke in this Netflix one. In the Sundance one, the FBI agent Ed Jacobson calls the IgG an investigative lead. He doesn't call it a tip. The FBI guy himself calls it an investigative lead. That's what we have said this entire time, that we felt that it was, or at least those that agree with me, I guess I'll put it that way. Because the FBI was assisting with every part of this case. The FBI did the Amazon stuff. The FBI did the car ID. The FBI did the forensic downloads. The FBI handled the arrest. The FBI handled everything in Pennsylvania. The FBI handled everything. The FBI had their hands in every aspect of this case. And FBI agents were already going to be coming in and testifying. So why could we not have had one of the actual scientists that works for the FBI lab in Los Angeles, that according to Leah Larkin is where this was done, why couldn't one of the IgG people from Los Angeles come in and do the testimony? Oh, wait, because they broke a bunch of rules. And even though it's constitutionally unimportant that those rules were broken, they were still broken, and therefore a regular human juror is going to sit there and be like, yeah, that's shady. Why are you breaking the rules when you know better? This isn't okay. There's a problem here. And that's when everything started being rewritten. That's when the reverse engineering really started, because they had to figure out what to do from there. But all of this mess trying to say, oh, they would have had him without the IgG, they would have gotten there already. Where? There was not a single tip that had anything to do with Bryan Kohberger in all the thousands of tips that were submitted prior to them getting to the 19th. Not even anything that didn't have a name, but maybe even sounded a little bit like him. Nothing. How do they possibly think they would have gotten to Kohberger without this IgG fiasco? There's no way. There's no way.
Warrant, and we got the cheek swab. We got it down. IGG is not going to ever be in court because it's a tip, and this is established standard, and we're not.
How many cases is IGG mentioned in court just fine? Serial rapist in Boston, Long Island serial killer, Zodiac killer where it was first introduced, right? Like, come on. What is the problem? Was it the Zodiac or the Golden? Was it the Golden Gate or the Zodiac? It was one of those two. One of those older serial killers is where the IGG first got started. I know we read about it in CC Moore's article, but honestly, I never followed any of those cases, so they don't stick to my brain. I'm sure somebody remembers. But IGG is in court all the time. Genealogy, familial DNA is used in court for testimony. It's used a lot. So people talk about it in court. It's not something that's done in every single case and then never talked about in a courtroom. That's not how that works. Steve, that's crazy. It's also not a tip. If you are contracted with the police department, if you are doing investigative work, if you are working an active investigation and you come up with an answer to a question that the investigators have on your team and now you have your answer, that's not a tip. Ed Jacobson is correct. That's an investigative lead. Golden
Gonna
Gate.
let a little
Yeah,
podunk Moscow make court law or state law or any kind of law. This is never going to get into a courtroom because we have these established practices, and that is what it is. And, you know, if you call a tip on a black SUV that you've seen that has some kind of explosives in it and something, and you want to give that tip, well, that doesn't go into court either. So
weird.
I get where they're going with it, and the greater good. I'm just a dad trying to make sure that my daughter in the system gets better, but I do see some red flags, and I know we had the right guy, and we just made it all difficult for everyone. We just made it so difficult for everyone because nobody knew what they were doing.
Yeah,
and see how he's trying to blame little po-bunk MPD? The FBI stepped in on Monday. Ed Jacobson is the one who approached Chief Fry that Monday, and it started assisting. The FBI touched everything. Why does he keep trying to pretend like they didn't have unlimited resources? It's not that they didn't know what they were doing. They knew exactly what they were doing because it was done intentionally. And he can't sit there, Mr. Up Top, and start pretending like that's not the truth, because that word right there is in his report probably 50 times. Exculpatory evidence was intentionally omitted, intentionally concealed, intentionally withheld. Those are really strong words.
And we just made it all difficult for everyone. We just made it so difficult for everyone because nobody knew what they were doing.
Yeah, and go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I think it's difficult for people to grasp that we can stand behind his guilt, but not understand or agree with everything that the prosecution and state did.
You don't agree with anything
And it
they
makes
did.
it difficult for us to be put in a position where we are having to defend the state's case that we don't fully understand. And there's a lot of missing pieces for us. And that's the only way that we can justify his guilt. So it puts us in a difficult position of being like, man, you guys are really making us.
But that's also crazy because the state is giving you and telling you exactly what they don't have. And you're taking your unofficial information from a source that's hijacking it for $30,000 and using that as your Bible on this case. There is nothing in evidence at all. The documents prove that. The state has proven that. They've already said that. So no. You cannot sit there and say that you like this is an issue for you. How can you? I mean, I understand that it's an issue for you, but there's no way that you can sit there and be that naive. You're going based off of your father's shadow dragon experience. What else could you possibly have? Now they're completely like fueled up because of this guy coming out here and being dishonest. I know that they can read. Olivia has at least taken the initiative before to meet with the state and try to get some answers. She left with more questions. Her own words, not mine, but typical in this case. What the state produced to you is no connections, no evidence, no nothing, and you're grasping on to the first person, literally the first person who's going to feed you your story back to you, is how I feel like this is what's happening here. Because everything that he's trying to like come out here and say is the same shit that Steve has been trying to come out here and say this whole time about, oh no, I want to see what window he was looking at. I want to know why he was parked here for this amount of time. Where the hell are you getting this from? There was no way in shit that Steve would have ever had access to anybody's phone records like that. There's no way. So this is weird. It's like Cyree is feeding him his own story. It's very strange.
Fight for your work that you did that you yourself won't stand behind. That's a conversation that we have a lot as a family.
Like Cyree? Cyree did work. He put it to a piece of paper. He filed it to the courtroom. And now he's coming out here and giving us a complete 180. Isn't that the same thing? You're praising him for doing it.
There's a lot of missing pieces for us. And that's the only way that we can justify his guilt. So it puts us in a difficult position of being like, man, you guys are really making us fight for your work that you did that you yourself won't stand behind. That's a conversation that we have a lot as a family.
Like
yeah, I can imagine. And Steve, with what you said, and I hate to put it in these terms, but it summarizes exactly what you said. The end result justifies the means, right? It doesn't matter how we get to him through IGG because we have all of these bailout plans that we feel we can protect ourselves.
And see, that's also a really crazy ass statement because the state, Nye and Thompson already said multiple times, and it's remained the same, that the DNA on the sheath was the weight of their case. So how can you sit there and say, oh, they knew that they could do whatever they needed to with the IGG because we had all these other things that we can go off of, all these other things that we could use? No, you didn't. The DNA was the strength of your case. Y'all said that yourself. Well, not you. I guess you now, but you weren't them back then, you traitor. So no, that's not true either. That's not true at all.
Time law enforcement takes the idea or the process or the methodology that the end result can justify the means, we're in trouble. Because what happened with that is they created the situation, they realized how impactful it was now, and now the next 4 months of investigation is nothing more than trying to hide what they did at the beginning. And that's why we see the phone records were never analyzed because they didn't need the phone records. The phone records for AT&T were nothing more than a smoke screen so that they could say, oh, look, we got this tip, we followed up on the phone, we found this, and oh, that led us over here. The phone records were never gathered as a true investigative tool because they already have the narrative written. And whatever aligned with that narrative because of IGG, they brought in, and anything that contradicted that narrative, they eliminated. A really good point on this is they committed in the first search warrant to Bryan driving east on 270. Everything, and it repeats itself, on 50 different search warrants that he traveled east on 270. Bryan Kohberger was never on Highway 270 that night, ever. He took a route north of the airport. He actually crossed 95 north of Moscow, and then he dropped back down south on the east side of Moscow. And that's why he ends up on Indian Hills, is he actually came from the east. And he did that because he's smart enough to know about the cameras. What drove me crazy in this case is when you see him go.
Now, this is also wild. So this is where we're going to pull back up the maps. We did this before. We're going to do it again. So when he's talking, and I'm going to have to change everything I just did because I want the map bigger. Hold on a second. Hold on, let's see. Where's the thing? Okay. So when he's talking about where the travel was, according to him. Oh, shit. Okay. According to him, he is trying to say that Bryan went a road above 270 that goes above the airport. But again, he's not producing a damn map, you know, because of course not. So, hold on. Let's do it like this. So here's Pullman. And here's 270 to Moscow, okay? So you have the airport right here. Is this the best way to do that? Hold on a minute. Traffic, no. Turning. What is happening? Transit. What is going on? I guess like this, I guess. I don't really know what the hell's going on here. Okay. There's a road that goes above the airport right here, like literally above the airport, like actually above the airport. But then there's 27 that can go up this way to the cemetery in Wayland and then go around. But he's basically trying to say that Kohberger took a route above 270 up north this way somewhere, went across 95, and then came down some way, because he's not being very specific. He's just saying that whatever road that he took after he crossed 95 plops down into Indian Hills. Well, Indian Hills is like, over here somewhere. Let's see, where are we at right here? There's the house. Indian Hills is right here. So he's trying to say that the road that he took plops down into Indian Hills. Well, I don't know what road that could have been. I don't know what road that could have possibly been. But he's saying that this is the way that he has noticed a pattern of Kohberger going this way when he goes towards Moscow. But he's not being, again, I don't know which road he means. Like, could he have gone up this way, up 27, and then gone over this way and came out right past the airport and then continued on? I don't know. I don't know. This is why I said if he was going to come out and talk, he really needs to be out here producing a map about what he's talking about, because there's different directions and different ways, and he's not being specific, and he's going against what he's already stated. And that's ridiculous to think that we're not going to, say something about how now you're backtracking. Like, that's insane. It's just actually insane.
Go back. And by the way, the reason he went south is he panicked. Dylan saw him.
See,
he saw
he's
Dylan.
Just making up shit.
Reasonable minds would say 911 is being called. And you can see in the video when he leaves, he's leaving in a hurry. If he drives back that same route, he's driving towards where Moscow PD is responding from. He's going to go right back towards the police department. So he has to go down south. When you look at 6 months worth of his records, he doesn't have activity down south. He doesn't know 95 south of Moscow. So he gets about 12, 13 miles outside of Moscow. He pulls over. There's a good gap there, which has always been a concern to me, where he sits there for probably 10 minutes.
A concern.
He powers his phone back on. He goes into navigation mode, and we see the route back.
It's crazy dark, too. So the audience might not know what it's like out here in Idaho. You get out in that farm community, there's no lights. We don't have it's dark as anything. Your headlights are all you have and high grass. So it gets if you're not prepared for that, you're not going to be able to figure out where you're going. And without a phone, if that's your primary source of navigation, you're driving around like an idiot, for a certain amount of time.
Well, then, like I said, we've got 6 months of records. I've got a mapping system. I can put everything in there. I can hit a play button, and I can watch his phone for 6 months going around the map. What you see that morning of him coming back to Pullman, you never see in the prior 5 months of records. That's the first time he's ever done that route. And then within 48 hours, he's doing the exact same route again. And that's the last time you'll see him do that. You give me the layest of late jurors. I can connect the dots there to have them see exactly what's happening. And right after he completes that route, he goes down to Lewiston, right down to the Snake River. He's there for less than a minute or two, and then he's right back to Pullman. Like, what's happening? Of course we know what's happening. So yeah, I'm with you guys on the frustration. My apologies. Like, you guys should never have been in that situation. This is an FBI issue, and I'll frame this piece. I don't put this out publicly very often. When the plea deal was reached, I contacted the FBI CAS team, and I actually told them, hey, I did a lot of the investigation here. I know what the cross-examination that you guys were going to be subjected to looks like. You'd name your place. I'll fly to you anywhere in the country, and I will give you the full debrief of what I saw on my side and how we could get better. They never returned my call.
Because you did it after the plea, because you're worthless self-preservationist. That's why.
So, even reaching out saying, I'll give you as much insight from the defense perspective of this to be better prepared next time, they're just not interested. And the other thing that I will tell you guys just drove me crazy. Now that my report's out,
drove me crazy, bro.
Your guys' last name is all over that report because I did an inventory. I put in, hey, here's what the phones were provided. And then I listed the phones by last names. The only last names in my report that were redacted are the FBI agents that worked on this case. Yeah. So all of the victims' last names are in this report that went out to the public with the last 4 digits of their phone. But the FBI agents,
phone numbers that are no longer working and names that are well known. What are you mad about? Fix your freaking eyebrows. Shut up.
Names in my report that were redacted are the FBI agents that worked on this case. So all of the victims' last names are in this report that went out to the public with the last 4 digits of their phone, but the FBI agents get their last name redacted? Like, what is that? That is
it's insane. Happening a lot. It's stop. Really,
if you off record, if you ever want to know about some of the worst, we'll let you know, but I won't propagate them here publicly.
I just want to go back for a second to something you said, Sai. So
never makes any
with the A&W, which is that gas station right down the road from the house. So you're saying you mapped his phone and also, was it the victim's phones at the same time there?
Correct. And there's movement where they're all in the area of the house before that. And then we see it pop up over by the A&W, but they're together. They're at least mapping.
Traveling together
and they're
is
mapping,
what he wants you to think.
Not the exact same lat longs. They're
because you have to remember, he's already said there's no behavior of stalking. Over there on Custody Queens and here, he even said, well, the FBI can't prove it because there was none. So he can't sit there and say, oh, they can't prove stalking. And I can't say that there was any stalking behavior and then be like, oh, they were traveling together. So you're trying to tell us there's a connection somewhere, but it's an innocent one. And there's some other crazier shit happening. Because what's up? What's up, Cyree? Show us your reports. Show us your proof. Show us your extra camera footage. Because shouldn't there be some? Shouldn't there be camera footage for all of this? There's no way that the state would have him at the gas station and going back and forth with them. What would be the reason to hide that if that's true? What would be the reason to hide that if that's true? This is a crazy statement. Considering all the statements he's already said.
Just slightly off, but they're within meters of each other, which is, for me, that's a tall tale sign that we're getting better accuracy, because sometimes the system will default if there's a problem with the system and everybody will get the same lat long ping for like a 5,000 meter radius, but all of the lat longs are identical. In this case, they're just slightly different. They're just a couple meters apart.
Like and driving in different cars, but together.
It happens multiple times. There's also an incident, and it was the second. I'm going to screw these dates up, but I can give them to you guys later if it's important. It was the first weekend after school started, and I believe it was Kaylee and Maddie went to Pullman, and I believe there was some type of a sorority, maybe fraternity party, and it's in the apartment complex right next to Bryan Kohberger's apartment. And at one point, Bryan.
So this would be like either August 27th or August 28th, a party in Pullman. So I wonder if I can FOIA that.
Either there was some type of a sorority, maybe fraternity party, and it's in the apartment complex right next to Bryan Kohberger's apartment. And at one point, Bryan Kohberger's phone moves over to that apartment complex as well. And that's rare. He doesn't typically hang out in that complex. But this is all the way going back in August, that first weekend after school started, the phones intersect in Pullman.
He just said he doesn't normally hang out in that complex. He was only there for a few months, and this was just a week after he moved in. How would you know what he normally would do if he just moved in there? Like, that's crazy. Okay. So, okay, is this, let's see right here. Hold on a second. I want to see something. no, be still. Okay, so we've got the Steptoe Apartments parking lot and then the Steptoe Village Apartments. So would it be Kimiak Apartments next to that? Or the Grove? I guess it could be. Now, I will say that the conversation was had between Brett Norton and Steve Goncalves about the pool party that he was invited to in Moscow by his neighbor compared to a pool party over here. Now, what's interesting about this is that in those conversations, Steve Goncalves told Brat that the pool party that a lot of people were talking about was like an outdoor one, either an indoor one or an outdoor one, and that the one that Kohberger was at was the opposite. It was the opposite. So if this one's outdoor, I'm going to assume that maybe the one that Kohberger went to was indoor. I don't know. The conversations are in the Google Drive between him and Brett Norton. So it looks like Steptoe Village is like this way, this sector of apartments, I guess. And Steptoe Apartments is over here. There's no way these are separate. I've never seen it separated like this before. I think it's just messing with me because I'm looking at it. But we have the Kamiak Apartments right here. And then we have like all the way over here, but there's a whole like field thing. So did he mean apartment complex? Or did he mean like the building next to Kohberger? You know what I mean? But we do know that we've heard about a pool party at the Grove before. But even Steve, again, when he's talking about the pool parties with Brett Norton from TikTok in those messages, even he is like, yeah, the pool parties are not the same. We can't find any proof of them being at a pool party together or a party together, is what he was saying in those messages. So this is interesting.
Yeah, the prosecution was doing the exact same thing. They were trying to take his phone activity and cross-correlate it with the other people in the phone. They wanted to know who was in the house at a certain time because the route, they wanted to plan the route to who was in there because they were trying to figure out who was the after. And Olivia can tell you the exact day that Kaylee moved in there. I think you said it was like May.
Yeah, into the King Road house. She did move in May.
Yeah, so other people speculated there was no one in the house or only Maddie was in the house. We've never tried to play the blame game. We don't care about that. Who's to blame is BK, and we're holding him accountable. None of the victims. Like, another thing I appreciate you saying is no cleanup. We've really chased that down because, I mean, they're literally driving these young girls to the point of they don't have a life anymore.
Which is such a lie. I don't understand why he's also a fucking coward. Sorry, not sorry. When it comes to Dylan, because in the same messages between him and Brett Norton, he's talking about how the grand jury members were questioning why Dylan wasn't facing charges. James Patterson mentions getting grand jury members together with the Goncalveses. Steve has even said in News Nation interviews that grand jury people have spoken to him. And in those conversations, Dylan was a big question. Everything that she said gave them more questions than answers, and they were really, really worried and curious about Dylan. He also talks a lot of shit about Dylan in those messages because he doesn't understand how is she going to come out here and say she didn't hear or see anything. He's frustrated. Where is all of that? We already know the girls left them on red. Olivia contacted both of them on, I believe it was Instagram, and neither one of them responded. to this day, according to the last time that Olivia spoke, because I don't really give two shits what Christy has to say in her lies on freaking Facebook, the girls hadn't even talked to the Goncalveses even after the plea. October 2025, Olivia came out and did an interview with Brian Inton, and they hadn't talked to Dylan or Bethany. I highly doubt that that's changed. But Dylan also never stopped living her little bitty old life either. She instantly was having photos of herself at college parties with alcohol in her hands, posted all over social media. There wasn't really a lot of breaks in her little activities. Bethany's also still living her life. I don't know what the hell Steve's talking about. We see it. We're out in the public. We see what they're doing.
We've really chased that down because I mean they're literally driving these young girls to the point of they don't have a life anymore. So you're not true crime anymore. You're speculation, Hollywood fan fiction crap. And
as they're literally over here making shit up based off of nothing. As they're making things up with no receipts. Okay.
And I would love for true crime to get back on focus and say, how do we make the world a better place? How do we make sure that people are coming together to actually have less murders and mass murders every single year? That's something we should work towards, not this fan fiction stuff. I mean, so that's part of the reason why we're here today. This is why we've been so dedicated. That's why we made a charity. This is why we have Murder Has a Name. We're doing everything in these girls and these victims' names, Ethan as well, and make sure that the world's a better place. Really, it's just the world's a better place when this is said and done.
Yeah.
You said no cleanup side. I mean, right? That you
there's he was in and out. We're talking minutes. And there was I'm limited on some of this information. There was some reenactments that I know were done, and the reenactments, this crime could clearly be carried out by a single individual, and it's 5 to 6 minutes. And if this,
the reports that came out from these little weirdos, fake stabbing up in the air like a Gypsy Rose video, okay, in this little reenactment, they're trying to say anywhere between 1 minute and 45 seconds to 3 minutes and 15 seconds. With how Xana was fighting her ass off? With 4 people? All those wounds? People not being still? People fighting back? Y'all are insane. So not only is he talking out of his ass, but he's talking out of his ass. Because he doesn't even remember what the freaking reenactment actually says. He just doubled the time to make it sound plausible. But that's not what it says whatsoever. And the state really wants you to believe that Bryan Kohberger ninja'd his ass all through that house, levitating everywhere, not tracing blood anywhere on the floor outside of the bedrooms or anywhere after fighting off Xana and getting blood all over the floor. Again, you can literally see her finger drag marks. That's how much blood is on the floor in Xana's room. Yet there's no transfer marks coming out whatsoever on that floor, like someone walked out of that room. There's no way. There's no way.
If push ever came to shove and that had to be proven in court, I know there's video out there of the reenactment. It's like, there is no doubt that this is a single offender. But on that point, I think what you guys are hitting at, it's frustrating to see is, Turvey wants to say that there's cleanup because of things that are absent. Basically there's things that aren't in a bathroom, therefore it's indicative of cleanup. There's no evidence of what that bathroom looked like before or after. Like if we start building.
He's mentioning Turvey in the bathroom, and no one gives two shits about Turvey in the bathroom. Sorry, I don't. I care about there being no blood in between the crime scenes on the floor. We know about the little, undiluted blood, and we know about the very not diluted blood that's Ethan's. And about how there's none of Xana's blood outside of the bedroom, even though they really want us to believe she got attacked in the kitchen when there's no proof. They really want you to believe a narrative they cannot produce any evidence of. All based on a story of someone who's lying because, again, she didn't call Bethany. she didn't hear screaming and crying and start calling Maddie and Xana and Kaylee's phones before she called Bethany, and only went down to Bethany's room because Bethany's the only one that ever answered the phone after she tried to call everybody else. None of that's true. She was also up the entire night. The timeline thing shows her going up and down several different times upstairs. It's not just one time it shows her going up to the 3rd floor because it shows 2 flights of stairs. There are several times where she's making movements, at least in the very small pieces that we've seen. But we know from her phone records that she was up the entire time taking videos, taking photos, doing stuff on social media. How does Side act like he doesn't know any of that? Or does he really not know any of that because he really doesn't know a lot of anything and he's out here full of shit? Sounds like he's just out here full of shit.
Doing a case on that type of speculation, Bryan Kohberger is going to walk, right? That's just absurd. And I felt a deep obligation to call Turvey out. And, I'm going to piece something together for you guys. Sure. And I've been on the fence if I should voice this, but I think it's the right thing to do. So if I get in trouble later on, so be it. Don't get caught up in what I believe is a very rehearsed scam that is happening right now. If you look at what's happened over the last 3 months, let me help you guys connect some dots. Brett Turvey gets with Whitcomb, who's another idiot. Like the guy who's never investigated a homicide is going to be the armchair quarterback that's going to change this thing, right? So Turvey and Whitcomb partner up. Turvey becomes very outspoken about this. And what does Ann Taylor do? She publicly reprimands him and issues this cease and desist. If you think about what Turvey's saying Bryan Kohberger is innocent, that this is a big conspiracy, that there's other people. I mean, he goes as far as saying Dylan is potentially how absolutely absurd.
Oh, it's so absurd.
And
the
Taylor
liar might
reprimands
actually
him
be lying.
from
That's
proclaiming BK's innocence.
Jesus Christ.
I come out with a book. I go around to law enforcement. Ann knows I told her I was going to go teach law enforcement. I have been very, very clear. I've always thought Bryan Kohberger is guilty. I think in 10 out of 10 courts in America convict this kid. Every single time we go to court, he gets convicted. The question is, does all the evidence come in because of some of the ways that the evidence was managed, which is a whole different conversation. But I am very outspoken that Bryan Kohberger is the guy.
I think you're full of shit.
Why hasn't Ann issued a letter to me about breaching my NDA or all this stuff? I will argue any day of the week. What I am saying is way more detrimental to the defense's case than what Bryan Turvey said.
Or do you have no proof of your bullshit and there's proof of what Turvey is saying, therefore you're an irrelevant little pissant and she just doesn't care? I mean, because that could be it too.
Or Brent Turvey, and she did the one with Turvey. If you guys look at the picture, and here's the critical dates. The Thursday before the plea deal, Ann says in open court, Your Honor, I can't effectively represent my client.
Now, I think I saw Kathy IndyZone on Twitter post about this earlier, and I was like, duh, why didn't I think to go look at the damn docket? So we went in to go try to see, well, she had posted like the calendar to see if it showed anything about 2025 open court like 2 days before the plea. And that's actually kind of crazy because we don't see them doing anything 2 days before the plea happened. There was a closed session that took place on 6/18/25, which is right before, but not 2 days before. That was 2 weeks before. And we do have a transcript for it. I remember going over it, but it's been a while. I don't know if it says anything about discovery. Let me see. No. Not that it's in here, no. The word discovery is not pulling up anything. So I don't know. I don't know what he could be talking about unless there was something that was done that's not on the docket. Because I showed you guys the messages from Kara about them getting a message on the Thursday. I believe the Thursday was the 27th. Was that the 27th? Let me pull up the calendar. The 26th of June, the families got an email that they needed to meet with the state on the 27th at noon for like a Zoom meeting. And then by the 30th, the plea deal was being announced, and the Goncalves said that they got an email on the night of the 29th that a deal had been reached. But after this 18th hearing, they were still submitting witness lists and all kinds of other stuff. So we know that there was conversations about a bunch of data being released. That's something that Turvey mentioned, but it wasn't 2 days before. It definitely doesn't show anything on the docket that there was anything 2 days before, but there was conversations being had, because 2 days before the plea, if you want to count business days, would have been the Thursday that the families were contacted and said, hey, we need to meet with you tomorrow at noon in a Zoom meeting. So maybe there was something said in a close quarters session that's not on the record for some reason that he would know about, because I guess he would just know if that was the case, if Ann told them about it. But there's nothing currently public that shows that there was anything said 2 days before any of this took place.
My NDA or all this stuff. I will argue any day of the week. What I am saying is way more detrimental to the defense's case than what Brian Turvey said, or Brent Turvey. And she did the one with Turvey. If you guys look at the picture, and here's the critical dates. The Thursday before the plea deal, Ann says in open court, Your Honor, I can't effectively represent my client.
Oh, no, he said open court. Yeah, no, he's wrong. He's wrong. No matter how you say it, because no, there was no open court 2 days before.
Don't get the continuation. So you have the primary attorney on this case saying in open court, it's one of the last statements she made before the plea deal, I cannot effectively represent my client. Those are not small words for an attorney to say in open court. And then 72 hours later, we have a plea deal, and the way the plea deal came down, the way you guys were notified is disgusting. I've never seen that in 30 years. Like that, there's all kinds of craziness going on there.
We just learned that his family's there at the plea deal.
No shit.
His family was there, so they learned before we did. That's the disrespect.
What are you getting at, though, Si? If you can just connect the pieces of what you're trying to say a little more. I'm just trying to follow.
We have the ineffective counsel claim. We have the plea deal gets worked out within 72 hours. And Taylor stays on as Kohberger's attorney. Like this last year, she's the only person.
There was no open court before this. The 18th is the only one where there was like a session, and they had one section that was open and one section that wasn't. I'm not finding the word discovery in any of the transcripts, so I don't know what he's talking about.
On the jail logs, I was visiting him on a regular basis. He hasn't sought out new counsel. She's very much in his ear on a daily basis. We then see the Turvey Whitcomb book come out where, hey, there's all this conspiracy. Anne has to separate herself from that and says, oh, I don't agree with this. I'm going to reprimand you guys. Like, don't say these things. And now we see Brian drop. And I knew the appeal was coming. In my book that I sent to the publisher in February, which is a manual, it's not a Bryan Kohberger tell-all, I put it in the book. Like, the appeal is coming. There's no doubt about it.
You called it before it happened.
And what I'm convinced about is Turvey and Ann are together on this. Turvey and Ann are not at odds. Ann needed some new.
Well, see, I don't know if he knows about the additional information about the leak, because Turvey told the Idaho Statesman guy, Kevin Fixler, that the leak investigation has gone from being an administrative investigation into being a criminal investigation, and that the police had been contacting Turvey to try to get a statement from him about the leak case, and that Ann Taylor had contacted him to give him permission to speak to the cops about the situation. And he was like, why in the actual shit are you calling and telling me to talk to the cops about a leak investigation? Like, he claims that that's not normal for an attorney to be contacting an expert and having a conversation about this and being like, oh, it's okay if you talk to them. Like, I do find that honestly like a bit strange, but I wonder if he knows about any of that. Because for him to be like, oh, this is a whole scam thing, I don't think that Turvey would have mentioned the leak thing. I mean, maybe it's even more elaborate than I could even imagine. I mean, who freaking knows? I doubt it, though. So I don't know. I just don't feel like he knows that. I don't even think he mentions the leak at all in these interviews. I don't know if he ever did.
New information, because that's the only way an effective counsel gets any legs at all. They need something new to get spun up. They need it to be very well known. And now there has to be this separation where Ann is helping Bryan, but not directly involved. And who takes that role is Turby. So Turby comes out, says all this nonsense. Bryan writes his thing. The last missing piece, and mark my words, I think we're going to see it in the next 60 to 90 days. Ann will absolutely fall.
Yeah, I'm going to be over. I forgot to tell you guys. I'm going to be over on the verdict room tomorrow night. I don't remember what time it is. I never remember what time it is. But thank you for reminding me, Mike, because I completely forgot too. I mean, it's not like I had other plans. I just completely forgot. But yeah, I'm going to be over on the verdict room tomorrow so we can talk about the case.
Her sword for BK. She is a true believer. She believes he's innocent. She has an unhealthy relationship with him. And I think we're going to see Ann come out in the next like 60 to 90 days, maybe a little bit longer, depending on the timeline. And she's going to eat the ineffective counsel. She's going to say he's right. I missed it. I should have known about it. And
big break moment. I just looked at it with a new lens with this new thing. Yeah. I'm going to go even further. I'm going to let some stuff out of the bag. So I've talked to some authors, and so they actually.
Turby comes out, says all this nonsense. Bryan writes his thing. The last missing piece, and mark my words, I think we're going to see it in the next 60 to 90 days. Ann will absolutely fall on her sword for BK. She is a true believer. She believes he's innocent. She has an unhealthy relationship with him.
So if she, after all of this, still is portraying to you that she still believes that he is 100% innocent, even after seeing your little bullshit, you also gave that information over to the state, and they didn't want none of it. You then called the FBI. They didn't want any of shit either. You sound less credible every time you open your mouth.
And I think we're going to see Ann come out in the next like 60 to 90 days, maybe a little bit longer, depending on the timeline. And she's going to eat the ineffective counsel. She's going to say he's right. I missed it. I should have known about it. And
big break moment. I just looked at it with a new lens with this new thing. Yeah. I'm going to go even further. I'm going to let some stuff out of the bag. So I've talked to some authors, and so they actually have footage of BK boxing. He's an amateur boxer. They have a whole thing of him in the ring. 3 minutes, 162 punches. 160. That was going to be like, oh, he couldn't do 150 in 12 minutes. No, they have him.
Notice what he just said, though. I talked to an author. Author is not the fucking cop, Steve. The author is not an investigator. The author is not the state. We've already seen everything on the freaking exhibit lists for both sides that was going to be submitted at court. There was no boxing video at all.
Of him in the ring. 3 minutes, 162 punches. 160. That was going to be like, oh.
That was going to be like what? Not presented at court because an author has it. It's not going to go to court. What are you talking about? And where's this video? Y'all have had this video since how long? Since James Patterson? You've never showed anybody? You've never leaked it to none of your little social media peeps? Did you learn your lesson from Brett Norton? No, probably not. Where's the video, Steve?
Oh, he couldn't do 150 in 12 minutes. No, they have him in 3 minutes throwing blows of 162 times. So there was more than enough time. There was actually more time for you to go in and maneuver and do things, change clothes, whatever you did. There was time there, and they were going to show him physically doing it against another human being that was willing to fight him. And these people are sleeping in bed. They were going to show all that, Steve, were they?
They were going to show all of that, Steve? Where? Show me on the exhibit list where this boxing video is, Steve. Or do you not know where to even find the documents? You probably don't even know where to look.
Of 162 times. So there was more than enough time. There was actually more time for you to go in and maneuver and do things, change clothes, whatever you did. There was time there, and they were going to show him physically doing it against another human being that was willing to fight him. And these people are sleeping in bed. They had a really good plan. Some parts they were going to execute really well. Other parts they didn't execute as well. But to anyone who thinks that somebody could go in there, they didn't have enough time, you don't know your facts. They were going to show you to your face.
So you think
the author was going to show us to our face, Steve? The author was going to pop up in court and be like, hold on, I object. I have a video. Was that going to happen? Was that going to happen?
But to anyone who thinks that somebody could go in there, they didn't have enough time, you don't know your facts. They were going to show you to your face.
So you think, Sai, right? I mean, you would know, I guess, you on the inside that Ann Taylor
drink after this,
actually believes he's innocent and has an unhealthy relationship with him?
I am concerned about the ongoing communication, the protection, just that I don't know how else to explain it, almost as like a motherly instinct with Bryan. To Steve's point, 100%. The Kohberger family was way more involved on that plea deal than the victims' families ever were. I believe that there was conversations going from the jail in real time of this thing going down. There's no doubt about that. But
what's the problem?
And I've done a lot of these cases.
Why does he want to rile up Steve about the fact that Bryan's family was like in the communications for this plea? Why? No shit. Why wouldn't someone's family be involved in the conversation? I feel like that's pretty normal protocol. Is it not? Is it not normal for people that have a family that gives a shit about them to be involved in such a ginormous decision and be there for the conversation? Steve gets so freaking mad about this, and I don't understand why. There's nothing to inform the parents about unless a decision is actually made. So freaking what? If his family was there to help him figure out what to do. Why is that such a big deal? Someone explain it to me like I'm 5. I don't get it.
Instinct with Bryan. To Steve's point, 100%. The Kohberger family was way more involved on that plea deal than the victims' families ever were. I believe that there was conversations going from the jail in real time of this thing going down. There's no doubt about that. But I've done a lot of these cases. I've done a lot of death penalty cases. It is very unusual for the defense attorney on the case, especially one who's technically a public defender, to stay involved and active with the defendant in prison visitations the year following a plea deal. That is incredibly rare. Like the case is done.
Maybe for them it's not, and that's why she visits him so much.
No one is making contact with him. So the idea that it's all Ann and only Ann, and he has
and his family all the time.
That is incredibly rare. Like the case is done. No one is making contact with him. So the idea that it's all Ann and only Ann, and he hasn't obtained a new attorney for this appeal, to me is very telling.
This is also not an appeal. This is a post-conviction relief filing. How do you not know the difference, Cyree? Don't you know the difference? He's also at this point been assigned one. As far as I know, we don't have a name yet. But Judge Hippler approved for him to be assigned an Ada County public defender for this petition filing. This is not an appeal, Cyree.
I think jail logs and jail calls would really expose a regular routine between Ann and Bryan that they're visiting and talking on a weekly, if not daily basis at times, which is weird. Yeah, that's unhealthy in my opinion. As a criminal defense attorney, you got to keep that line between your clients.
How is that unusual?
Yeah, I was told by insiders that it's a small community we live in that said she's purposely after you, Steve. She's watching your interviews, making us all watch it together and coming up with discovery based off your conversations. And
because you actively threaten Kohberger's life. What was it you said? Drunk off your freaking ass at CrimeCon in front of everybody? Gin Pop's gonna pop real soon or some crazy shit like that? You just threatened him again at the end of the Jesse Weber interview right before this. Your dumbass does it to yourself. Yeah, I'd be watching you if I was Bryan's lawyer too. You're crazy. You're crazy. You say all kind of crackhead stuff. I'd have a whole team. I am a whole team. I'd do that for my own damn self. I'm sure they are watching your ass. Crazy mofo. Goddamn.
You, Steve, she's watching your interviews, making us all watch it together and coming up with discovery based off your conversations. And once I
making us all watch it together and coming up with discovery. Who in the courthouse or in the public defender's office is telling him this kind of shit?
Your clients, right?
Yeah, I was told by insiders that it's a small community we live in that said she's purposely after you, Steve. She's watching your interviews, making us all watch it together and coming up with discovery based off your conversations. And once I learned that, guess what?
Is that somebody inside the public defender's office?
But I started talking about Bluetooth. I started talking about other things and just put her on rabbit trails. Just
now he's admitting that he is obstructing justice.
Based off your conversations. And once I learned that, guess what? I started talking about Bluetooth. I started talking about other things and just put her on rabbit trails just to play chess with her. But
okay.
I've heard some really unnatural things are going on in this case.
She's trying to get him to shut up.
Is there evidence?
Look, she's not even talking. She's like, she doesn't want him to. Look, she doesn't want him admitting all this crazy
watch
shit.
It together and coming up with discovery based off your conversations. And once I learned that, guess what? I started talking about Bluetooth. I started talking about other things and just put her on rabbit trails.
What a crazy ass dude.
Just to play chess with her. But I've heard some really unnatural things are going on in this case.
Is there evidence? I'll save Steve for a minute. On Olivia's cue.
And then Steve wonders why people are watching him. Look at the dumb shit you say. And then you smile like a complete dipshit because you think this shit's funny. While you then bitch and cry about how the state never talks to you or gives you any information, while you come out with this bullshit. Get help, bro. For real.
I'm just joking. Is there evidence, Sai, that we don't know about that was never public?
I think there's definitely stuff that has been withheld and has still been withheld. I don't know how much it was conveyed to the victims' families, universally, not just Steve and Olivia, but across the board. There's some really disturbing things on his internet history that I don't know ever really came out that would be incredibly hard to just simply show and walk away from a jury not thinking that it's going to leave a big impact, especially on the case of this nature. I'm talking right now specifically his porn history. He's got a very disturbing porn history that I think really paints a picture.
But miraculously, there was maybe 2 searches for certain things from Celebrite's view of things where he was looking at stuff just 2 or 3 times at max. There's no long history of looking up anything or anything like that. And what's wild here is what gets said about the kind of stuff he was actually looking at. Now, Olivia is going to bring up a bunch of crazy shit because she just likes to be a mean girl and say shit that makes no sense. And honestly, either way, it really wouldn't even matter. But then she's also going to mention some little buzzwords that were used in some documents about these very few searches. Cy Ray is then going to come out and say something that is completely the opposite of what we've been told these corn searches were. Listen to what he said in case you weren't here the first time.
A case of this nature. I'm talking right now specifically his porn history. He's got a very disturbing porn history that I think really paints a picture.
And that's all non-consensual acts. And I also heard gay, male to male gay. Is that accurate?
I don't know on the gay stuff. And quite honestly,
Now, when she's being a stupid little smartass biatch and when she's being serious, the same way that you can with Steve, they make really elaborate facial features, facial expressions. So I'm going to make her bigger as she talks about that so that you can see the difference in her face when she says it, because it tells you exactly what she's doing. This is as big as I can make it. Exactly what she's doing. She's being a smartass just to say some dumb shit and put something out into the ether that there's technically no proof for. Watch her face. Watch her face.
I'm talking right now specifically his porn history. He's got a very disturbing porn history that I think really paints a picture.
And that's all non-consensual acts. And I also heard gay, male to male gay. Is that accurate?
See how when she's talking about what's in the documents, her face is normal. When she goes into the bullshit she's making up, her face changes really big, like Amber Heard in The Bee. You know? Girl, we see you. We see you.
I don't know on the gay stuff, and quite honestly, I don't mean this in the way it's going to sound. I'm not focused on the gay porn. For me,
I know what you're focused on.
Yeah.
See, and this right here is really fucked up. I don't give a shit. Because what the focus is on here is rape porn. That's what they're trying to discuss right now. Okay? Rape porn is what they're trying to discuss right now. Steve just said, I know what you're trying to focus on. When the focus is not on the gay porn, but on the rape porn. It's laughable to Steve. What? What the fuck was that?
Sure.
And that's all non-consensual acts. And I also heard gay, male to male gay.
They're so readable.
Is that accurate?
It's so wild.
I don't know on the gay stuff, and quite honestly, I don't mean this in the way it's going to sound. I'm not focused on the gay porn. For me,
I know what you're focused on.
Yeah, for me, you hit it on the head, Olivia. The non-consensual, violent nature of the porn.
I know what you're focused on.
Yeah, for me, you hit it on the head, Olivia. The non-consensual, violent nature of the porn.
I was aware of terms drugged, raped, passed out, sleeping.
I would go more on incredibly violent sexual encounters. So not the sleeping or passed out, but very aware of what's happening and it being very, very violent.
Aware. So not sleeping, not aware. He's not technically even calling it. Well, I guess he did. What did he say with the other one?
Accurate?
I don't know on the gay stuff, and quite honestly, I don't mean this in the way it's going to sound.
I don't like the
I'm not focused on the gay porn. For me,
I know what you're focused on.
Yeah, for me, you hit it on the head, Olivia. The non-consensual, violent nature of the porn.
I was aware of terms drugged, raped, passed out, sleeping.
I would go more on incredibly violent sexual encounters. So not the sleeping or passed out, but very aware of what's happening and it being very, very violent. Which is always a tough thing for a prosecutor, or a defense attorney to get through. That's something.
So again, Celebrite, when they did their stuff, found like 2 searches. 2. And we don't know what it was for. We don't know if it was for an assignment, but it's not like there's a pattern. Now, could he have erased history and they never ever find it ever again? Why would he just not erase that? If there was a history of it and he was trying to clean up his history of it, why would he skip 2? That shit doesn't make any actual sense. And we also need to remember what Celebrite also told us, that there's a report that says something about this eraser program being ran on the cell phone. On the laptop. They know that Bryan didn't actually run the eraser, that the team at the FBI that had it first, before Celebrite got it, are the ones that actually ran it. It's in the report. So I don't know what the hell Cyree is talking about, because there was apparently only 2 searches that were found from Celebrite. So is Celebrite also lying and not being honest about what they found in Kohberger's stuff? Because they're coming out here just like Othram and making themselves sound real irrelevant. Othram didn't have any answers. Celebrite didn't have any answers. They're coming out here sounding real irrelevant, really like they just couldn't find shit about shit. Are you trying to say that they actually did find shit about shit and they're lying about it? Because 2 little bitty searches is not a scary history that's concerning and we don't have any context around it. I said that was the only thing that I found odd in the information that came out, was the way that they were wording those 2 searches. But then if you think about his assignments and the things that he's studying, that could easily be an answer. Not every man watches that shit. Some people find it repulsive. So who knows? But Celebrite did not find a history that was disturbing with all these crazy things the way that Cyray is trying to pretend like they would have.
I had, Olivia, the non-consensual violent nature of the porn.
I was aware of terms drugged, raped, passed out, sleeping.
I would go more on incredibly violent sexual encounters. So not the sleeping or passed out, but very aware of what's happening and it being very, very violent, which is always a tough thing for a prosecutor, or a defense attorney to get through. That's something that's going to really tell a story about somebody's character. I think that there's stuff to still come out. I think you guys are going down the right road. I've quietly been watching, waiting for more to drop.
Which is also bullshit because he said on the Custody Queens the exact opposite, that he doesn't keep up with what's going on. He doesn't keep up with what's coming out. He doesn't keep up with it. So which is it? Or has it just been over the past 2 weeks and now it doesn't make you a liar because you've been doing it for the past 10 days or so? Can't even keep
I can tell you, for me, the location information and the pattern of life, it hasn't come out because I don't think they ever looked at it. And it is by far the most telling of what we have out there. By the way, the day after this, he turns the phone off again. So
not Kohberger being in the living room 5 times. That's not the most compelling piece of evidence that Cyray has found. These searches that Celebrite has claimed only happened maybe 2 or 3 times max. That's the most telling evidence.
Hasn't come out because I don't think they ever looked at it. And it is by far the most telling of what we have out there. By the way, the day after this, he turns the phone off again. So, again, they're trying to show these patterns, and they do a pretty good job of showing, hey, prior to the murders, he turns his phone off on this days, but it's like they just stopped on November 13th. And as an investigator who's looking at a lot of crimes like this, I want to see what he's doing the next week, the next 2 weeks.
But that's not true either because they have reports that go all the way to December searching for his stuff. Like we've seen the search warrants.
Weeks the next month. Like that is a really critical period too, that we see very defined behaviors of suspects like this. And the very next day he heads to Moscow, he turns his phone off, he turns it back on, and he's southbound on I-95. It's almost a.
And see, that's also crazy because in the PCA, it says that on the 14th, they have a phone ping saying that Bryan was in Moscow on the 14th, which is the next day that Cyray's talking about. But then in the PCA, it says it's a false ping. He's saying, no, he was over there. So every little thing, the entire every little thing ever is wrong. Even the false pings are wrong then, according to Cyray. This is so frustrating.
Mirror of what you saw the day before.
The Barnett said that they found a config file that they had to reproduce, and luckily they had exact same phone, but basically he went through a pattern. He turned off the Wi-Fi, then I'm going to mess this up, but he turned off the Wi-Fi, like airplane mode, then put VPN, and then put VPN to only establish connections after start. And he did this whole thing, and that was brand new. He hadn't done that in the config files. That was the first time he did it, and they're going to bring that forward to say that this is a new behavior, just same thing that you're saying, a new behavior that he did before and after, and he doesn't do it again. He stops coming back.
I thought they said that he had done similar stuff like that to his phone before in a report. I thought they said that he had powered off his phone like this, before that. But they still also have never given us these analytical reports, which if he turned off his phone, okay, cool. Can you show us? Because we've been under the impression, because of the way that we are understanding he actually went that night, that there's no service. And that's been proven to us by mainstream people driving out in that direction, by YouTubers driving out in that direction, by people living in that area that know if you go the opposite way than Moscow is, where the park area is, the Wawa Way or whatever park, that you lose service out there. There's a younger guy that works at Villipolitan Vinnie Politan, that went out there, and he drove all the way out to the park. He has footage of him being at the park at the gate. It's like nighttime or whatever, and you can see it like with the headlights. But he's telling Vinnie Politan in the segment that he had to drive all the way back to Pullman to be able to get service, to be able to upload anything, to be able to get on the stream for the news, because there's no service out there. So if he turned off his phone, and he actually turned off his phone, and it was really a powering event, why can't y'all produce us those reports? Like, we've got some of the state's expert stuff out. We've read some of the state's expert stuff. How come they haven't released the analytical data that shows there was an actual powering event in Kohberger's phone? Why won't they show us that? We're over a year past the plea. Why don't we have that information? Celebrite's coming out and done documentaries and docuseries and panels and interviews on mainstream. The only information they've released to the public is selfies and a report that looks like it was written by an 8th grader. That's 3 freaking paragraphs. Like, it's literally nothing. All we want to do is see the damn receipts. We're tired of hearing people talking and not showing anything.
Back to the Moscow area after the murders. He doesn't go back there anymore. So anyone who thinks he's over there just shopping, they're like, and I guess the message really is to the world is you can't commit these crimes anymore and get away with it. And
see how he just pivots into weirdness
after, and he doesn't do it again. He like stops coming back to the Moscow area after the murders. He doesn't go back there anymore. So anyone who thinks he's over there just shopping, they're like, and I guess the message really is to the world is you can't commit these crimes anymore and get away with.
No, because he really was just shopping. See how he had to pivot because he knows that there's nothing in way of the shopping trips.
Before and after, and he doesn't do it again. He like stops coming back to the Moscow area after the murders. He doesn't go back there anymore. So anyone who thinks he's over there just shopping, they're like, and I guess the message really is to the world is you can't commit these crimes anymore and get away with it.
Welcome back,
and that's really what I'm trying to say is
see how
I just learned recently with the labs.
That's so crazy. Thank you for the 999, Kim. Can you clip him out saying this and put his statement from his report under it, then blah? Yeah, no, that was what I wanted to do yesterday or whatever it was that we did this live originally. And again, like I was able to go in and clip where I read you guys the email from Brian's sister, Melissa. And so I thought that even after I accidentally freaking deleted it, that I still had it on my computer. Because that was the plan, was to go in. There were several times where I pulled up his information where he was contradicting himself that you guys had already wanted me to clip through. And I had already had the plan. So no, yes, it's definitely still on the list. It's going to be one of the first things I do is go in and get the contradictions out because they're massive. They are massive. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, Wasp. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let me see what I've missed over here. I don't want to just like not. Oh, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships, Accomplished Day. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. You guys, don't forget to go over there and listen to the 2 new interviews that were just posted on Accomplished Day's channel from Jack Jacor. They are from 11/21 and 11/22. The police are asking Jack if he knows anybody that has a white or light colored 2-door car. Originally thought to be an Audi. Now they're asking if it's a Nissan, and it's 2-door. Okay. And they're also asking him about Kaylee's middle-aged cocaine dealer who apparently seems to be violent. Then they start giving him a bunch of names that's redacted off some sort of list to see if they can nail down who the dealer is. But it sounds like they're reading a list from a sorority. And I highly doubt that a middle-aged violent cocaine dealer is going to be on the list of a sorority. You know? So it's very odd conversation, you know, to say the least. It's very freaking odd conversation. The first one's kind of small. They spend most of it trying to just get a hold of Jack because they can't seem to track him down. And finally they do after like 4 people. I think it's like 4 people finally. They get Jack on the phone. And then in the next one, it's a little bit longer, but still not too long. He's like asleep when they call. So he's like half whatever. But there's also like a pattern of him lying about conversations and information on the phone. We know about the 17-minute phone call problem. And in these interviews, he's telling them that he doesn't know about anything that Kaylee's been doing with anything like that, but there's apparently text messages between them that he, acts like he doesn't know anything about or whatever. I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting to say the least. Connor also released, what's the girl's name? Connor released, and I didn't get the chance to listen to it, but Connor released Bianca Perez. Not sure who she is. Not gonna lie, I really have no clue who that is. I have no idea what she's gonna say. I have no idea. But then, but I'll give you guys, here's the link to Connor's channel. Yeah, who is Bianca? I tried to listen to some of it, but the entire thing is pretty much redacted, okay? I got so freaking frustrated because it was like 5 freaking minutes straight of redactions and then a whole 2.7 seconds of some sound where it's like half a word. You can't tell what the hell they're saying. And then it's back to like 4 or 5 minutes of damn redactions. I don't know who she is. I don't know who she is. She tells them Dylan posted a VSCO at 3:30 and a girl has proof of her post that she sent to me. Oh yeah, we've known about that. That's one of the reasons why in the very beginning of the case, nobody believed that Dylan was asleep because there was a VSCO post. But it's good that we have that interview. I was wondering who the hell she was. Okay, now we know. It is so freaking redacted. I know. Yeah, it's bad. Christie's Chaos posted one too today. I've never heard of this guy either, I don't believe. Let me go back to the thingy. Jack Tallman. I think I've heard the name like maybe once, but probably not. I'm not really quite sure who the frick that is. But there's the link for Jack Tallman's over on Christie's. Yeah. Well, 3:30 is also, what is that, like 20-ish minutes or so before she adds a contact to her phone. So I mean, it's just more proof and more proof and more proof. There wasn't even like a little nap in between, really. Like she's just straight up just awake. But yeah, the damn redactions, bro. The damn redactions. Like I just eventually, like I just had to walk away from it. I was like, I'll just have to figure this out later. I'll just do the screen record and I'll end up like taking that all out, but just putting it like on the screen, like how many minutes I had to remove of silence. It's so bad. My God, it's so bad.
I can't say this on regular TV. Rapes are getting very, very rare. People don't get away with rape anymore because there's the fluid exchange, and that's leading. Everyone's starting to learn. If I do this, I'm going to get caught.
I remember that.
And we need that same message in these murder cases. And I don't know how to say that in a mainstream media format, but we got to. I'm trying to work on.
Thank your podcast, Brian Enton.
What'd you say, Olivia?
So we're just going to tank your podcast instead. My apologies.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
So on that, Steve and Olivia, let me give you a name. Follow this case. I think it's really, really important. The name is Matthew Nilo, Nilo. So Nilo.
So this is a case I covered when it first came out, first started. I think I probably did just like one video about the guy. Serial rapist from Boston, an attorney. They arrested him around the same time that they arrested the Long Island serial killer. Both of them were with some sort of weird DNA stuff. One was from a pizza crust, I think, and one was from a water bottle or some shit like that. But he's an attorney from Boston. Well, he was arrested in Boston. But he basically just raped a bunch of girls in college. And he got in trouble in college before, and they sort of just like figured out a way to make it go away. And then he became this attorney and just like lived his life like he wasn't a piece of shit for a long time. And it finally caught up to him. There's stuff happening now after all this time in his case. So I guess that's why he's been paying attention to it.
Okay. Matthew is an attorney who was practicing in New York, but he went to law school in Boston. And in the early 2000s, when he was in law school in Boston, he was a serial rapist. And I want to say he had 7 victims that they've identified.
7.
About 2 years ago.
And he was just willy-nilly doing whatever he wanted.
Time's flying right now. Maybe a little bit longer. Just after these murders, they did the exact same thing It's the exact same team with IgG, and they took some of the DNA from one of those rapes. They ran it through IgG, and like I said, it's the same team that worked on the Kohberger case, and they got a hit on Nilo. And they went and did the one-on-one comparison. They got it. They arrested him in New York. That case is working its way through Massachusetts right now.
Yeah.
He's going to challenge the IgG, and he's going to win. The thing I want you guys focused on, because this is probably one of the more infuriating things. And if somebody's told you this, I'll shut up. But if they haven't,
see what the updates are.
They are doing a huge disservice to all of the victims' families right now by not giving you guys the lay of the land. The defense is going to buy all the time they can until one of these IgG cases hits a major appeals case or the U.S. Supreme Court. When it does, you can kind of mark my words here, the rule is going to become you have to have a search warrant for IgG. You just have to. Most states have already started to adopt it, but this Nilo case is really likely. He's got the resources, the funding, and the knowledge to take this to the Supreme Court. If that happens, and they actually look at, hey, when you sidestep the search warrant and you step outside of policy, IgG is out. If that ever happens, that is Bryan's gold card right there. And I think that the defense, they're watching this case very carefully. They're waiting to see what happens with this. And everything you guys are going to see the next year or two is nothing more than buying time.
But would that even matter if he pled guilty? I mean, it's not like he had a trial
have to see what's going on in that case.
And then was found guilty, and then he could go back and say, oh, the evidence they used at trial against me, is unfair. Like he still pled guilty. But that had nothing to do with the IgG.
So here's the issues, and there's two huge issues here. And again, Steve, if somebody's explained this to you, then I'll move on. If not, like you have to be aware of this. The fact that the prosecution probably never told you about Garza versus Idaho. And
now, see, the way that I'm understanding Garza versus Idaho, just from the small summaries that I've read, there's a portion in there about his attorney not filing an appeal within the time frame on the client's request, like not doing what the client wanted by filing an appeal. So I question that. And even though he says, Ann Taylor has this like motherly protective thing over Bryan, is it possible that there was something that he wanted to have done that maybe she didn't do because she thought it was in his best interest not to file anything and to wait and do something different? And maybe that's why he's filing something. And does she, because we don't know if they're in cahoots with this situation. We don't know if she advised him to do this and she's sitting back and seeing what happens and letting this happen while she's working other stuff. We don't know if he decided to file that on his damn own and Ann Taylor has no freaking idea. We don't know the details of any of this. We don't know. So if you take Garza versus Idaho and you take that snippet from it, is there a situation where an appeal was wanted within time? Because what did he have, like 42 days or some shit, right? Is like whatever the guideline was for afterwards for that first wave of what he could have filed for. And what if he wanted to and she was like, no, we're not doing that. And so now that's what's being stated because she didn't do what the client wanted. I guess that's possible. I don't know. That's something else we got to look into when it comes to cases.
Commit that one to memory. So Garza versus Idaho is a U.S. Supreme Court involving Idaho, where a guy who took a plea deal, who voluntarily pled guilty, actually got it reversed. And he took it all the way to the Supreme Court. So plea deals are not the closing of a case. Mm-hmm. Plea deals aren't like, okay, we're going to put this behind us. We're going to let everybody get closure here. Anytime a prosecutor frames a plea deal as closure, they're doing a huge disservice because plea deals get turned over all the time on appeal. The second thing, and man, I am not a Hippler fan at all.
All the time.
I think Hippler made a critical error when he made the ruling that IgG could come in as a tip, so be it. But the moment he prevented the defense from being able to expose to the jury that the lab techs willingly, knowingly violated their own policy to do it, it's not a constitutional issue. That evidence comes in.
Yeah.
But it does become a
And Hippler literally said that in open court, that even though these rules were broken, it was constitutionally unimportant. And I don't understand how that could possibly be the case. When a department that is high of authority in the freaking government breaks their own rules in order to hold you to charges that they can't prove otherwise, how is that not against just everything? Literally everything. And especially all of the protections that come in the Constitution. How? I don't understand that.
A critical error when he made the ruling that IgG could come in as a tip, so be it. But the moment he prevented the defense from being able to expose to the jury that the lab techs willingly, knowingly violated their own policy to do it, it's not a constitutional issue. That evidence comes in, but it does become a credibility issue. And any other court in the United States, when anybody associated with law enforcement oversteps a policy as it relates to evidence, you got to explain that on the stand. And I think if the prosecution did it right, you can explain that. Hey, for the interest of justice, for X, Y, and Z, yeah, we made this tactical decision. But the moment...
And just to like show you guys, because I didn't show you this earlier and I said it and I should have showed it to you when I said it. He is basing his information on all of the information. He is not just basing his information on a little bit of whatever. His report makes it very clear that his opinion has the draft and the final associated with his analysis. In the very beginning of his report, that's what it says. So he has seen the beginning and end of what the FBI has to offer. See that? But he hasn't seen anything past this. So this isn't like he only had the draft report and then did something about the draft report and then gave it back to them. And this is what he gave them in between there being a draft. And then they did a final afterwards and he didn't see the final and there was new information. He had all the way to the end when he wrote this report. So where was all this information when this report was being written? Did you lie in this report or are you lying now? Because this is incredibly 180'd. Incredibly.
That Hippler made the decision that the jury can never hear about any of that, and the defense is not allowed to cross-examine officers who knowingly, intentionally violated policy
or anyone else,
critical
basically.
Piece of evidence in this case. That is a judicial oversight. That in of itself, when challenged properly, has the ability to bring this case back. Now, to Steve, to your point, do it right. 10 times out of 10, he gets convicted and maybe more comes out and it really does put some closure behind this thing. Bring back the death penalty. I am all for this. But I think that I don't agree with the national populace right now that his appeal doesn't have legs and it's very unlikely.
It's again not an appeal, not yet. I wish that's what it was because that would make more sense and we'd be closer to getting hopefully back into a courtroom, but that's not what this is.
It's going to happen. I think there's a couple things that if it falls into place just right, it could happen. So I just say that as prepare yourself, right?
I've talked to some crazy.
Look how Steve gets angry. Watch
I
his
think
face.
there's a couple things that if it falls into place just right, it could happen. So I just say that as prepare yourself, right?
See his mouth.
I've talked to some crazy labs, and there's some multi-billionaire. Okay, his house got broken into. Somebody's.
Guys, listen, please. And if anybody knows if this is true, if anybody knows what multi-millionaire this dude is freaking talking about, please let me know. Now, I didn't notice before Steve even gets into the ridiculous parts of this story, Olivia's already got her head in her hands.
For yourself, right?
I've talked to some crazy labs, and there's some multi-billionaire. Okay, his house got broken into. Somebody stole his safe. Didn't just take it. Didn't just break into it. They took it. And long story short, a cigar was left behind. This guy hires a private lab to get a snip off of it, and then uploads it to all, and goes and finds the person who robs his house and shot his dog, which is it's like a movie. Okay,
look at it.
And he gives it to the cops.
So again, like I said the last time, he can look how overly excited this weirdo is telling this story. Okay, for number one, he can say, "Oh my God, it's like a movie," but then tells us all the time, "This isn't a movie. These are real people. These are real lives. Quit Hollywoodizing everything." He just did it to whatever the hell he's talking about. Hypocritical hippo.
long billionaire case.
So I just say that as prepare yourself, right?
I've talked to some crazy labs, and there's some multi-billionaire. Okay, his house got broken into. Somebody stole his safe. Didn't just take it.
Did he just say somebody stole his safe?
And there's some multi-billionaire. Okay, his house got broken into. Somebody stole his safe. Didn't just take it. They didn't just break into it. They took it. And
you mean like
long
the
story
Lacey
short,
Peterson
cigar was left behind.
case that has the Medina burglary across the street?
Hires a private lab to get a snip off of it, and then uploads it to all, and goes and finds the person who robs his house and shot his dog, which is like, it's like a movie, okay? And he gives it to the cops as a tip, and they said he basically arrested this guy and kind of is taking shit over it because he was supposed to handle it himself. So long story short, he starts his own company, and he's just going through certain locations that he's deemed as high risk. And they're just grabbing people's DNA and uploading it as if they own it. But once you abandon your DNA, you don't own it. So then they're making these databases to sell to the freaking cops. It's an I'm going to say he's a criminal, and this is a weird story, but I really don't know he was or not, or he was just a shady business guy. But he found a niche, and he's going in there because the database CODIS is puny. There's only
backtrack,
and then uploads it.
It's just right. It could happen.
His house got broken into. Somebody stole his safe. Didn't just take it. They didn't just break into it. They took it. And long story short, a cigar was left behind. This guy hires a private lab to get a snip off of it, and then uploads it to all, and goes and finds the person who robs.
This has to do with genealogy, and today it wouldn't be anything from the 70s. It wouldn't be anything from the 70s. He's basically claiming that this millionaire sent off a snip from DNA found on a cigar that was left at his house after someone came in and stole the guy's safe out of the house, that he handled it himself, sent it off to the lab, got these results. The cops didn't really want to deal with it because they were supposed to get it themselves, blah, blah, blah. Now he's saying that this dude now has this business program thing that he puts together, like a database of DNA that he sells to the cops, like brokers sell to insurances and people that scam call you trying to get you to press 1 for this and blah, 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 the bullshit. Okay. He's saying this guy's program has people that goes around to high crime areas and just swipes shit and creates profiles off of the shit that they swipe and just uploads the DNA profiles into the database so that they could then sell the database full of high crime area, willy-nilly swiped ass DNA to the cops. And Cyree is just sitting here like, yeah, real interesting. Yeah, it's real cool. What the hell's happening?
I just say that as prepare yourself, right?
I've talked to some crazy labs.
I've never encountered anything like this in my life.
Some multi-billionaire. Okay, his house got broken into. Somebody stole his safe. Didn't just take it. They didn't just break into it. They took it. And long story short, a cigar was left behind. This guy hires a private lab to get a snip off of it, and then uploads it to all, and goes and finds the person who robs his house and shot his dog, which is like, it's like a movie, okay? And he gives it to the cops as a tip, and they said,
"This is so bad, bro."
The court,
John Wick
basically arrested this guy and kind of is taking shit over it because he was supposed to handle it himself.
This is crazy.
So, long story short, he starts his own company, and he's just going through certain locations that he's deemed as high risk, and they're just grabbing people's DNA and uploading it as if they own it. But once you abandon your DNA, you don't own it. So then they're making these.
So the guys that go into a Walmart in the middle of Compton, swiping handles and shit, and just uploading the damn profiles up to some database. This is some crackheaded activities.
DNA and uploading it.
Jesus Christ.
As if they own it. But once you abandon your DNA,
Oh my God.
you don't own it. So then they're making these databases to sell to the freaking cops. It's an I'm going to say he's a criminal, and this is a weird story, but
It is,
I really
and
don't
he
know he
is.
was or not, or he was just a shady business guy. But he found a niche, and he's going in there because the database, CODIS is puny. There's almost nobody in it.
That's crazy.
So they need to get to these bigger ones. And
That's a lie. Let's see if we can figure that out. CODIS is freaking enormous. What are you talking about? How many? Oh God, DNA profiles are held in CODIS. Had to figure out how the frick to word that. As of no, oh my God, Steve, you such a liar. Why you lie? As of November 2025, CODIS contains over 26.8 million DNA profiles. $19,272,496 offender profiles, 6,142,751 arrestee profiles, and 1,449,731 forensic profiles. It's been some time since then. I'm sure there's more. So what do you mean it's tiny? What do you mean it's tiny? That's weird.
he found this niche, and they're like, we're afraid to work with this guy because we feel like this is going to get shut down. But this is the stuff that's going on, Steve. This is the wild, wild west of IGG.
What were you going to say, Olivia? Were you going to?
Wild, wild west. I don't know. Why do they mention that all the time? They use that term a lot. Oh, super lot.
This is going to get shut down, but this is the stuff that's going on, Steve. This is the wild, wild west of IGG.
What were you going to say, Olivia? Were you going to say something?
Yeah. So I guess that I just don't follow the logic completely that this is not an appeal. This is a post-conviction relief. The relief that he's asking for is for his guilty plea to be removed. Let's say that it's all granted. That essentially puts him back on the trial court. Let's say that they successfully delay until the Supreme Court decision in which it is deemed to be unconstitutional for the IGG process. We're assuming that that's going to be then done retroactively, then apply to this case. Let's assume that happens. Let's assume that IGG gets removed. It doesn't change his DNA being a direct match to the DNA on the sheath. So I guess I'm not following.
I don't want to wait.
How we jump from these things happening. And I know you said that they're unlikely. You were like, if these things all fall together. But
the thing that matters here is that trace DNA doesn't freaking matter. There's no way that somebody went into that house in the middle of the night. Even just one person fighting Xana. Let's be so serious, okay? Even just one person walking into that house and fighting just Xana. With the way the furniture has been moved around in that room, with the amount of wounds that she had on her, there was blood on the effing ceiling, okay? Even somebody just walking in that house and just fighting Xana. How the hell are you going to make me believe that the person just levitated out? There's nothing. And you can't tell me that there's answers for any of this. There's no way that this person would have just walked out with nothing wrong with their faces. Dylan's not saying that he was in some sort of freaking baseball freaking thing. The people, what do they call the guy behind the batter? I don't know, remember the name of it. Whatever the name is. You'll know what I'm talking about. With the big, huge freaking like wire cage on his face. Okay. There's no way that someone fights just the way that Xana fought and doesn't scratch, doesn't get some sort of DNA on their body somewhere, on their nails. How? You're in a cloth mask. The dude's not wearing hard ass armor. How do you get nothing? How do you get nothing? Or is the person actually in tactical gear? Was it old ATF boy that we still have questions about? How does the person who attacked these people, how do none of them have anybody's DNA under their fingers that they can match to this? Just with how Xana was fighting. How does Xana not have DNA from the suspect underneath her nails? I don't comprehend that. Not with the scene. Definitely not with the scene. Xana alone, the fight with Xana alone, is heavily questionable for what's happening here. And then, what did they say in the Netflix stupid shit? That they didn't think that the footprints, the shoe prints coming from where the backdoor slider is were relevant. So the world is now gonna hear that too, and then no one's gonna step back and be like, "But y'all said that he came in through the glass. But y'all said he came out the glass. So if these are the only footsteps outside of the glass, how are y'all gonna come out here and tell us that they're irrelevant? That doesn't make any sense." What they didn't tell you is, the shoe print that everyone sees in front of Dylan's door was never even analyzed at the lab. They didn't even do anything with it. They didn't do anything with a lot of shit in this case. So, well, she's right. It doesn't stop the fact that when they collected swabs from inside of Bryan's mouth and did the testing, item 108, when he got to Latell County and ISP swabbed him and they did their profile, item 108 matches the one that they created before from the knife sheath. The problem is that they can't do anything with what the FBI did. Whatever was created by the FBI got completely deleted. So they can't check to see where the tree actually came from in way of the profile. They can't take the sample and go and create their own profile in order to match it. We were told in the very beginning, not only was it so small, because it was, they had to do all kind of shit to amplify it to even get it to testing levels before they sent it off. We went through that entire breakdown. This was minuscule DNA, not even funny amounts of minuscule DNA. All right. You pick up more DNA when you fill up your car at a gas pump. You pick up more DNA on your little fingies when you put your debit card number in at the store. Like, be serious. So I don't know where they're getting all the other bullshit about the DNA from, but this was literally nothing. On a movable object, there's no way to age DNA. People were trying to figure out, okay, but what about degradation? Because of the snap. We studied the way that brass degrades DNA, how it changes DNA, how it can literally manipulate the structure of DNA for months, because they kept telling us that the DNA was on the snap, the button. Then we get the forensic reports and there's not a damn thing about it even mentioned. Nothing. Then we get emails that are talking about how the button was excluded. Then her next response is, oh, well, it's not actually excluded. According to the reports and the photos, where? The inside of the button was swabbed. And then this, and this. That's not what it says. That's not what it says literally anywhere. And I try to get clarity from that, from Matthew Gamet, and he has not responded. All he says is, well, it's in the paperwork. It's already out there. Bitch, no the fuck it ain't. That's why I'm mad. That's why I'm mad, because no, it's not. And whenever I ask anybody from any department to clarify what is going on, tell me why this is missing. Why is there no audio? Why am I asking for chain of custody for item number 40? That's a red spot on the floor in the kitchen, but you're giving me something for the third floor in the closet in Maddie's room whenever you're giving me my responses. Why are there so many problems? Nobody ever wants to answer anything. They never want to answer anything. They never want to fix any problems. They just think we're crazy. No, the documents are right here where you're contradicting each other. I'm literally producing you what you gave us right back to you and asking you questions about why does it say that? Why are your techs so ridiculously not trained that not only are they writing foot for a boot when it comes to a cast, they're saying the knife sheath was found on the floor, which is crazy, but we can't even trust that that's real because the same person who wrote it thinks it's blood splatter with an L instead of spatter. As a non-lay person, as a person with a degree, as a person who's worked this career all the way to retirement. That's the kind of investigation that was going on in this case. people that were unintelligent, not intelligent, people that did not know how to do their job properly. So many mistakes just on one little 4-page document that showed the incompetence of the forensic team. So now all we have is more questions. So, again, she's not wrong. But the DNA is all there was. And the DNA doesn't mean a lot, if anything. So then what? So then what are they going to have? Nothing, because that was the strength of their case. It doesn't prove anything. You've got literally nothing else. What are we supposed to do? We know that y'all lied about everything here. You don't lie the way that y'all are lying for no reason. And again, it's not just one department. It's all the agencies, no matter if it's law enforcement, if it's the lab, if it's the court, no matter what court, they don't know how to redact things correctly. They have to come out and remove stuff all the time because they get it wrong. There's incompetence across the board. Across the board. And this is just one case. This happens everywhere, and we're just seeing it in one case. Can you imagine the other shit to be uncovered out there that people just have no clue about? Scary.
Not following how these things all fall together to then have the IgG removed, which then puts us in a position where the case is at risk considering the DNA is a match. So maybe the work was ethically budged.
Welcome, Crystal.
But the work itself is good.
Yeah, so let me give you a couple things on that.
Not good.
The best case I can reference you to
is not good.
Carpenter versus U.S. And what Carpenter is, it's a bank robbery case, so obviously not anything of the nature of what we're talking about here. But in
Lots
Carpenter,
of robbery cases he keeps talking about.
Do some cell tower dumps, and they look at cell phone records, and they're able to place Carpenter at the scene of this bank robbery using cell phone records. Mm-hmm. But it's the FBI. And, in 2017, well, actually, the ruling's in 2017. The case actually happens about 2010, 2011. The FBI gets involved, and instead of using a search warrant to get the phone records, they use basically what they call an admin subpoena, which is a supervisor at the FBI saying, hey, this is relevant to a criminal investigation, give us the stuff. So Verizon gives them the records, and they put him at the crime scene. They recover some evidence based on the phone records. He goes to prison. It goes on. He finally gets his appeal. It goes up to the U.S. Supreme Court, and this was the first case in the United States that challenged, can law enforcement look at your location data without a search warrant?
Geo warrants?
Yeah, and basically the Supreme Court said no. Looking into your location data is so personal, it requires a search warrant. And this was the landmark case for cell site location information that requires law enforcement. And now everybody except for the FBI was getting search warrants for a decade before this because we all knew where this was going. But the FBI was doing it at that point.
So how does he have a claim?
So it reversed. It reversed the conviction because the conviction was based on the phone records, and the Supreme Court said, hey, you should have had a probable cause search warrant and you didn't. The phone records went away. So they had to retry Carpenter and prove the case without the phone records, which luckily they had a ton.
What the hell does that have to do with this case? I mean, there's a lot of suspicion that the FBI, I mean, not really suspicion. We know that the FBI went in and did like some dumb shit. Like, we know that. But for the case as it sat to go to trial, none of it mattered because the only search warrants that were actually being submitted were the ones that were done by MPD. Now, they were written by MPD, but the majority of them were returned to this FBI agent, right? So let's just say Mowry filed a search warrant to AT&T, but instead of it coming back to Mowry at his email, his return to contact would be, let's say, Agent Balance. Agent Balance would then get the warrant return, and then he would look through all the information first before then sending information over to Mowry and giving him his next steps because they act like they didn't know what the hell they were doing. Well, that means that Mowry never opened the original information that came in from, again, let's just say AT&T. So he has no idea if what Agent Balance is sending him is everything that he needs, if he's reviewing everything that was actually sent over, and he's just taking the instruction being given to him by this FBI agent and just moving on to the next step because he's FBI, he's big bro, he should know, right? That's what their claims are here. That's what the claims are. I don't see how you can have Lawrence Mallory writing the search warrants and then after the search warrant return, then signing up for the follow-up warrants. If he wasn't even the first person to get the information, he's not viewing the original info. He has no idea how to verify that. He can't. And that's how lots of them are. Even Brett Payne would write some, and the CC return for the warrant return would be an FBI agent. Payne would see it second and then just do what he was told after the fact, which is weird. So while there is probably stuff that the FBI did do the way that they're talking about, none of that was submitted into court. None of that was going to be shown. As far as I knew, everything was going to be the MPD search warrants that we already have access to on the portal. There's probably more. I can't actually wait. Oh my God. I cannot wait until we get closer to like the 2022 documents, because they also are going to have to like give us more information that they kept sealed that has nothing to do with Kohberger before the arrest, all the warrants for shit that was going on before all of that got started, because that's going to be included in all of this. There's a lot of stuff that they haven't released it. I know we didn't have like an official gag order, but they have not released everything from before. We've got a lot, I'm sure, that's going to pop up. It'll be interesting, especially knowing some of these interviews and some of the follow-up search warrants we're expecting to frickin' see from hearing some of the shit that they've said. Doubt we'll see it, though.
Of evidence and they were able to do. So that's the first one is, should law enforcement have reasonably obtained a search warrant? And this is my hang up on the Kohberger case. And the answer is so simple. If law enforcement would have written a search warrant for what they were doing with IGG.
See? So he's talking about all of that when it comes to cell phone location, but fighting something about cell phone data and cell location in Supreme Court is not the freaking same thing as fighting something that has to do with your literal biological footprint. Two completely different things.
Obtained a search warrant. And this is my hang up on the Kohberger case. And the answer is so simple. If law enforcement would have written a search warrant for what they were doing with IGG, it doesn't hurt anything. We can seal search warrants. I don't have to release it. I'm going to go back to my undercover days.
But see, that's also another thing. Why would you need to seal a search warrant for the IGG? Othram was contracted. The FBI was already assisting. So even if you did write a search warrant, why the shit are you even saying we could seal it? We do it. Why would you need to? Why would you need to? What's the point in that?
Would have written a search warrant for what they were doing with IGG, it doesn't hurt anything. We can seal search warrants. I don't have to release it. I'm going to go back to my undercover days. We did a lot of cartel cases. I was a cop in Arizona, so we had a lot of cartel cases on the border. We used to steal cars to wire them with GPS because we needed to get access on the car to get our GPS in there, right? So we would literally order the key from the manufacturer, and we would go steal cartel members' cars, and then we would plant the GPS in it, and then we'd recover it and give it back to them. It's a great scam. We wrote search warrants to ourselves so that we documented what we were doing, and there was transparency with legal oversight on our actions. When we allow the FBI to go through back doors and to kind of trick the system, and if you ask them, well, why didn't you write a search warrant to GED or match GED? Well, we didn't write the search warrant because they wouldn't have they wouldn't have given us the info.
I think it was Heritage.
Well, it was Match and Heritage, so both of them.
Heritage.
So the idea there is, man, if they reverse that, and then you get Steve Nye, and you talk about somebody who should not have been involved with this case. If you guys haven't seen his, you know who Steve is?
Jeff Nye?
Jeffrey Nye. Sorry, Jeffrey Nye.
Okay.
Yeah, he did an interview in August with Fox News. You guys have to go watch this interview, and he explains the.
I think he actually told this in person because Christy Dawn asked him, "What do you work
in?" What?
August with Fox News.
What did he say?
You guys have to go watch this interview, and he explains the.
I think he actually told this in person because Christy Dawn asked him, "What do you?"
He told us this in person because I think what he just.
In August with Fox News. You guys have to go watch this interview, and he explains the.
I think he actually told this in person because Christy Dawn asked him, What do you
Oh yeah, this is
worry
the
about?
Christy Dawn
And
thing.
he said the same thing.
Who?
And
Yeah.
I've worried about, it's not so much him explaining, because I agree with him. The entire case was hinged on the IGG. It's what he says towards the end when he says, and usually with these type of things, we can argue inevitable discovery. And what inevitable discovery is the Carpenter case. Yeah, we have these phone records and it helped put the case together, but take the phone records out, inevitably we still would have discovered all this stuff and we could prove the case. And that's why Carpenter is still in prison today, even though those records got thrown out.
Especially considering it went to Othram first and they found the right tree. They were on the wrong branch. And Leah Larkin herself testified in the Franks hearing that eventually it would have led to him.
100%. 100%.
And I don't know where she got that. I don't remember ever hearing or seeing or reading or anything like that Leah Larkin, who is on the defense team for the IGG, ever claim that eventually it would have led to Kohberger anyway. I don't recall her ever saying that anywhere. And if it is somewhere, please let me know exactly what date and where it's at, and I'll go find it right now. But I don't recall her ever claiming that, literally ever.
The problem is Jeffrey Nye on Fox TV during that interview said, we didn't even argue inevitable discovery because there was nothing that applied for it. And I'm like, dude, shut up. What are you saying? More importantly than even what Othram found, we have to remember on November 29th, Washington State University identified Bryan Kohberger and the vehicle, realized that he just swapped his plates for Washington plates, and notified Moscow PD.
No. So I can't even say, maybe he knows there's a report somewhere from somewhere else that maybe we don't know about, and maybe it doesn't have anything to even do with the 1219 call to Moscow PD. No, this dumb shit just admitted he's more wrong than I thought he was.
9th, Washington State University identified Bryan Kohberger and the vehicle, realized that he just swapped his plates for Washington plates, and notified Moscow PD. The idea that Bryan Kohberger would have been completely absent of this investigation minus IGG is absurd.
So once again, because we did it before everything got deleted, so we're going to do it again. Just because it's like the easier way to do it. Oh, where the hell is it? Oh, it wasn't. It was Crime Talk. Was it Crime Talk? Why is it that I literally... We literally just went over this. Let me switch accounts. Maybe that's why it's acting up. Hold on. Like, we just watched this. Yesterday. This is all very strange. Why is it that I can't find it all of a sudden? There it is. My God.
You here.
Okay. I was about to freak out. I'm like, what the frick? I know, what do they do? Delete the shit? I mean, it wouldn't really shock me, honestly. Okay, so I'm going to play you this. Oh my God, it took long enough to find it. Because this is where Chief Jenkins is telling Anjanette Levy about the car. Actually, hold on. I think it's like right past this because we were just talking about it. Yeah, it is. Okay, hold on. Okay, he says the whole thing right here.
think identical to the one that eventually went out to the public, but this was on.
Happened with that because it's mentioned. We're a couple of.
Okay, right here. Oh, and now you want to act up? Don't start with me, bro.
You hear from Chief Fry about
the date parameters. That was Bolo. The Bolo.
Because will cause affidavit year than they were looking for. But can you explain? Noticed that there was a white Hyundai Elantra owned by Bryan Kohberger on campus. It was a different, year than they were looking for. But can you explain to me what happened with that? Because it's mentioned in the probable cause affidavit, but I feel like there's a lot of confusion about that because people think, oh, well, they were looking at him that early, but that's really not the case, I don't think, because,
Nope.
They then made that a public bolo on December 7th.
Right. The bolo that we got was.
This is what I'm hoping we get more information from. We need to talk about that, I think, a lot.
I think identical to the one that eventually went out to the public, but this was on November 28th. They sent a bolo out to the local law enforcement agencies with a vehicle of interest that they labeled as law enforcement sensitive, meaning that we should not share it beyond the law enforcement community. And the description of the vehicle was a white Hyundai Elantra with between the years of 2011 and 2013. And so one of our officers, within 16 hours of receiving that bolo, was checking our parking database that includes information about vehicles that have parking permits or that pay to park on campus, and found a white Hyundai Elantra that was with Pennsylvania plates registered to Bryan Kohberger, but it was a 2015. So the bolo was very specific about the vehicle make, the vehicle model, and the vehicle year parameters and the color. So he didn't submit that as a tip. And then later, that was on graveyard shift. And then later on day shift, one of our officers was driving around and saw that same vehicle parked in graduate student housing. And again, it was not within the date parameters.
So those two officers didn't end up sending that information over to Moscow PD because of the date discrepancy or the model year discrepancy?
That's correct. Yeah, it was not sent over to their tip line.
And what Othram found, we have to remember on November 29th, Washington State University identified Bryan Kohberger and the vehicle, realized that he had just swapped his plates for Washington plates, and notified Moscow PD. The idea that Bryan...
He did what, Cyray? They did what? No, they didn't. So get your little smirky smirk off your face. No, they didn't.
Bryan Kohberger would have been completely absent of this investigation minus IGG is absurd. All they had to do was follow up on credible leads. That's it. That's all they had to do.
Okay. So
leads that were never turned in, tips that were never turned in. Idiot.
Yeah, I think that we're on the same page.
And I'm not saying I ever think this thing gets reversed. What I'm saying is if you guys, as the victims in the case, in all of the victims' families, if you're not being...
No, that's not true about his plates, but I'm glad that you brought it up because he wants to act like the plates are such a big deal. So let's remind people about the plates. Truth and Transparency was able to do an interview with the lady in the DMV video that actually served Kohberger at the DMV that day, or whatever you call the licensing office down there. What was found out from the investigation was that he actually went into the licensing's office to change his plates like way before he actually changed his plates. And he was told that if you wait 90 days, then it doesn't cost as much money. So wait. So he did what he was told by the employees of the licensing office, and he waited to change his plates to Washington plates because it was going to save him a couple bucks. That's why the plates were changed. It didn't really have anything at all to do with his birthday. It was about the amount of time that he had been over state lines and needed to register his vehicle into the Washington state system. That's what it was. He was going to do it beforehand, was told to wait. It would save you some money. The DMV ladies who told us this. Her supervisor is the one who realized all of this and told the cops all of that. He didn't change his plates to blah, 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 whatever. He was told to wait. The deadline of him needing to wait was done and over with. He was told to wait to save a couple dollars. Everybody's trying to save a couple dollars. He went in there and did what he was told to do. So there's that. But again, they never turned it in. So I don't know why this big bad expert who's supposed to be this highly educated man who's trying to school everybody else is out here on some bullshit, holding on to some bullshit that's not real and continuing on with his own bullshit. He's literally doing exactly what Chris Whitcomb is doing. Cyree, you were just like Chris Whitcomb. Because Chris Whitcomb knows that Paula Sutton's report was changed and knows that there was a numbering issue with the evidence and knows that Paula Sutton's amended report says that stain F is not Xana's blood, but an unknown stain. He mentioned it in his book. But then he continues in his book the entire time with his bullshit-ass theory being that is Xana's blood on that table. The same bitch-ass bullshit that Cyree is doing right now with this 1129 bullshit. He knows damn well that this shit's not true. Did he just happen to miss all the memos? I mean, come on. This shit's crazy.
Told, hey, this could be 5, 6, 8, 10 years before this thing works itself out in the criminal justice system. You're being misled. The Carpenter case, well, that was a 2011 arrest. That case came down in 2018. And that's just the appeals process. That's not even the initial case. So
that part too. They never even after they knew who Kohberger was, they never even bothered to go down to the licensing office and see if he came in on the date that he changed his plate and get video or anything. The DMV people had to call them and be like, hey, I think that guy came in here. Yeah, some investigation they were running, huh?
I think we're in for a very long
investigation
ride on this. I think there's a lot of things that are going to still happen. I don't know that he's going to get his post-conviction relief. I think they're anticipating that. All that does is now it forces it into an appellate review. And it's the appellate review that I worry about.
Do you think that
it's going to get granted? That's why you're sad?
I guess I'm not understanding that point either. How does a post-conviction relief force it to an appellate court? Because he won't even get a hearing. His argument is nothing but ineffective counsel, which was asked in the questionnaire that he answered extensively to.
And again, I will say, you dumbass, just like everybody else that's a dumbass, that thinks that you're going to admit to things while you're literally in the middle of the plea that you've been threatened into. It doesn't matter what he said under duress. See, this is the exact same thing when it comes to Richard Allen. And I made a post about something sort of similar earlier because there's a lot of people who are pissy for some reason that I've exchanged emails with Brian's sister, Melissa. It's no different than Bob and Ali Mata on the defense diaries being supportive of Richard Allen's wife. Both of these people have family members that are being accused of and now technically convicted on both sides, okay? Of doing heinous, ridiculously freaky ass shit, alrighty? Bob thinks that Richard Allen is innocent. I think Richard Allen's innocent. Bob Mata thinks Kohberger is guilty of sin and won't give this case the time of day, which is the weirdest shit ever. Because all of the creators, Michelle After Dark, Bob Mata, so many that think that there's issues with Richard Allen's case, don't even realize how many similarities there are in this case. From false identification of vehicle and all kind of crazy ass shit. There's problems, broskies. Big problems. What do they claim? Oh, Brian did it because he pled guilty. Richard Allen confessed 80 times to killing Abby and Libby. In recorded phone calls. I still think the man's innocent. Bryan Kohberger changes his story one time, and that throws away everybody's reasonable doubt all of a sudden. How does that make any logical sense? How does that make any logical sense? I really wish people would open their minds up more to what's happening here and realize the similarities, because then maybe this movement would be bigger. Because there's really no difference between the Delphi case and the King Road case. Like literally at all. I mean, more people died in Delphi when it comes to the investigation. Scary shit going on in that one. But look at the weird shit in all of this one. All of the lies, all of the fabrications, all of the hidden and omitted intentionally exculpatory evidence. These cases are so similar, it makes me nauseous.
He won't even get a hearing. His argument is nothing but ineffective counsel, which was asked in the plea questionnaire that he answered extensively to, as well as life in prison isn't what I thought it was going to be. And I was, quote unquote, threatened by the idea of death row. There's no other meat.
Hair in Ethan's hand.
Oh, okay.
You
Yeah,
have it.
Chunks of hair, which we know is completely fabricated. That's not.
But it's not also. See, Olivia would know that if she read documentation, she would know that there was an FBI lab report that was submitted in June of 2025 by the defense, but the report was written in January of 2023, and it mentions how the hair was taken from Ethan's hand and compared structurally against Kohberger's, and it's not Kohberger's. Now, the same structural comparison was also made with one of the hairs from Ethan's hand and Ethan's own hair, and they said that it looks very similar. That doesn't mean it's Ethan's hair. There's been no DNA testing. Hair structure can be similar with a lot of people. Certain shade of brown, a little bit of a wave in it, certain shade of blonde, certain straightness to the strand. Lots of people have similar hair shafts. It's not really that big of a deal to compare like that. They need to DNA test it. And if it's Ethan's hair in his own hand, cool. At least you DNA tested it. If it's Xana's hair in his hand somehow, which still wouldn't be that big of a deal because they lived in the damn room together. I mean, come on now. Still wouldn't be that huge of a deal. But for there to be a massive amount of hair, that is a big deal. One hair is nothing. One hair of Ethan's hair and one hair of Xana's hair being on Ethan's hand would still be nothing for the stickiness of blood in the 8 hours. It wouldn't be shit. But we haven't seen the proof of just how much hair is actually in there. We haven't seen the proof of it. And we do know that there's some discrepancies of what was actually seen when Ethan was finally spotted inside of Xana's room. There's been lots of discrepancies. So do we really know? No, not really. Will they ever release a photo of Ethan's hand? I think eventually they're going to have to. But I think it'll probably end up being like some sort of court thing. Or this goes to trial and we finally actually see it because it'll be something that they'll have to mention now. There's no way that this goes back into the court process and that doesn't get brought up and testing doesn't get further done. And they say, oh, we can only track the maternal side. You can still eventually get somewhere with that. I don't care about what the excuses are. They could do it.
That's not reality. And his own defense, Ruth Ballard, testified on the 23rd of January that it was consistent with Ethan's own hair. So he can't say that that's exculpatory because obviously the prosecution didn't withhold that from them. So, right. So that doesn't work out either. So I guess I'm not understanding from how we get to, he's not even going to get a hearing. Mark my words. Let's say that I'm wrong. He gets a hearing. How does that go into an appellate? When he's not asking for his plea waiver to be removed. He's asking for his guilty plea to be removed.
He's not a lawyer. Yeah.
What's the difference between your plea waiver and your guilty plea being removed when it's based on the same concept? I don't see the difference that she's trying to explain there.
That throw it into an appellate. When he's not asking for his plea waiver to be removed. He's asking for his guilty plea to be removed.
He's not a lawyer. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
He's an officer trying to help us.
Please, if you don't know.
No, I get it. I would be so frustrated. In fact, I would be like, just please release the guy. The only thing I ask.
That's why they won't talk to us.
That's how I feel. Just release. Let's just release him.
Yeah, they won't talk to us because these are the kind of questions that we give to Thompson, and Thompson just his eyes start darting.
But I don't think that it's not an unfair question. Like you said, I don't know that Cy has the answer, but
what exactly is she asking?
Asking for his guilty plea to be removed.
He's not
she's not really asking anything. She's just trying to see like how it would end up that way. But again, what's the difference between the guilty plea and the guilty waiver? Like it's him doing like a written form of what the guilty plea was going to end up being, like what leads up to the guilty plea. I don't understand what the difference is.
Obviously, the prosecution didn't withhold that from them. So that doesn't work out either. So I guess I'm not understanding from how we get to, he's not even going to get a hearing. Mark my words. Let's say that I'm wrong. He gets a hearing. How does that throw it into an appellate? When he's not asking for his plea waiver to be removed, he's asking for his guilty plea to be removed.
He's not a lawyer, yeah.
I'm sorry.
He's an officer trying to help us.
Please, if you don't know.
No, I get it. I would be so frustrated. In fact, I would be like, just please release the guy. The only thing I ask.
That's why they won't talk to us.
That's how I feel. Just release. Let's just release him.
Yeah, they won't talk to us because these are the kind of questions that we give to Thompson, and Thompson just his eyes start darting.
But I don't think that it's not an unfair question. Like you said, I don't know that Cy has the answer, but that's what Olivia's asking is really the question. I mean,
here's the thing that we have to keep in mind. The post-conviction relief that he's seeking right now is going to go before Hitler. And I agree with you 100%. Olivia. He's going to turn it down. He's not even going to get a hearing. He can appeal that. This is where Garza versus Idaho comes in. He can say, hey, Hitler's already jaded on this. He's part of the problem. I need the latter side of that initial team to look at this. It's a long road. They're going to have to file their stuff just right. At some point, he's going to have to get a real attorney to get on board. All I'm saying is if nobody's telling you guys that this is possible, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying it's possible. That they're not prepping you guys. The same thing about, hey, if we take this plea deal, we can bring closure to this case. No, it just
exactly that. They told us the opposite. They said, if you guys go with Steve and go for the death penalty, you're going to have hell to pay. But if you just go with old Thompson over here, all your problems go away. And he pleads to it, and you all just go riding into the sunset. And now they're all like, I didn't think he could appeal.
Hashing.
Y'all are the ones who also came out here in like every interview for the last year, making fun of people who said that there was still a chance for there to be something done here because y'all keep, he waived his right to appeal. Like it actually meant something when everybody else was telling you that that's not what it means. It really doesn't. Like y'all literally were hanging on to that statement so hard. And now y'all are trying to act like, oh, we knew all along. No, the fuck you didn't. No, you didn't.
Old news.
Yeah. What's that?
Hashing old news.
Well,
that's Dad.
We're still talking to people that are calling me. Like I just had Brandon. He couldn't appeal. And we're like,
well, because it's not an appeal. It's post-conviction relief, and it's going to be denied. Because here's the thing. He could have requested relief in the form of having his plea waiver removed, which would have been a hell of a lot more likely for a judge to say, yeah, sure, whatever, have your appeals back. But he didn't do that. He asked for his guilty plea removed, which logically makes no sense, which is why I think Ann Taylor's not behind this at all.
I read something that...
How does that logically make no sense? I'm not understanding where the hell she's coming from. She's not even making sense.
Or whatever, have your appeals back. But he didn't do that. He asked for his guilty plea removed, which logically makes no sense, which is why I think Ann Taylor's not behind this at all.
I read something that Ann Taylor signed an affidavit today.
See, I read something that Ann Taylor signed an affidavit today. Now, I'll also mention this again because I mentioned this the other day when we were watching this. If you've noticed, Olivia has been pretty quiet the whole time. She hasn't been extremely animated. She's only talked every now and then. As soon as Christy shows up, her entire demeanor changes. She gets more aggressive. She turns into more of a mean girl in her responses. She starts getting louder. She's way more animated. She talks all the freaking time, interrupts people every time they're trying to talk. She doesn't get the clue when people are still talking, and she just keeps on going. And she does not start that behavior until after Christy shows up in the screen. We talked about this the other day. Everybody else noticed it too.
Guilty plea removed, which logically makes no sense, which is why I think Ann Taylor's not behind this at all.
I read something that Ann Taylor signed an affidavit today.
Asking for the relief that he's asking for isn't asking if they're trying to buy more time. give him a route to appeals. Say, just remove my plea or just remove my appeals waiver. But you're trying to remove your guilty plea, which is never going to happen because of the questionnaire that Hippler gave him. It was incredibly extensive, and everything that he brings up in his motion
was a technical form that everybody fills out.
Unless you're just like feigning amnesia, and unless he truly is just even more stupid than I thought that he was, and I truly thought that this man was stupid, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, and understand
like a toddler throwing a tantrum.
Them turning down this first motion for the post-conviction relief is another log on the fire for the bigger appeal issue.
Did he just say they didn't turn anything down for PCR? What are you talking about?
Tantrum.
Them turning down this first motion for the post-conviction relief is another log on the fire for the bigger appeal issue.
Unless he's just talking about like after there's a lawyer and like there's like a hearing. Is he talking about the first hearing getting denied? Is that what he's talking about? Because so far, the only thing that's been denied is somebody tried to get some records, I guess. Some unsealed records on the case, and that's been denied, and that denial is like out on the website. But that's the only thing that I know of.
Throwing a tantrum.
Them turning down this first motion for the post-conviction relief is another log on the fire for the bigger appeal issue. We're not done with these motions being filed. I think in the next 60 to 90 days, like I'm saying, we're going to see a lot more start coming out of the woodwork. This is just step one.
No, he said Brian's GPS comes on sometime later on. I don't remember what time he said. But in the report, he shows that there's a navigation system, which was interesting because Kohberger said something about either his car information or his maps on his phone or some shit like that was going to be able to prove his like where he was when he was in Pennsylvania. There was like some state. That's why I've been going back and trying to get as much as I can from Pennsylvania, because it was sort of looked at and then like everything else happened. But I'm trying to go back in and get all of his lawyer interviews. The LeBar guy, I think his name was. I can't remember his name. I have a couple different interviews already recorded, but I'm trying to find that very specific it's either an interview video or an article. It might be a freaking article. I'm trying to find it though, where he mentions that very specific thing being talked about that Brian said would show where he was and why he was eager to get back and get exonerated. That's why he waived everything and hurried up and got back to Idaho. It's out there somewhere because we heard it in the very beginning.
To get that, there is a very
step one.
There's a very intricate, very well planned out
GPS
road that the defense is going to go down here. We're just getting started.
Yeah, the minute they thought they were going to do a plea, they probably had a whole exit strategy to be like, this is what we're going to do. And they sold that to him.
So he's not selling out Ann right now? Ann's part of this?
Ann's me. This is just total.
You can just talk.
That's
spitballing.
Side's theory.
Yeah, we're just spitballing right here.
Yeah.
I've always thought the same thing, honestly. I'm like, how do we know that she's not in on this? Say, hey, we're going to do this. Then after a few months, you're going to file, inadequate,
ineffective
An
counsel.
attorney saying, yes, I was ineffective. Like you're looking at motions. You're looking at the evidence that was, attempted to be suppressed. You're looking at, there's so much more than goes into it than just an attorney being like, yeah,
she's essentially going to lay down on the knife, right?
I'm still stuck on what Cy started this whole conversation with, and Christy wasn't here, but that if they had done more digging and processing with the digital stuff, that Cy believes that there's evidence that Kohberger was in the living room at King Road based on the data he had. Like, did you guys know that? Did I just miss that somewhere?
I knew he was following these girls and stalking them online, but they refused. Nobody investigated if there was an online connection.
Are we talking about
that's not true.
That night he was in the living room?
Nobody investigated if there was an online connection. That is so false. Oh my God. False. False as fuck. What are you talking about? Oh my God.
Living room at King Road based on the data he had. Like, did you guys know that?
Seems so.
Did I just miss that
I
somewhere?
knew he was following these girls and stalking them online, but they refused. Nobody investigated if there was an online connection. There's no.
Are we talking about that night? That night he was in the living room?
No.
No, so I think previously, based on the data that he has from the defense.
So fucking terrifying.
Out because we just skirted on past it.
Sorry, I've been thinking about that.
No. You're right.
I'm like, did I miss that somewhere and you guys secretly knew, or I didn't?
Oh, I'm going to go a little bit off script here too, and I could be wrong. And this is where I was asking about the VICAP report and all the questions to family and friends, which I can't find any reporting being done.
Never happened.
The little bit that
Steve just said never happened as he got up. He said, I can't find any reporting of any of it being done. And Steve gets up and goes, never happened, because you wouldn't let the police talk to you. You refused to talk to the police and give them any information about Kaylee that would help them in their investigation. Of course it didn't happen. You made sure of that.
Past it.
Sorry, I've been thinking about that.
No. You're right.
I'm like, did I miss that somewhere and you guys secretly knew, or I didn't?
Oh, I'm going to go a little bit off script here too, and I could be wrong. And this is where I was asking about the VICAP report and all the questions to family and friends, which I can't find any reporting being done.
Never happened.
The little bit that I have dug into, I also believe it's possible that Bryan Kohberger could have been at that house at certain times and not necessarily even been noticed.
What times? You mean the times in between June 23rd, 2022 and November 13th, 2022 that you couldn't find anything? That Mr. Kohberger's mobile device was never in the same area as the deceased mobile devices? Or are you talking about how you were unable to identify any patterns that would be consistent with him frequenting any locations also frequented by the deceased? And never mind the other statement that's being covered up by the video screens. No connection between the deceased or the house. So once again, he's out here saying something completely the opposite. This backdrop is his report. So what do you mean, Cy?
I have dug into, I also believe it's possible that Bryan Kohberger could have been at that house at certain times and not necessarily even been noticed. I think he could have blended in very easy. A large group of guys specifically, but a large group of college kids hanging out near around the house may not have triggered what everybody thinks necessarily. I'm not saying that there's evidence of him breaking in the middle of the night and snooping around the house. I believe there's evidence of him late at night being at, near, or in the house, but it's also at high traffic times in that general area. And I believe he could have blended in really easy. The other thing I'm going to throw back to Steve that is just mind-numbing to me is there is a pattern of him looking at multiple houses. I believe he's a serial killer. I believe that was the intent here, was he was going to start his serial killer spree, if you will.
Since everybody wants to worry about words being used. That's cray-cray.
There is a pattern of him looking at multiple houses. I believe he's a serial killer. I believe that was the intent here, was he was going to start his serial killer spree, if you will. And one thing you have to understand about the psychology of serial killers is part of what drives them, part of what fuels what they're doing is the randomness of selecting victims, watching victims and thinking in their head what.
And also again saying, oh, there's a pattern of him looking at multiple other places. Freaking where? Freaking where? My God.
They could do that is a huge piece of serial killers. And I think he had multiple targets throughout the entire Moscow Pullman area. And when you look at his phone at night, that's what he's doing. He is going around hitting these different houses, watching people, interacting with them potentially.
Interacting with them potentially? What did he just say?
Moscow Pullman area. And when you look at his phone at night, that's what he's doing. He is going around hitting these different houses, watching people, interacting with them potentially. I cannot find any history where somebody's taken the phone records and mapped out all these locations and then gone to law enforcement reporting to say, hey, what reports of a prowler, suspicious person?
He did say that.
And When you look at his phone at night, that's what he's doing. He is going around hitting these different houses, watching people, interacting with them potentially. I cannot find any history.
Interacting with them potentially. So is he trying to say that he's going around and actually like visiting other people at houses? Because what else do you mean by interacting with them potentially? What?
Where somebody's taken the phone records and mapped out all these locations and then gone to law enforcement reporting to say, hey, what reports of a prowler, suspicious person, stalking type behavior, like just give us all the calls for service in these different areas and see, can we match up? Hey, he keeps going back to this other house on the northeastern side of Moscow. Oh, weird. The neighbor across the street has called in 3 times about a white car. Like, how does that change this investigation dramatically? And these are some of those things that I keep saying are just completely absent from this investigation. And the only reason I'm saying all of this part, Olivia, is I want him to get the appeal. I say, let's bring it on. Get a new trial. But let's do it right.
Yeah,
let's get the right investigators involved, and let's go show the world just how depraved this guy was. Let's bring back the death.
So does he think that if this goes back to trial that he's going to get hired by the state? Because that's not going to happen.
Penalty, make it happen. I worry that they don't do that. And they fall back on this. Well, he's not going to get the appeal. We're not worried about it. Oh, crap. He made the first hurdle. He's not going to make the second hurdle. We're okay. And then all of a sudden we find ourselves in a position 5 or 6 years from now that there is a real possibility of a new trial, and they haven't done anything to patch the holes from the first round. And that's where I've been very vocal with anybody who will listen. The time is now to start this investigation over, to do it, just document it, get it done. It's not a crazy expense. I mean, we've done everything at our own expense. I probably have about $50,000 invested in my Kohberger nonsense at this point. Like, there's people like myself and other people and stuff that you guys are doing that you can do this the right way. I think it's all about getting a mental mindset of where this thing can go, being very real and truthful with the victims' families to explain, hey, here's a number of scenarios. And even if it's a 1% chance, it's something that we need to discuss. And hey, how do you combat this? If lightning strikes twice here, how do we make sure this guy never walks? Because that, at the end of the day, is the real goal here. This is why I've been so outspoken, is we can never allow somebody like this to walk, especially if
four murders. The FBI told me, they looked at me like, Steve, I know you're concerned, but do you think somebody with 4 murders is going to walk? We have to do everything perfectly. And it was crazy that when you told.
But nothing was done perfectly. Nothing was even done mediocrely. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Told me that you felt like there was more mistakes on that side. I was just like, and that was the side I was almost going with if the other families would have told me.
She was just whining for Slade. I just heard him get her. She wanted in the door.
Kick Kaylee out and you guys go do your own thing. I would have, but they were like, no, we want you to be the loudmouth and pretend like we don't like you. But the truth is, if you're not here, we're all in fucking trouble because now we got to get our heads out of the sand,
So that was it. It became very clear with that statement, and it was very noticeable from the chat last night that whenever we went over this, or yesterday, that statement really makes it seem as if everything the families have been doing has all been for show.
We have to do everything perfectly. And it was crazy that when you told me that you felt like there was more mistakes on that side, I was just like, and that was the side I was almost going with if the other families would have told me, kick Kaylee out and you guys go do your own thing. I would have, but they were like, no, we want you to be the loudmouth and pretend like we don't like you. But the truth is, if you're not here, we're all in fucking trouble because now we got to get our heads out of the sand.
So you don't think it was just.
And still, he keeps thinking that for some reason Kaylee's case could have been federal, and the rest of the victims' cases could have stayed in Idaho. How? And what is this bullshit about there still being some sort of active stalking investigation? What in the shit are they talking about? What in the world are they talking about?
Making sure I hit your points there.
Sorry, what were you going to say, Christy?
So you don't think it was just, sometimes I think that people just put too much thought into it. And I think, look, he happened to spot one of the girls at some point in time. He started following them to their.
This whole thing right here is so strange because she looks at the camera until she starts talking. And then the whole time she's telling the story, her head is just like swinging. She's looking so far away. This whole thing is just so strange.
Right here. I hit your points there.
Sorry, what were you going to say, Christy?
So you don't think it was just, sometimes I think that people just put too much thought into it. And I think, look, he happened to spot one of the girls at some point in time. He started following them to their house, started watching them, found out that it was, a house full of girls, perfect for him, score, everything that he was, really needing and wanting. And he, started planning on, murder and, obviously had his knife and whatnot. And finally that night he just pulled the trigger and went in. I mean, like I don't understand why everybody thinks it's so elaborate. You know what I'm saying?
Well, because that house is a dead end road surrounded by other houses. Okay.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, Mom. He decided back before he ever moved to Washington that he was going to kill someone. He decided way back when that he was going to kill multiple someones if he was able to continue getting away with it.
Just making up shit.
He walked into that house.
We're the bad guys for wanting to know why they lie and why certain documents say one thing, but then the next document says the opposite. We want to know why the expert's coming out here and giving us a report that says that he can't find any connections whatsoever. And then now he's saying the very opposite. We are the bad guys. But they're just literally sitting here. Both of these little weirdos are just sitting here making shit up. Making shit all the way up. While complaining about people that make shit up. I swear.
He decided way back when that he was going to kill multiple someones if he was able to continue getting away with it. Okay? He walked into that house after 1. He didn't walk out after 4. He didn't anticipate this. He thought he'd be way better at it than he was. But part of his game is that he's a hunter. So it gave him an adrenaline boost to see them out in public, to follow them without them knowing,
Except
to
you don't
do
have
these
any
things
proof of this.
until that was no longer giving that drug hit wasn't enough. Until
100%.
it just kind of became this. He knew he had to do this. There was no getting out of it. He had a separate bank account with money that he had put in there that he hadn't touched, and he was broke as a joke. It's not like he had a ton of money to spare. Starts using it in
Fantasy
cash.
fund.
Fantasy 101, because that's
which again is not what he said. She did not hear him. He said fantasy fund. Now I don't know what in the actual shitty shit they are talking about. There's no way that they saw Bryan's transaction records for his financial records. All of that shit is still under seal. None of that has actually ever been released. All we have is the self authentication of records fight where they had all these financial things. And I think I actually have stuff on a spreadsheet. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Hold on. Because I had tracked a bunch of this stuff and then had removed the bank accounts, the financial accounts that were taken off after we went through these self-authentication records. Oh, holy frickaroo. I do have some of it. Do I have all of it? Okay, well, I don't know when the last time I wrote on this thing was, but let me pull this up real quick. So we went based off of the dates of warrants to see what they actually submitted. So for Wells Fargo, oh, y'all can't see that shit. Hold on a minute. Make this big real quick. So for Wells Fargo, they served a warrant for Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan, Xana, and 3 unknowns. Now we might be able to figure out who the unknowns were. I have not bothered to go back in and check. I have no freaking clue. I haven't looked. Okay, I have no clue. So they submitted Wells Fargo for Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan, Xana, and 3 unknowns. The only person's information for Wells Fargo that got submitted by the state was for Maddie. All right. Then we have the Umpqua Bank. And then it says Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan, Xana, and 3 unknowns is what was on the warrant that was served. But the security video that was submitted was for Dylan Mortensen. Now, I don't know what date the Umpqua Bank footage is for Dylan, but it's there. Potlatch #1 Financial Credit Union. These don't seem to have answers. I guess nothing was kept by the state, or else I would have put something in here. But these are the dates that the search warrants were served. Eland Financial Services, they only did a search warrant for Kaylee. They only submitted information for Kaylee. For Discover, they sent in a search warrant for Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan, Xana, and 3 unknown people. And we actually do know now from some of the unsealed records that they were also looking into Lakeland's financial records, which is super interesting. But for Discover, they show that they only submitted for Kaylee. For Square, which is Cash App, they submitted for all the same stuff, but they didn't keep anything as far as I have written in here. For Banner Bank, they submitted to everybody, but they only kept Ethan's for trial. Bank of America, everyone was submitted, but they only submitted Bethany and Xana. American Express didn't have anything that got kept. And then PayPal and Venmo did Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan, Xana, and the 3 unknowns. And it says the state submitted 3 files. So I don't know if they have them labeled in the paperwork or not. I don't know. So then these are the other ones that we had for the self-authenticating records that I did not see any public search warrants for at the time. Numerica Bank, they submitted information for Kaylee, but there's no search warrant on the case of interest website. PNC Bank for Kohberger, the same thing though. There was no search warrant, but it was added in the self-authentication of records fight. Pennsylvania State Employee Credit Union. His parents were in the teaching organization. His mom's a sub. His dad was, I think, was he a janitor at the school, I think? So he's connected with that through his parents. So he has a bank account with that at the credit union. They submitted it, but there was no search warrant that I saw. That doesn't mean there's not one. That just means that there's not one on the public interest website. Then we have the Washington State Bank for Kohberger. Again, no search warrant, but it was submitted. And then we have his crypto. Now, I don't know. I don't remember going in there and seeing, did I do the very end of this? I could have sworn that they ended up taking his crypto account out. I'll have to go back in and check. Maybe they kept it in. I'm not really quite sure. But I could have sworn that they didn't. But they served a lot of financial warrants, but then they didn't end up keeping a lot of it in there. So I also know that they tried to say that Kohberger stopped using his debit card or some shit after the fact and was only using cash, which isn't true because we have receipts from after the date of the crimes where he's definitely, swiping a card. And then there's also transactions from Walmart that we see. We got a lot of Walmart video, different trips that he took to Walmart. Plus we have just different places. Plus he went shopping at 2 different stores, on the 12th, the night of the 12th. He just went normal household grocery shopping, 2 different places. So that's crazy too.
At the end of the day,
So again, I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know what they're talking about. How I know he had a new bank had been opened, and there was something about his teacher's pay. There was some paper checks for a while. So maybe that's what she's talking about. But he was getting paychecks from being a TA, and I don't recall them ever claiming that he had some secret bank account with a whole bunch of cash in it. They're trying to act like he had some sort of fantasy fund that he dipped into right before the crimes took place, and that's all he used was cash for the rest of forever. And that's not true. That's not true at all.
That he hadn't touched, and he was broke as a joke. It's not like he had a ton of money to spare. Starts using it in cash.
Fantasy fund.
fantasy 101, because at the end of the day, he's just an addict. And the drug that he's chased has always just been different. First, it was health and workout and this and that. And then it was, you know, this grandiose that he's healing his, you know, autoimmune disorders because he's so smart and this and that. And at one point it was heroin even. He's an addict that has always been obsessive and addicted to something. And he became addicted to this idea of chasing this high of killing someone. It wasn't personal to him.
100%. You couldn't have said that better. 100%. I agree with you. And if he ever
no
does
proof
walk,
of any of those
he
things.
will kill
I mean,
again.
we know.
Yeah.
We know that he had heroin issues as a teenager, and that he became vegan and he started cleaning stuff up and he found a path to take. Okay, we know all of that. But all the rest of this crap is crazy.
And then it was, you know, this grandiose that he's healing his, you know, autoimmune disorders because he's so smart and this and that. And at one point it was heroin even. He's an addict that has always been obsessive and addicted to something. And he became addicted to this idea of chasing this high of killing someone. It wasn't personal to him.
100%. You couldn't have said that better. 100%. I agree with you. And if he ever does walk, he will kill again.
Yeah, of course he will.
We know they investigated him back in Pennsylvania, and it didn't go anywhere, but they definitely were concerned.
Yeah.
Steve knows that they were not concerned. They were just simply trying to see, because of the location and the time frame, if he might have been involved in a certain situation in Pennsylvania, and he wasn't. There was nothing to connect him. They were concerned because this just happened and he was freshly accused and the evidence wasn't out that proves that this was all bullshit just yet. And so, yeah, they were doing their job. But why are we mentioning that almost 4 years later when you know that it had nothing to do with shit? It could have been anybody for any crime, as long as it was close like this, some sort of crazy ass assault, some sort of murder that took place in that area. It could have been anybody, any crime of any sort of nature. And if they were close enough to the area, they probably would have been looked at too. Why are we bringing this up? This is pointless.
No,
Well, I think-
escalated predatory behaviors until they no longer fulfilled his needs.
So I didn't get Thorn Road right, but was that
Okay, here
close?
comes the
Was that
map
closer
stuff.
than Payne's little loop?
Oh, stop it.
That's terrible. It's so
Stop
there.
it.
It's about.
God.
If you look at
Oh my God, stop it. I can't stand these
It
people.
didn't
I
go
really
anywhere,
can't.
but they definitely were concerned.
Oh my God, stop it.
No,
Well, I think-
escalated predatory behaviors until they no longer fulfilled his needs.
So I didn't get Thorn Road right, but was that close? Was that closer than Payne's little loop?
Oh, stop it.
That's terrible. It's so there. It's about. If you look at where Thorn is, and the road comes down, it kind of doglegs 95 doglegs around.
Okay.
Dogleg, it starts to go straight again. It's the third dirt road after that one. There's a farm.
I'm gonna let him finish this, and then I'm gonna pull up the map because we went over it the other day. Was that just yesterday? We went over it yesterday, so I pretty much know exactly what he's gonna say and where we looked at the map. So I'm gonna let him finish the whole thing, and then we'll pull the map up.
Than Payne's little loop?
Oh, stop it.
That's terrible. It's so there. It's about. If you look at where Thorn is, and the road comes down, it kind of doglegs 95 doglegs around.
Okay.
Dogleg, it starts to go straight again. It's the third dirt road after that one. There's a farm that sits right on 95 right there, and that's where he worked his way back up to Thorn, and then he came back down. So he goes across up to Thorn Creek and then back down around, and he actually shoots out back onto, I think it's 195.
That was definitely close. And
It's not
AI helped me because
possible that
I was trying to pull the time.
Notice that Steve had to hurry up and interject and interrupt Cyree so that he could say just how close he was. Watch how abrupt he just interrupts him.
For that one. There's a farm that sits right on 95 right there, and that's where he worked his way back up to Thorn, and then he came back down. So he goes across up to Thorn Creek and then back down around, and he actually shoots out back onto, I think it's 195.
That was definitely close. And
It's not
AI helped me
possible
because
that we-
So close enough isn't okay for Kaylee getting home at 1:45, but this close enough is good for you. Okay, good, noted. Okay, so here's the map. Here's the map. Make sure you guys can see it. I really hate having to go back and forth. I wish there was better settings for my stuff, but I'm too lazy to go and find a new thing to stream on. There's better things to do with my time. Okay. So what he's trying to say is that Kohberger left 1122, drove south on 95, all the way down past Thorn. See, Thorn is right here. He's saying that he went past this. So I guess what law enforcement's trying to say is that this is the road that Kohberger took all the way to Uniontown before then coming back up 195 and coming back up into Pullman. All right. What Cyray is claiming is that Kohberger kept driving south on 95, past what he calls a dog leg, and my southern ass ain't never heard that before in my life, but that's cool. Past 3 roads before there's a farm. That would be this one right here. That shows a farm. 3 roads past where the dog leg starts to straighten. 1, 2, 3. Borgen Road. Then he claims that Kohberger went this way on Borgen Road all the way until it gets to this T. And then the way that he describes it would be going this way on Borgen and then would, I guess, come back around. Because he is basically saying that it eventually meets up here back on Thorn Creek. So instead of Kohberger taking Thorn Creek from up here all the way down this way, he's saying he can prove that he went all the way down this way and then took a road this way, took it all the way down to Thorn Creek over here, and then went south on Thorn Creek to where he could get on 195 by Uniontown, okay? But he didn't then go north back to Pullman. Once he got on 195, this is where he's claiming that Kohberger then went south towards Snake River, which is all the way down here. The problem, though, is that he's not telling us how he got to Snake River. Because if you go down 195, there's this Emerson Road, but it goes like all the way up here and does all kind of other crazy shit, okay? Then you have this one right here, which is Shoemaker, but it doesn't reach all the way down. I don't believe. Does it? Actually, yes, it does. Does it? Is that the road? No, that's a lie. Where does Shoemaker end? I think Shoemaker ends like in a neighborhood. Hold on. Where did I miss it? Okay, no, it turns. Shoemaker turns and then basically turns into like just even more of a dirt road. Like it ends up someone's property line. You know what I mean? So if he's trying to say that he went south to Snake River after going south on 195 from all the weird ass directions that he's claiming, how did he get to Snake River? Because if he continued down this and it turns back into 95 and he takes the highway, this is technically called Clearwater River. So which road did he take over here on this side to be able to get down to Snake River? He's not saying any of that. Now, Snake River also goes this way and follows, what is that? Wallaway Road. The park that he was supposed to have been at, you know? So I don't know what the hell Cyray's actually trying to say with all of this, because he's not connecting his little dots, you know? He's not connecting his little dots. He, again, is saying that Kohberger left 1122 in a mad-ass hurry, going in a direction that he wasn't supposed to actually go, went down this way, passed up Thorn, and then turned down here on Borgen, took this road all the way across, back up to Thorn Creek, then took Thorn Creek all the way back down to 195, then went south to Snake River somewhere, and then turned around and took 195 back up to Pullman. Now, what we do know is that the footage shows the car coming back into Pullman on this Johnson and Southeast Bishop area right here. So they would also have to account for whichever way the car would have, I guess, gone down this way. I guess South Bishop, maybe. I can't really quite remember. But that's like a lot. You know, that's a whole lot for him to be coming out and saying all these things, but he's not finishing up his track. How did he get to Snake River? Which road did he take? Is there a trail in here? Is this a road? Would you drive a Hyundai Elantra on a freaking trail like that? I mean, are they trying to say that he hiked to the freaking river from the street? Like, how did he get to Snake River from right here? You need to complete the path. You need to show us your map. And that's why I'm really frustrated even more with the custody queens, because they came out and said that Cy Ray showed them pieces on the damn map, including where he claims that Kohberger stopped. And where he's claiming Kohberger stopped is where Snake River is. So how did he get to Snake River? I need them to tell people what it was. I mean, we all do. I mean, it's insane that they didn't instantly pull up a map when they were talking about that on Andrew Meyer and be like, this is what he showed us on the map. How would you not show us that? That's crazy to say he showed you all that stuff and then not produce what he showed you. You could easily pull up a map just like I did and been like, this is the spot he showed to us. And then the conversation would be over. Like, that's crazy. This whole thing is crazy. Oh my God.
He goes across up to Thorn Creek and then back down around, and he actually shoots out back onto, I think it's 195.
That was definitely close. And AI helped me because I was trying to pull the timestamps all together with the 448, and 448 was my source of truth.
That he was stopped there. Cy Ray said that he was stopped there for about 10 minutes. We never anticipated that long of a gap that he was stopped there. We always 1 to 2 minutes. So the timeline that we had
gone farther down than he's probably needs to be.
Yeah. So it's not
from the house to where he stopped, I want to say it was like 14.5 miles. And you saw the rate of speed he was leaving the neighborhood at. I have no reason to believe he's not driving 65, 70 probably on the road.
How would I figure that out? Hold on. I'm trying to see if I can get an answer. Okay, so I just typed into Chat GPT because I tried to use Bing and it wasn't answering me. What address on South 95 in Idaho is 14.5 miles south of 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho? And it says if you're measuring 14.5 miles south from 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, following US 95, you end up just south of Thorn Creek Road in rural Latah County near the community of Blaine. This corresponds roughly to US 95 around milepost 336. I wonder if I do that? Milepost 336. I don't know if you can do that. No, I didn't think so. Milepost 336, Highway South, Highway 95 South. Will it do that? I don't think it will. No, I didn't think so. There isn't a single official street address exactly at that point because it's a rural stretch of highway, but the nearest addressed property so basically the intersection of the highway and Thorn Creek is 14.5 miles south. So literally right there on like the intersection place. Let me switch back again. So I can see if I can drop us down there, I guess. So that's interesting because, okay, so is he trying to say that Kohberger literally stopped right here at this intersection? Because that's what they're talking about right now, of him stopping. There's no water here. This is literally just all field, which we already knew from the map. Let me go back and listen to what they said again.
We always do 1 to 2 minutes. So the timeline that we have
Gone farther down than he's probably needs to be.
Yeah. So it's
From
not,
the
it's not
house-
his fault.
From the house to where he stopped, I want to say it was like 14.5 miles. And you saw the rate of speed he was leaving the neighborhood at.
Right, but but he's not saying where he turned. Where he turned was the 3 roads past Thorn Creek. He's saying this is where he stopped.
So I didn't get Thorn Road right, but was that close? Was that closer than Payne's little loop?
Oh, stop it.
That's terrible. It's about, if you look at where Thorn is and the road comes down, it kind of doglegs, 95 doglegs around.
Okay.
Dogleg, it starts to go straight again. It's the 3rd dirt road after that one. There's a farm that sits right on 95 right there. And that's where he worked his way back up to Thorn, and then he came back down. So he goes across up to Thorn Creek and then back down around, and he actually shoots out back onto, I think it's 195.
Well, it's definitely close. And
It's
AI helped me.
It's so hard to listen to the directions
Dirt
he's giving because
road
it's
after
weird.
that one. There's a farm that sits right on 95 right there. And that's where he worked his way back up to Thorn, and then he came back down. So he goes across up to Thorn Creek and then back down around, and he actually shoots out back onto, I think it's 195.
Well, it's definitely close. And
It's not
AI helped me because I was trying to pull the timestamps all together with the 448, and 448 was my source of truth.
That he was stopped there. Ray said that he was stopped there for about 10 minutes. We never anticipated that long of a gap that he was stopped there. We always do 1 to 2 minutes. So the timeline that we have
Gone farther down than he's probably needs to be.
Yeah. So it's
From
not,
the
it's not his fault.
From the house to where he stopped, I want to say it was like 14.5 miles. And
Yeah, no, this is telling me that Thorn Creek is 14.5 miles from the house. Because I didn't put Thorn Creek into the information, but that's what it's given me. See? That's what it's given me. Thorn Creek Road. Specifically mile marker 36. On Highway 95. Okay, well, how do I need to see a mile marker then? No, he's very confusing. But he's still saying that this is where Kohberger turned and then went across and then ended up back on 195 before then going south towards the river and then going back up. But then it also sounds like he's trying to say that he can see the car going south, turning around, going back up to Thorn Creek and then turning back around again. Like, I don't know what the frick. I don't know what the frick this dude's talking about, bro. This guy is wackadoodle. I don't give a damn. Give me a freaking mile marker. Oh, was that one? 334. Oh my God, where's the next one? Are we going the right direction? Did they all get removed because of the construction? And now we're probably going to never find it. Oh my God, the Google car just had to be behind this truck. Where's the effing mile markers? Okay, there's one. What does it say? Oh shit, hold on. 335. Oh my god, we only went. All right, here we go. Moscow, 5 miles this way. Lewiston, 21 miles that way. The hell? Did y'all see that massive weird? That was weird. Whoa, and now what the hell? Did we just like travel through a whole nother dimension right here? What is happening? What a weird jump. Oh, wow. And now this thing is what is happening? Is it because I'm getting closer to what we're looking at and it's not going to just start fucking with me? Oh my god, what is all that glitchy? Okay, let's keep going. Too many glitchy. It says mile marker 36 is like technically the 14.5 mile point. So I just want to see like what that actually looks like on the map. It should be any minute unless we skipped it in our freaking multi-dimensional jump over here. Why is it doing that? Why is it doing that? Oh my god, this is weird looking. It's making me nauseous. What is it doing? It's a lot of rocks. Where's the freaking mile marker? There's no way, bro. Where's the mile marker? There's no way we haven't gotten there yet. Like, this is a long-ass mile. Did we skip it? Like, I'm not going back to look for it. I'm just going to stop here in a second. Because there's, like, no way that we're not there even a little. Yeah, there's no way, bro. I think we skipped it. Because of the weird-ass jumps. I don't even see anything green coming up. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It's not letting me get to it. And then it presses it up. Oh, my God. We did pass it up. This is freaking 337, bro. We passed it up. We passed it up. All right, so I'm just going to go a little bit, and then I'm going to stop. I knew we jumped it. I knew we did. This freaking interdimensional jumping, it fricked it all up. But basically what you're seeing is like there's really nothing at all out here. It's all field. So I don't know what they would make, like what would make them think that he stopped here. Is this water? Is that a creek? No. I can tell. I mean, it could be, I guess. Is that a creek? I mean, it looks like it could be something down there, but then there's nothing on that side, so I don't know. See, look, it's doing this right here. This is probably like around where mile marker 36 is. Because I feel like we've got about halfway to where we would have been. I don't understand what the hell's going on, though. Like, this is weird how it's, like, glitchy. I guess it would be somewhere around here. It seems about right. So, I mean, again, I don't know, like, what the point of all of this, like, being right here in the middle of nowhere would possibly do. And, like, is that far from there? Yeah, I don't know. Cyray needs to produce a map. This isn't doing anything but causing more issues. This is almost over too. There's like 7 minutes left.
You saw the rate of speed he was leaving the neighborhood at. I have no reason to believe he's not driving 65, 70 probably on the road. There's a solid 10 to maybe 15, depending on how fast he drove. And again, the part I can't stress enough is he goes back to that exact same spot where he stopped the next night.
Yeah, because he dumped his stuff right
He
there.
did?
And
He goes back.
Holy
And then goes through the Snake River.
And then as soon as he's there, he goes down to the Snake River, and he doesn't spend any time.
So he's saying that he stops in the same place the next day that he sees him stopping before, but then after he goes to this exact same place, then he goes down to the Snake River. See, he's just everywhere. I don't know what he's trying to say.
He dumped his stuff right
He
there.
did?
He goes back.
Holy
And then goes through the Snake River.
And see, and remember yesterday I was like, no, she's going to take that information right there and she's going to run with it, because they're not saying that this is just what Cyrus is thinking based off of his own things, that there's no proof of this. She's going to take that and run like it's a fact. And that's exactly what everyone on that side of the camp has done with all of this. The man hasn't produced a single shred of evidence, and everything that is out here in black and white from Cyrus says the opposite of what he is preaching now. But this is what they want to go off of. I don't understand that.
And then as soon as he's there, he goes down to the Snake River, and he doesn't spend any time. He goes to Snake River, and then immediately he's back up 195.
So you think he left the stuff there and went back and got it the next day and then dumped it in the river?
Yeah, and I'll give you guys my
yeah.
theory.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Like he thinks that he dumped it in like a temporary place, went back and got it, and then went to the Snake River and put it there. Okay.
I would be really interested in your feedback here, but looking at everything that I've seen, I believe Maddie was the target. I believe Maddie is who he interacted with earlier. There's some other things that kind of support that. I hope a lot of this comes out at some point. I think.
Sorry to know, but why?
I hope a lot of this comes out at some point. If you know it and you've walked away from the case and we're in the middle of a plea and we're over from a plea and you've been running your mouth, why can't you just produce whatever the frick you're getting that from? Why can't you just tell us exactly where you're getting that from? Why can't you show us the report that shows this information? This dude is annoying as hell.
You say some things to support that. Is that the cell phones?
Yeah, there's a lot more collisions between Brian's phone and Maddie's phone than any of the other victims. And what I'm saying about collision is they start to occupy the same space at the same time.
And remember, he gave his information to the prosecution, and the prosecution still stood up and said that there was no connections between anything the whole time. So how the hell is this even possible? This is ridiculous.
And there is a little bit more of a pattern to that than with the other victims.
And what do you mean? I know you don't have all the data in front of you.
That's a good point.
Like,
no shit.
Like
in different locations, or like where
I would say August 28th, but I could be wrong if that's a Sunday. The first Sunday after the full week of school starting in August, it's Maddie's phone that I think interjects with his phone in Pullman, and this is the apartment complex right next to Brian's. And they start off at like the student center at WSU, and then they move up to an apartment complex. And I think there was an interaction there that could have been the first crossing of paths. There's multiple times around the house that A&W over time,
That's
but
crazy.
consistently it's more with Maddie.
Again, around the house. But he's unable to locate any period of time between June 23rd of 2022 and November 13th, 2022, where Mr. Kohberger's mobile device is in the same specific area as any of the deceased mobile devices. But he just said that there was a party next to Kohberger's apartment and two of the girls went over there, and then he went over there, and they were at the student center, and then it went to another area, and the phones are together, and the phones are together at the house, and the phones are together while they traveled to the A&W and back. I'm going off the sworn affidavit, not the bullshit on some YouTube channel. What? It's crackhead behavior.
Than the other roommate at that point.
He dips into his fantasy fund, and Kaylee's up here.
Just like there was kill bags,
And it was like that. That's the moment he's going to plan this murder, and she's still down there, and Kaylee's up here hanging out with us. So I totally agree, but I can't say that in a forum.
And you guys know better than I would. I think the fact that Kaylee is in the same bed as Maddie that night is somewhat of a fluke. Like, right, that wasn't something he could have predicted. So what I believe starts as a targeted one victim thing very quickly rolls into two. I think Xana interrupted that. And I think there's
that's the scream.
Well, the scream, but also
That's the scream. What scream, Steve? What scream, Steve?
One victim thing very quickly rolls into two. I think Xana interrupted that. And I think there's
that's the scream.
Well, the scream, but also there's really good. So before, in my prior life, before I started doing a lot of the phone stuff, I did a lot of homicide stuff. I was a blood spatter expert. There is excellent blood spatter in this house that, in my opinion,
in the crime scene areas,
not only interrupts it, but he chases
house.
Xana through a big portion of the house.
See, how? Where is that even coming from? When there's no proof of Xana being outside of her room, or let's just say there's no proof of Xana being attacked outside of her room, actually. There's no DNA of hers outside of her bedroom. Why? I don't know why. I don't know why. They need her to be in the kitchen. They need her to be crossing paths with him on his way out the house. For some reason, they really, 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 really need that to be the story. There's no proof of any of that. And the story that they're going off of is of a girl who, according to her phone records, proves that she's a liar. That she did not call the roommates when she was hearing all this shit going on, and then Bethany happened to be the only one that answered the phone. Bethany called her first. There was no concern for Dylan to be calling Xana or Maddie or Kaylee's phone. None of that happened. So if Xana would have been attacked in the kitchen with Dylan right there, and Dylan didn't call Xana's phone, Dylan didn't call Maddie's phone, what did Dylan actually hear? We don't know. All we can hear is some little thuds on that damn camera. We can't hear her screaming nobody's name. We definitely don't hear whatever sounds like a firecracker that woke up Bethany. That's not even, you'd think if it was loud enough to wake someone up that it would have at least been in the background noise of the 1112 camera. And we've tried to hear it. I can't hear it. That's crazy. But Dylan also claimed that she didn't hear it either. And again, Bethany also claimed she never heard Dylan doing shit and she never heard a fight or anything else. She could hear little bitty plastic red Solo cups fall on the ground, apparently, but she can't hear running and fighting for people's lives and screaming of names and crying and all the other things. No, there's just no way.
And that's where Xana comes into, and then Ethan comes into. And to your guys' point of the physical side of this, he's just exhausted by the time he sees Dylan. And that's why Dylan's today. And this changes his plan. And this is really important for the investigators to wrap their head around. The route back was going to be the same route that he took there. I believe he was going to go right back out on Indian Hills, up north to that little crossover road, and then come back north of the airport back in, because he can get all the way to his house and never pass a video camera other than the Indian Hills one. But because 911 is being called, he drops down to the south. So yeah, I think it went from 1 to 2 to 4 very, very quickly.
So he's saying that he's just assuming that Bryan would have thought that 911 was about to get called because of the Dylan situation. And that's why the car sped out of there. So he's basing that off of behavior that he sees because of his theory that he already has. But Dylan also never claims that the person ran off or anything like that. It was just like real nonchalant, like no one gave two shits. And also, I don't really buy the whole like exhausted thing regardless of what we're talking about here. The way that I am like under the understanding that this kind of stuff works from like listening to people openly talk about like in interviews that have killed people, like how all this stuff works, whether it be like a military thing or you're a freaking weirdo and you've actually killed people and you're in prison and all that stuff. The stories that they tell is that when they were in the middle of doing all of it, they didn't feel pain. They didn't feel tiredness. They didn't feel their muscles burn. They didn't feel anything. They were in an adrenaline rush. So if someone's in there doing some sort of psycho, scary, killer stuff, I highly doubt that adrenaline wouldn't have been a factor to where you would see a person while you're literally like 30 seconds, 5 seconds away from what you were just doing, and you don't instantly act. On top of that, this person, Dylan, is claiming to have been calling out names and all this other shit. For how long is really kind of like the question. So it's not like that right then and there would have been the only time that the person would have ever realized that Dylan was awake. If she was actually calling out people's names, that would have been like the last thing that the person would have seen of Dylan. Plus, with the door opening and closing, there's also a rumor from the very beginning, and I really do wonder just how true it actually is, and Dylan just hasn't actually like said it to the cops. But we know that she was going around telling everybody all kind of other shit. So I wonder if she actually did open the door and yell, "Shut the F up the stairs," because that was one of the original rumors, was that she was trying to go to bed, but that there was music playing and there was karaoke going on. And she also thought that there was like maybe somebody rummaging around upstairs. She wasn't really quite sure, but there was a lot of noise. So she opened the door and yelled, "Shut the F up the stairs." I don't know where it came from. It was just in the very, very beginning. And I really wonder if it's true because of the way that the story came across now. Because parts of that ended up being true. The music, the karaoke, the dog, all that stuff. The sounds that would be made from rummaging around, I mean, pretty much all the same shit. So a lot of that was true. But who knows? Who honestly knows?
Then there's the interruption, which completely throws him off his plan. He doesn't know what to do, but he's smart enough with everything he has on the criminology side, which, by the way, I completely agree with you, Olivia. He is a terrible criminal. His PhD program is not
Box of rocks.
Yeah, but he is smart enough to know. And maybe looking for a white car, I shouldn't go driving back up to campus driving a white car with a car full of
and the path that you were talking about where he went.
I shouldn't go driving back up through campus in a white car. They're going to be looking for a white car. So I guess he's assuming that Kohberger would have left back out through the university area, and that's why he went the other way, according to him. Okay.
Looking for a white car, I shouldn't go driving back up to campus driving a white car with a car full of
and the path that you were talking about where he went, I think Indian Hills Road, everything he did was misdirection. So he didn't want to come in from west to east. He wanted to come from east to west. He was playing the same game. So if he did get caught, he wanted it to appear like he was coming from the opposite direction of where he really came from.
All right. I do have to go.
See right there how it cuts, and then she's in a different shirt all of a sudden?
East to west. He was playing the same game. So if he did get caught, he wanted it to appear like he was coming from the opposite direction of where he really came from.
All right.
And notice the edit. So I wonder if when they did that earlier, when did they do that before? There was another section of the interview where for some reason they had Bryan's face just like right there on the screen for a minute. I might have missed it already. I wonder if something slipped with her shirt then too. Right here. I wonder if something happened with her shirt then too. Because, yeah, there's already been... See, look, like right here. Like, look, you can see all the way down, all the way... That's all her skin. Like, her shirt opens a lot in this. But, yeah, I wonder if that happened back there too. But that's definitely why they put Kohberger's face right here.
South. So, yeah, I think it went from 1 to 2 to 4 very, very quickly. Then there's the interruption, which completely throws him off his plan. He doesn't know what to do, but he's smart enough with everything he has on the criminology side, which, by the way, I completely agree with you, Olivia. He is a terrible criminal. His PhD program is not
box of rocks.
Yeah, but he is smart enough to know. And maybe looking for a white car, I shouldn't go driving back up to campus driving a white car with a car full of
and the path that you were talking about where he went, I think Indian Hills Road, everything he did was misdirection. So he didn't want to come in from west to east. He wanted to come from east to west. He was playing the same game. So if he did get caught, he wanted it to appear like he was coming from the opposite direction of where he really came from.
All right. I do have to go.
Okay.
But I just want to...
All right, guys. Man, that was awesome. I really appreciate it, Si. And Bryan,
Cy
thank you
looks
for putting this
exhausted.
together.
Look at him.
It wasn't a
He's like-
gotcha. It was organic. Apparent. Talking with people, I really
Why do you have to say when something's organic? You're not supposed to have to say that.
appear like he was coming from the opposite direction of where he really came from.
All right. I do have to go.
Okay.
But I just want to.
All right, guys. Man, that was awesome. I really appreciate Cy. And Bryan, thank you for putting this together. It wasn't a gotcha. It was organic. Apparent. Talking with people, I really appreciate it.
Thank you for honestly
all
having
of
such
you.
a platform where I do genuinely feel like we have said more in this than we've ever really said publicly. And that's honestly 100% due to you and how you choose to, be a journalist and the open environment that you foster. And so
Y'all could have done this off camera. Y'all didn't need to have him sitting there looking like a little weirdo with his jaw open the whole time. Y'all could have done this privately.
in this than we've
I mean, trust me, I'm glad you didn't, but you could have.
ever really said publicly. And that's honestly 100% due to you and how you choose to, be a journalist and the open environment that you foster. And Ray, I just wanted to say thank you. It is what it is. I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate your time more than anything else. Just being able to, talk with us and meet on the playing field together.
My little 5 minutes that I have, I'm literally going to go to bed with nightmares now because of the hearing him say that he was in the living room and then hearing him say that he went back to that same spot the next night. I mean,
This is his thought. This is him thinking out loud.
but that just terrifies me. I'm like, oh my gosh. And that
Mom, there's literally not a single thing scary about him. He's the biggest pansy coward
He's a
ass that you
pussy.
could ever imagine.
the girls were
literally,
scared.
Well, of course,
the girls were scared
they were
because of
vulnerable.
his mom, and he doesn't
Monsters
have to
prey on vulnerable people.
Yeah, and same thing, Bryan. Thanks for having me on. And I'll throw this out, Steve. I talked about it earlier, and Olivia, it goes to you as well. And if you're okay with it, Steve, I'll just respond back to that. Yeah, I have your email on, I think, the questions that they sent over, that Courtney sent over. I'll respond back to you. I'll give you guys my contact and my phone number 24/7. Anything you guys ever need, or if you need to bounce anything off, let me know. I'm more than happy to sit down anytime, have as many conversations as you want. If there's anything you guys are doing foundation wise or trying to promote some of the change you guys are talking about, super interested. Let me know how we can help if we can.
But you didn't give two shits about anything they were doing before all of this started happening. This dude is so fucking fake. My God.
If there's anything you guys are doing foundation wise or trying to promote some of the change you guys are talking about, I'm super interested. Let me know how we can help if we can. I can't emphasize enough. We are really trying to push this as a really intense training for law enforcement on how to never fall for this trap again and how to prevent a lot of these things. We're getting an excellent feedback on that. So rest assured, the overwhelming majority of the law enforcement community that I'm working with sees where you guys are coming from. Their heart goes out to you guys. The victimization that you guys have been re-victimized by the process is one of the goals I've always had of trying to prevent. Like, how can I? And that's one of the things I got involved in this case.
Why do you close your eyes every time you say something?
Bryan Kohberger's defense expert. It was to keep my ethics and say, look, criminal investigations can never look like this. And if those of us who see it and understand it don't stand up and say something, who does? So again, any pain or suffering that I have caused or helped happen with this nonsense, please understand. Ann has never spoken for me. Things that Ann says is not what I said. But my apologies for that if it's caused you guys heartburn, and anything I can do to be of assistance.
And again, he says heartburn. I know he says heartburn.
Ann has never spoken for me. Things that Ann says is not what I said. But my apologies for that if it's caused you guys heartburn, and anything I can do to
you give me heartburn, bro. You give me heartburn. You give me heartburn.
Assistance. I'm yours. So for what that's worth.
Appreciate it, man.
Thank you. We do appreciate it.
Thank you. Shut the hell up, Cy. Hypocritical hippo ass liar. Damn. It's crazy. Like how, look, we almost the same amount of time. I think we went 5 hours and 40 minutes in the one that got deleted. And this one's about this. Ooh, hold on. Hold on. Okay, yeah. This one's about the same amount of time. We're at 5 hours and 33 minutes. Isn't he a fucking snake? Oh my God. Since insincere apologies. He can't even look them in the face. He can't even look them in the camera. He can't even look them in their camera face. That's crazy as hell. They did, man. There's so much in this that I'm gonna clip and put out separately. I mean, and not just the stuff from Cyré and his contradictions, but like, oh my God, the stuff that they admitted to, the stuff that they said is so wild. Yeah, that's why, like, that's another thing is like he came out and was like, Custody Queens is the only interview he was going to do. And my thought process was the way that his nostrils flared like a freaking double barrel shotgun. Anytime Turvey was mentioned, I was like, oh, this is personal. This is personal. Like he's coming out here and running his mouth. This is personal. It has to be. And that's the reason why he chose that platform over one that he already had a rapport with. See, regardless, okay, Truth and Transparency has been talking to Cyré for just as long as Harsh has, okay? Probably even longer, honestly. And there's no way that it honestly makes any sense to me that he did not do an interview with her because her stance on this case has never changed. She says all the time, Kohberger pled guilty, listen to him. She doesn't care about the innocent stuff. The DNA stuff, okay? She's into the corruption and the crazy bullshit here the same way that she was back then. And Cyré interviewed with her before. They met up at CrimeCon. She had drinks with him and his wife. Literally nothing about what Lana is or what she does has changed at all. So when that interview didn't happen, that was weird because they already had a 3-year-long, some sort of whatever you want to call it, a friendship, I guess. I don't know what the hell. I don't know what the hell you call it. What do you call it? Acquaintanceship? I guess. I don't freaking know. They've known each other. So him popping up out of nowhere on Custody Queens, I was like, oh, this has to be personal because he has a rapport with her and he's choosing to cancel and not talk to her to go over here. And that's weird. I can only think it's personal. It has to be. And he's making it even more personal because now he's backtracking. He's backtracking to now he's done 2 interviews past the one where he said was going to be the only one. And I have a feeling he's not done. I have a feeling he's not done. I think there's going to be more. I think he's going to interview with other channels. I think he's going to interview with other people. I think the Goncalveses are going to drag him everywhere now like a trophy. I think the Goncalveses are going to drag him everywhere now like a trophy. He did, though. That's the problem. And I'm actually really glad that Gabrielle Vargas didn't because it just needs to it needs to just be somewhere that can focus on the exact issue and not try to go a bunch of places that go beyond the scope of what the person that they're talking to can actually talk on, which is another big issue, is that all of these experts that are coming out are talking about a bunch of shit that they're not experts in the case. They weren't supposed to even see certain things past their own expertise, which is another reason why Cyré coming out here saying all the crazy shit he's saying about other stuff. I'm like, hold on, bro. You were not hired on to do any of the B, C, D, and E bullshit. You're supposed to just be sticking to A. So go back over there. So I don't know what the hell he's doing. All I know is, again, the sworn testimony says no connections. He can't put the devices together. He cannot give us this paperwork. And this literally just came out. That's the other crazy part about this entire thing. This report just comes out. And suddenly he wants to go and interview about the situation. But I also said when Turvey and Chris Whitcomb came out here and they started talking about the autopsy photos and the signature wounds that really aren't signature wounds, okay, did they not know that we were eventually going to see the autopsy report? So it's the same thing goes with Cyré. If a whole bunch more stuff gets unsealed, are we going to actually see his map? Or is it going to be bullshit? Is it going to be peer reviewed and marked off and they had somebody else look at it and realize it was bullshit and that's just the only thing that we haven't seen? Was the state's rebuttal to it? Because where is it? Where is it? He has all these places in his head that he swears on this map. There's these locations. Why can't we show it? There's no way he doesn't have a copy of it on his own freaking computer. You think he'd just get rid of that? No. He's no longer working the case. He's done it. So why can't he just produce it? Give me a legal reason, Cyray. You're going to go to jail for a day? I mean, what the hell? Why can't you release it? I don't do talking. You've got to produce me some receipts or go shut up somewhere. Preferably in a quarter, because that's where I think you really need to be. Oh, this is just so much stupidity. So much stupidity. Especially him coming out here and being like, he's a serial killer. If he gets out, he's going to kill again. This was going to be his first kill. He's a psychopathic serial killer. You're really putting your opinion out there thick and heavy, bro. Thick and heavy. Thank you for the Get the Membership, Crystal. Thank you for joining, Nikita. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Or Nikki Taylor. I put the name together. I'm sorry. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thanks for the 199 wit. So are we collecting Steve Goncalves' DNA to send in? I mean, he seems so gung-ho with that little program. Maybe he won't mind. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, G35. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thanks for the 699 animals, RR Angels. Thank you. Thank you for the 5 labs. Can you see one of Brian's non-gloved hands on the Costco video to show that he has no scratches? I mean, the Costco video is really grainy. He doesn't have anything on his hands. Plus, the selfie video was before Costco, and you can see his one hand even clearer. But the videos are so craptastic, freaking grainy as hell. But he doesn't have gloves on. His hands look like they don't have any scratches from what you can see. Pretty sure he uses a debit card, even though we were told that he stopped using that after the crimes took place, which wasn't true. Yeah, he doesn't have anything on his hands. Hey, Sarah, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thanks for the 5 again, Labs. Brian must have Ghost Samurai Ninja Seal special op to do it. No shit. No blood trail, no cross blood between victims or rooms, etc. Yeah, or anywhere else. The biggest kicker to me is the no blood outside of the house, and not in way of like a blood trail that led anywhere. I mean, like the scent dog did not follow the trail of blood anywhere. Now, granted, it was like, I think supposed to be the next day. And again, I tried to FOIA this information because we have a report where a canine handler brought in a cadaver dog, I believe is what the classification was. And they didn't hit on anything. But I figured there would still be some sort of report because there's a report from MPD about this happening. And I figured even if there's no hits, somebody that's a canine handler for law enforcement would probably still have to write up a report because you were sent out on an assignment. So I figured there'd still be something. Where Moscow's telling me they don't have anything on file. They don't have any reports on file for the dog situation. It just got denied for it not being in their system. So I don't know if it means that the report is somewhere else, if another custodian has it. I don't freaking know. They never answer anything anymore. So nothing that is of any importance seems to exist in this case, basically, which is just absolutely crazy, but it seems to be what the hell is going on. This is just so wild. My God. All right, you guys. It's 2:30 in the morning. I am going to go ahead and hop off of here. We will be going live tomorrow to go over the Jack Decor interviews. I waited until today. I waited until technically today because it's 2:30 on a Saturday for us to go over them. So sometime in a little while after I wake up, I mean, it'll probably be like 11:45 or so that we go live to do those. And then I will be over on the verdict room, 5 o'clock Central Time. So that spreads that out pretty good. And then Sunday morning, I'm still doing my UFO disclosure stuff over on my second channel. Anybody else realize they dropped a COVID website? Like, you know how they're doing the UFO disclosure? They got one for COVID now. I haven't opened it. I don't know what the hell it says. I just know that it's a big topic of discussion over the past 24 hours or so. But we're still looking at alien stuff. I can't take any more freaking information. So eventually I'll go skim through it. But like, damn. All these Discover profiles just all of a sudden popping up everywhere. Are they trying to overload us all of a sudden? Overload our circuits after not telling us anything for so long? Crazy shit. Crazy shit. All right. Going to bed. See you guys later. Thank you for being in here. You guys are great. Thank you for all the things. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the super stickers and the super chats, the gifted memberships. I love when you guys are so nice to each other. Those who joined on their own and those who, again, are just in here to listen to the crazy and try to figure out exactly what the hell's going on, because obviously this dude's a damn liar. A lying liar face that lies. That's so terrible. My God, you can't trust nobody. You can't trust nobody. Freaking sad. Okay. Y'all get some rest. See you guys in a few hours. See y'all.